of this election. We'll be following it all on the Magic Map.
OK, Tom, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's head over stateside, should we, and talk to GB News presenter and someone who is a good friend of Donald Trump's leader of the Reform Party, Nigel Farage, who's at West Palm Beach in Florida. Nigel, it's good to see you. But just how confident is Donald Trump now that the polls have started to close?
I think Trump and Team Trump feel very confident, perhaps more confident than they felt even in 2016. There is definitely a sign out there that the turnout in the non-big city, urban, rural type areas, as opposed to the inner city urban areas, really big turnout in the rural areas. That's where Trump draws most of his strength. And some of the indications that we have, and it's very early yet, some of the indications that we have, not as many people turning out in the big cities, such as Philadelphia, for example. So I think, no, Team Trump feel very, very confident indeed.
Page of The Telegraph today, Nigel, with your advice to Donald Trump, if the result is decisive, to not fight the result and to go play golf in Scotland instead. Do you think he's going to heed your advice?
No, he's not going to heed it at all. There's no chance of him heeding it. Do you know why? Because he's not going to lose, he's going to win. It's as simple as that. And interestingly, when he went today himself to vote at the polling station in Palm Beach, afterwards he said, look, if Kamala wins fair and square, she wins, that's me out of the game. So, you know, I think what I said was common sense. Is to go through, you know, a deeply contested result of this election. The country's divided badly enough as it is. Having said that, there are still some really big doubts about the way America conducts its elections. It does need to clean up.
OK, Nigel, we're going to leave it there just for now because that line keeps breaking up, but back to you a little bit later on. Thanks very much indeed. Let's talk to our political correspondent, Adam Cherry, who's, well, we've only sent him as far as London to a watch party there, but he's making the most of it. Hi, Adam.
Hello, guys. Yeah, I am making the most of it. I've done a very smart thing, which is I've placed us directly next to the bar, which I think is going to pay dividends in a few hours' time. But seriously, it's a good atmosphere here. I must admit, this is a popcorn event, so I think Trump's doing quite well here this evening. Before the real states roll in, these guys are running their own election. They've got their own ballot box. Everyone's filling in their own choices, so we'll find out what these guys really think in the next couple of hours. But for now, booze is flowing, people having a good time, just waiting for those first results to come in shortly.
OK, Adam, we'll be back to you in the next few hours. Stay sober for us, if you will. We're joined now by GB News' US correspondent, Stephen Edgington, who's at a Democrat watch party. Good to see you, Stephen. How's the atmosphere there?
Well, the watch party is just starting, so there's only a few people here so far. I think the mood is apprehensive. You know, we're in D.C., just 5 minutes away from where Kamala Harris is watching the results. And I'm actually with two people who voted in the election, if you want to come in. This is Bella and Taylor. What do you guys think? Who do you think is going to win the election tonight?
I honestly have no idea. This is one of the closest elections we have had in years, maybe even this decade. So very, very close. We're depending on those swing states, and I'm really excited to see what happens.
What do you think?
I would also agree with that. We have literally no idea, and we are just so excited because I think the polls close 7:30 most places, so we are excited to find out soon.
And have you guys voted yet?
Yes, we have. We actually submitted absentees, as I'm from Florida, she's from North Carolina, submitted those a little bit ago, and excited to see what happens.
So you're more excited than apprehensive?
I am, actually. I'm excited to see where our country goes, you know, dependent on whoever candidate it is. I'm excited to see what they do with our country.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. We'll come back to more people throughout the night.
Stephen, thank you. Let's head to the Big Apple, should we? Ben Leo is there for us, living it up. Ben, I mean, it's going to be fascinating to see just, you know, what the good people of New York make of all of this.
Yeah, I was going to say it's the calm before the storm, but I'm in Times Square, so never very calm, I guess. Interesting to hear what Nigel said about people in big cities not turning out, because I did a bit of a poll today myself, not very scientific, I admit, but lots of people saying either they weren't bothering to vote because they weren't too keen on Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, and likewise Donald Trump, or if they were voting, a lot more people than I expected admitting they were voting for Donald Trump. New York, of course, being a very blue, liberal city. We popped down to Trump Tower a little bit earlier today. There's security railings, lots of police getting ready for if there is a result that's in Trump's favour. And behind me, you probably won't be able to see, but behind me is an advert for Louis Armstrong's A Wonderful World musical. And I just wonder, in the days to come, which side is going to be thinking it's a wonderful world, the Republicans or the Democrats?
That's a very good point.
Ben, you've been busy meeting people all over the city today, haven't you? What's the atmosphere like there? Is it excitement? Is it nervousness? What are you getting from people?
Well, look, like you probably know, New York is buzzing for a lot of the time anyway. But it's quite sedate, actually. As I said, lots of people are missing that they weren't even going to vote, they couldn't be bothered to vote, or they weren't keen on either candidate. So during the daytime hours when the sun was out, it's been a beautiful day today. Not sure what the weather's been like in England, but it's been lovely here. Sorry to rub it in. But as the night has fallen, that's when it kind of feels like the atmosphere has ramped up a little bit. With polls closing in about 2 hours now. And in Pennsylvania, I'm not sure if you've mentioned yet, but polls are being extended by 2 hours because of problems with voting machines. So all those little anecdotal incidents with voting machines and so on and so on. And as we draw nearer to the polls closing, that's when the tension starts to rise.
Yeah, no, absolutely. OK, Ben, back to you a little bit later on. For now, thanks very much indeed.
Well, let's welcome our panel now. Spokesperson for Republicans Overseas UK, Jennifer Ewing. Labour activist Susie Stride, who was out in America campaigning for Kamala Harris. And political journalist Theo Usherwood. Very good to see you all. Welcome to our panel. Susie, can I start with you?
Yes.
Were you part of the foreign interference, as Trump would say? Campaigning for Harris in the US?
I mean, look, I actually went there for a month-long holiday, a road trip, and basically just went over the border into Nevada for about 2 hours. And for me, it was just the experience of it. You know, I've never been to mainland America, and I thought, you know, this is my chance to actually campaign in the US election. And to be honest, it was more for the experience of it. You know, I wasn't going to make a big difference. I bought a couple of badges, 3 for $10, which I thought was a little bit much, but that's okay. And it was interesting. And to be honest, it was not that much different to campaigning in a marginal seat in this country. And people say this state-of-the-art app, the app is almost identical to the app we use here. But it was fascinating and it was interesting, and you could swing people, you know, and I don't mean that in a kind of weird way, but, you know, you're knocking on doors of people. There was a mum with children, and I was just talking to her about education and healthcare, you know, and, you know, it was fascinating and it was interesting. And there were some people that were voting a certain way and they weren't going to budge. But I enjoyed the experience. I don't think I probably made any difference whatsoever, but it was, you know, an interesting experience to have.
Jennifer, it's a fascinating time for Republicans, isn't it, with this? Because there was so much expectation when Biden was the candidate that actually Trump it looked like Trump at one stage was going to walk it. Well, it's all changed now. I mean, it really does seem too close to call.
Of course, if you look at the polls, it's very much, you know, too close to call. I think every single poll, including the outlying Iowa poll that came out, you know, the Des Moines Seltzer poll that came out, still within the margin of error. And then, of course, Emerson had him up 10 points, Trump, that is. But I think, you know, you mentioned that the change that's happened since it went from Biden to the coronation of Kamala Harris. But what's also changed on the Trump side are the people he's added. You know, he's added Bobby Kennedy Jr., he's added Elon Musk, he's added Tulsi Gabbard. 2 of those are former Democrats, by the way. So his team is also part of this whole, as I've been noticing, this realignment in Republican politics. It's no longer the party of forever wars. It's this no longer the uniparty. It's a real populist kind of America First movement.
Theo, how are you feeling at this point? Polls in Eastern Kentucky have just closed. We've got 45 minutes until Georgia's closing. Can we call it at this point?
I don't think you can call it at this point. I think we'll get an indication, of course, from Kentucky and Indiana, both, of course, Republican strongholds. But I'm sure we'll be able to, and Tom will be able to do this, dive into the data.
OK, Theo, we're just going to jump in because we've got an issue with your mic. So we're going to sort that out. I think it's dropped off, but we'll sort that out. In the meantime, I've got to say, it's as far as Kamala is concerned, Susie, I mean, she seems to be riding on a bit of a wave. That's certainly dropped off in the last couple of weeks or so.
Yeah, it has. I mean, it is just watching it. It's like watching a film, isn't it? Like you just could not. I mean, it's like I was watching the little video before. It's like assassination attempt. Biden dropped out before that. But do you know what I mean? You couldn't. And then at one point it looked like he definitely had it. And obviously Kamala came in, it looked like she definitely had it. And then now it is neck and neck. And yeah, I mean, I think it's very interesting with the Democrats. It's really interesting what you're saying, because I think there are parallels with this country about the Democrats have, you know, the lesson for the Democrats here is don't forget the working class, who they call the middle class. And they've got something on there, and I'm going to just say it, there is something that J.D. Vance and Donald Trump has understood. Now, I don't support them, but I do support their understanding of those people. And the Democrats, you know, they've got some waking up to do, and I'm happy to say it. And I think that is part of what is stinging them. But we can't call it yet.
No. Oh, no.
Theo, let's bring you back in. Your mic's been turned on now. When do you think we'll be able to call it, when these first polls start closing?
I think we'll get the Indiana, Kentucky results early, and then, of course, Georgia, North Carolina around 3, 4 o'clock. But, of course, we're not going to get Pennsylvania, which is seen as, I think it's 19 electoral college votes. We're not going to get that through till Wednesday. So I think we're not going to get a definitive answer until later tomorrow. But I think we'll have a clear indication. And I think, you know, this is a seismic moment globally. I think it's probably more important to British people, this election, than our own election back in July. Because
Why?
Because it's going to decide everything from the war in Ukraine to the Middle East. And by the way, I think there are many benefits that Donald Trump presidency could bring about, especially when you look to the Middle East and the way. And I was speaking to a fairly middle-of-the-road, moderate advisor to the US Army high command going back years. And he was making the point that actually the Ayatollahs in Iran, for instance, would be quite fearful of a Trump presidency, and you might actually see peace brought about to the Middle East quite quickly. So I don't think it's just an issue. I know both campaigns have just been running on fear, and people have been looking and saying, you know, is this the end of democracy if Donald Trump is elected president? What does it mean for the world? But I don't think it's quite as cut and dried as that. And actually, you know, I think there may be some, you know, I think it's too easy to be deluded by the idea that simply a Harris continuity candidate from Biden is suddenly going to end all of the problems facing the West right now.
Yeah, and Jennifer, that's the point, isn't it? I think one of the biggest questions with Harris is, has she distanced herself from Biden enough?
Well, no, not at all, because we heard her in several interviews, one of which is The View, where they said, is there anything you would change, you know, from your time with President Biden, where you were in the room for every decision, including that disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan? And she said, nothing that I can think of. So
what else could she say?
Well, I'll tell you right now.
Without being critical of Biden, which is therefore problematic to her base.
OK, well, what she could have said is, you know what, we did a few of these things correct. However, you're right, the border is an absolute disaster. And within the first couple of days that we got into office, we put a line through all of Trump's very good border policies. And now we've got a problem. I'm going to look at that more seriously. Or, yes, I was, you know, the deciding vote in the Inflation Reduction Act, and I do see how that didn't cause inflation. And you know, to your point, Susie, and thank you for acknowledging that, these flyover countries, Hillary Clinton's deplorables or Joe Biden's, you know, garbage, whatever you want to call it, they've been forgotten. And I think that is what J.D. Vance and Trump talks to, and Kamala Harris would be. She could have answered that question in a much better way to distance herself from Biden and say, this is how I will improve.
OK, thank you all. We'll chat, of course, throughout the course of the night and the morning, because it's going to go on for a very long time. In the meantime, let's talk to former aide to Margaret Thatcher, Niall Gardner, who joins us. And Niall, really good to see you. I mean, look, because of your longevity in this business and the sort of people you've dealt with, like Margaret Thatcher, I mean, you know, the strongest of women, you could say, and someone who knew her own mind and led the way. It begs the question what you make of these two political candidates now, and whether, I mean, obviously Trump seems very strong and very determined, but is that enough to pull him over the line?
Well, thanks for having me on the show. It's a pleasure to join you from Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. on a very historic night. And a great question about Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, how Margaret Thatcher may have viewed them. I think with Kamala Harris, Lady Thatcher, my former boss, would have been very unimpressed with Kamala Harris. She would have viewed her really as a very dangerous sort of left-wing socialist. And I think that, without a doubt, I think that Margaret Thatcher would have taken a very dim view of everything that Kamala Harris stands for. And also, I'm in no doubt that she would have viewed Kamala Harris as somebody without any real sense of principle or conviction. She would have been very critical of her. With regard to Donald Trump, I think that Margaret Thatcher would have viewed him as somebody who's a very strong, tough leader, somebody who's very pro-British. Trump has been very pro-Brexit, big supporter of the special relationship, big supporter of the royal family. So I do think that Lady Thatcher would have got on actually very well with Donald Trump. There may have been some policy disagreements in certain areas, but I do think that she would have welcomed the kind of strong leadership that the United States clearly needs today. And the US is a world superpower in real decline at the moment. And the vast majority of Americans, according to polls, are really very disillusioned with the direction this country is taking. And I think that American voters are overall very unhappy with the Biden-Harris administration. Of course, Kamala Harris is part and parcel of the Biden White House and all the policies that this administration has put forward.
It's interesting, though, that you say she may have viewed Kamala Harris as being someone without principle or conviction. I mean, in terms of principle and lacking some principles, I mean, that could well be aimed at Donald Trump as well, couldn't it?
Well, I think that Donald Trump's message is very clear-cut for the American people. I mean, he talks about a strong America based upon the principles of economic liberty and freedom. He's a believer in a strong national defense. He is very assertive, I think, on the world stage, as we saw with his first presidency. There's a good reason why Putin invaded Ukraine under Biden's watch and not Trump's watch, because Putin viewed Biden as very weak, actually, and as a easy adversary to confront. I do think that Donald Trump overall is advancing the kind of renewal and a sort of, frankly, positive overall message for America's future that many Americans are embracing today, which is the reason why, as he goes into today's election, Trump does have the edge in the polling. And on the opposite side, I do think with Kamala Harris, she represents a White House that is deeply unpopular with most Americans. And if you look at the Real Clear polling average, only 27% of Americans believe the country is moving down the right track. The two biggest issues, of course, are immigration and the economy. And on both key issues, Trump has a big lead on the economic front and also on the issue of illegal mass migration into the United States. And so Trump leads in the vast, the clear majority of issues that the American people are voting on. And there is tremendous disillusionment, I think, with the direction this country is taking. Americans want to feel good about America. Most of them don't at the moment. And they think this is a superpower in real decline.
But there is a third biggest issue in this election, isn't there, Niall, which is a challenge to Trump, and that is women's rights, reproductive rights. I don't know if you've caught that ad that's been doing the rounds in America. It's been quite controversial. Julia Roberts has voiced it, essentially encouraging women to vote against their husband's wishes for Harris, saying that what happens in the booth stays in the booth. Do you think there will be a silent women's vote that hasn't been picked up in the polls?
Yeah, I think there are large numbers of women who will be turning out, of course, to vote for Donald Trump as well. A lot of the Democrat advertising, of course, has been very cynical, hugely negative, and frankly, a lot of it's quite bizarre, really. And I think that with regard to to this election, what is most striking, I think, in terms of support for Donald Trump is not only the strong support that he's getting across the board from American men, but also the fact that there's a big rise in support for Trump among Hispanic voters. Non-white voters are turning increasingly towards the Republicans, and there's a big surge, a big increase in support from Hispanics, but also among black voters as well, actually. And so Trump is appealing to a much wider range of American voters in this election. And clearly there's a lack of enthusiasm among many US voters for the kind of left-wing socialist-style policies that Kamala Harris is advancing, very, very similar to actually to what the Labour Party is advancing in the UK. And I do think that a lot of Americans view what Keir Starmer and Labour is doing in Britain as very destructive, and they're worried about Kamala Harris bringing in big government, high tax policies, weak need on illegal migration, woke totalitarianism as well. And so actually the British government under Keir Starmer gets a very bad a bad level of coverage here in the United States, a very negative impression, I think, of what Starmer is doing. And that's basically what Kamala Harris is offering for the American people. It's a reheated socialist Labour Party agenda for the United States. The Americans are not socialists. They don't like socialism. They don't like big government. They don't like high taxes. And they don't like the fact that 10 million people have crossed the border illegally under the Biden presidency, which is an absolutely shockingly large number. And we're talking about a population the size of New York City that has entered the country illegally under Biden-Harris.
OK, Niall, really good to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed.
My pleasure. Many thanks.
We're joined again by our panel, spokesperson for Republicans Overseas UK, Jennifer Ewing, Labour activist Susie Stride, who was out in America campaigning for Kamala Harris, and political journalist Theo Usherwood. I really want to get into this point on what is actually turning people out of the polls. What are the biggest draws? What do you think the biggest issues are, Susie, in this election?
I mean, it's very interesting, isn't it? Because you've got, and what's fascinating is issues that never would be the big issues in this country. So you just mentioned one of them, which is abortion and, a woman's right to choose. But on the other hand, you've got the economy, you've got immigration. And I think there's that thing that we spoke about before. There's that feeling of I find it confusing, the middle class in America, we call the working class, the working person. That feeling of we've been left behind, we've been taken for granted, that they don't care about us. And there's that feeling which actually I think is quite a powerful, a big powerful one, and I don't even know what words you'd put to that. So you've got the economy, you've got immigration, you've got women's rights, you've got inflation, but then I also think there are these other things, do people trust Donald Trump? It's really interesting. I'm just reading William Hague, who obviously is a conservative and is to the right, and just his characterisation, or criticism of Donald Trump. So I think there are other issues there around democracy, etc.
Trump is trusted on the economy, isn't he? When you talk to people in the street, when you're getting boxes from people, and people say they're voting for Trump, 9 times out of 10 they'll say because of the economy. What did you make of Barack Obama speaking in the last few days, saying that he was just riding his wave? It was his trend, his economy, that Donald Trump simply was riding. That's why it's so good.
Sure, it probably helped a little bit, but let's not forget one of the biggest things that President Trump did was deregulate a lot of things, put new tax breaks in place. So Trump definitely gets credit for the economy. And like you said, he polls better on the economy. So part of the reason we're seeing such an influx of more Latino people voting for President Trump, more black men voting for President Trump, is because that's what they're voting on too. When you said you can't quite put your finger on what you saw when you were out in the U.S., I think it's Reagan's famous question, was your life better off 4 years ago than it was today? And most people under a Harris-Biden administration, the answer to that is, it's worse. It's absolutely worse. And to say that, for her to act like, oh, we're going to turn the page. I mean, she has been the vice president for almost 4 years. So this is her economy. This is her border crisis. This is the fact that over 60% of Americans feel the country's going in the wrong direction. So she can't separate herself
Oh, that's interesting, Theo, isn't it? Because obviously she's trying to pitch herself as not being the continuity candidate, even though, I mean, she is. There's no getting away from it. However, in terms of that continuity, you've also got to look at Donald Trump and the people who were serving under him. I mean, John Kelly, former White House Chief of Staff, is the latest one to come out just ahead of voting day and says, well, do you know what, the man's a fascist.
Yes, and I think what's interesting, just to pick up on the 2 points made by Jennifer and Susie, is that if you look at the way the issues split, state of democracy, the threat to democracy that Donald Trump poses, that's a Democrat issue versus the economy, inflation, and of course immigration and the southern border. Those are Republican issues which they will do much better with. So as we get a breakdown of how those issues are split, and of course you've got reproductive rights coming into the mix as well, Democrat as well. But this is, you know, Harris's legacy. She's been finding it very difficult to leave that legacy behind because she has been vice president, especially she's vulnerable on the southern border. But to your point about, you know, those who worked with Donald Trump last time around and the threat that he poses, it's about fear. And that's what the Democrats are trying to instill in people. That actually, if you vote for Donald Trump, you're going to get a fascistic state, a return to something that we saw in the 1930s in Germany, and that is chipping away at people's fear. What they're not doing, and this is to Susie's point, is they're not addressing the issues. And you put in some interesting analysis about, you know, when you listen to Harris, could she concede on points? That was actually something I was hearing that David Axelrod, who advised Barack Obama, was saying.
Absolutely.
Actually, show a little bit of humility when you're going up in those long-form interviews or you're in front of those town halls to say that you've made some mistakes, and then maybe you might start winning people over. So I don't think it's just a question of, well, if this goes wrong for the Democrats, blame Joe Biden or blame the fact that there was a transition late on. Harris will have to carry some of the blame herself if Trump wins.
Yeah, but it's interesting because if you listen to that, anyone just tuning in listening to that analysis would sort of assume that actually this is all going Trump's way, that she's made some big flaws. I mean, the bottom line is this is neck and neck.
True, but, you know, I think just to remind people, Vice President Harris ran in 2020 and she had to drop out early because she was so unpopular. And the more she spoke and the more people heard of her and saw of her, the less they liked her. And then she goes on to be the most unpopular vice president since Spiro Agnew. And then just because they realized after that disastrous debate in June, they needed to push Biden off a cliff, and they coronated her. And I think the Democrats tonight are going to be really, really regretting the fact that they did not have a primary to choose a better candidate. And they've got a great bench. There's some wonderful governors out there that could have done a better job. If Biden had dropped out earlier, there's no way Harris would have even been top 5 of the choices to be the nominee. So I think there are going to be a lot of regrets on the Democrat side.
OK, Theo, Jennifer, Susie, leaving it there just for the time being. Back with you later.
Let's go to political advisor Pablo Ohana, who is in Pennsylvania for us now. Good to see you, Pablo. And all eyes are on Pennsylvania, aren't they? No state...
There's no doubt about that. The Democrats are knocking on over 1,500 doors per minute. They have over 150,000 volunteers. Yesterday, that equated to more than 3 million doors knocked on. So it is an extraordinary effort here, both, you know, on the airwaves, as I said, there with TV ads, but on the ground as well. And voters are turning out in record numbers. They're demanding the leadership that works for them, that focuses on the real issues: healthcare, jobs, of course, a woman's right to choose. And Kamala Harris leads on those issues. And so I think, as I say, it's tight, and we are working right up until the last minute. I've been up since 4:30 this morning, but it's a long day, and at the end of it, I'm sure that Kamala Harris is going to win.
The ground operation by the Democrats in Pennsylvania has been intense, to say the least, hasn't it? We were hearing yesterday that there were so many volunteers that they actually ran out of shifts to give them in Pennsylvania for the Democrats. Where has the Trump campaign been? Have they been out and they've just been eclipsed by the Democrats?
I think historically Democrats are very good at organizing like this. They know how to play the ground game. They know where their voters are, and they have the software, the apps, and the kind of motivation to do that. Trump's campaign, I have to say, I've been quite surprised that I have not seen anybody canvassing for Trump. I've not seen anyone knocking on the doors. As you say, I mean, the ground game here in Pennsylvania from the Democrats is unbelievable, and they did run out of shifts. But it's not just the door knocking, you know, there is phoning from other states as well. New York, for example, today they had 15 coaches leaving New York, filled with activists that were being shipped into swing state, well, into Pennsylvania, but swing counties as well. It is an incredible operation, and I think ultimately that is what is going to carry Kamala Harris over the line. Trump, you know, speaks a good game, and he tweets a lot, and so does JD Vance. But ultimately, getting that vote out, getting the people to the polls, the Democrats are going to win that battle. What's
interesting, though, is, you know, she's pitched as someone, I mean, by the opposition, of course, but pitched as someone who is a continuity candidate. She was a very unpopular vice president. She's someone, as Niall Gardner was saying, could be viewed as being without principle or conviction. I mean, in terms of winning people over who aren't dyed-in-the-wool Democrats already, that's a big challenge.
I think actually what I've seen and heard is very different to that. The popularity of presidents and vice presidents kind of goes up and down, but the more people saw Kamala Harris in this campaign, the more they liked her. And, you know, there's all this, as there always is, there was in our general election in July as well, all these talks of polls and this versus that. The one poll I always look at is how enthusiastic people are and how likely they are to vote. And we are seeing an enormous gap between how likely Democrat voters are and how enthusiastic they are to go and vote for Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump. So Democrat voters and Kamala Harris voters are going out and saying, I cannot wait to vote for her. I cannot wait to see her as our president. And it's not just kind of like, well, you know, I've got to do it because it's the, you know, the best of, you know, a terrible option or whatever. People are really enthusiastic. People are really excited. I actually don't buy this idea that she was really unpopular. I think partly there's a little bit of sort of sexism in that, but I do think that fundamentally people hadn't seen enough of her. And the more they saw her, the more they liked her. I mean, she's leading at the moment. She's going into this campaign with positive ratings, which is actually very rare for a campaign, and Trump is not. Neither is JD Vance.
And Pablo, when you've been talking to people in Pennsylvania, what are the big issues that have got them to the polls? What are they feeling passionate about?
The number one issue by far is the state of democracy, which is seen. I mean, the two issues that come up is sort of the stability of their democracy and abortion. And it sounds like such a strange thing for us to hear in the UK because of, like, abortion is not really debated. It's just, it is, you know, you can access it. It's free, you know, and we have the NHS, of course. And we don't really have this kind of threat to our democracy. So it's, you know, for me, it's a little bit odd. I hear these conversations and you have to sort of, you know, wrap your head around it. But for sure that, you know, people will open the door and they say, listen, I'm voting for my daughter, or I'm voting for my sister, or, you know, a lot of husbands who are going out and saying, you know, I don't want to live in a world where, you know, my wife can't make choices about her own body, or my daughter can't make her own choices. And as I say, absolutely the state of democracy. People are really, really worried. They remember January 6th. Of course, everybody does. But people here really, really feel that.
Pablo, really good to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed. Catch up with you a little bit later on, no doubt.
Well, let's go to our Deputy Political Editor, Tom Harwood. And Tom, how might tonight play out?
Well, that is the question, isn't it? And I have to say, it's back to the map. We love the map, and the map will be a feature throughout the night. Currently, it is, of course, blank. Just 2 parts of 2 states have closed the polls. Most polls still open across this vast landmass that is the United States of America. Important to remember that it's not the popular vote that wins the presidency. It's a majority of what's called the Electoral College. Each state is assigned a certain number of electoral votes. You need to add those up, get state across state throughout the night, get to that magic winning post number of 270 electoral votes. If you win California, you win 54 electoral votes. That's the most populous state. The next most populous, Texas, you'd win 40. Although if you were to win the least populous state, little old Wyoming, you'd win 3 electoral votes. You can see how the picture adds up. But let's see how Donald Trump won back in 2016. This was the map that he was able to make. If we can, there it is, like magic. And this was the map that Donald Trump was able to go to. He got over 300 electoral votes, well past that winning post. How did he do it? He flipped certain states. Florida and Ohio. Obama won both in 2008 and 2012. Donald Trump flipped flipped both of those states. So much so that actually these states are not considered competitive in this election. It's going to be pretty certain that Florida and Ohio remain with the Republican Party, as they did in 2020. This is the map that Joe Biden was able to win the presidency with. Notice how Ohio and Florida still red. We're expecting them to be red tonight, but look at these three states here: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Let's compare that again to 2016. Look at that big change. These are going to be some of the crucial swing states tonight. Also, Georgia is another one that swung. Why don't we have a look at those swing states in full, in all their glory? Here is the expected map. Psephologists are pretty confident about the red and the blue on this map. Republican red and Democrat blue. We're pretty safe with these sorts of guesses. Where we don't know are Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin. These are the states that are in play, the Magnificent Seven, tonight. And let's have a look at some of these, particularly the Rust Belt states. These are states that Donald Trump did very well in 2016, surprised everyone in 2016. Other states, of course, have been Republican and Democrat in recent years, but these three states, until 2016, well, they hadn't been Republican since Ronald Reagan's big wins in the 1980s. So these were seen as very working class, very blue, sort of mechanical states, Rust Belt states. You sort of get the sense of that. You've got Detroit in Michigan, of course, car manufacturing, these sorts of things, really, really key here. But actually, one thing that I want to leave you with is the thought that this election is very, very tight. But even though it's tight, it might not play out tightly on this board. Let's circle these Sunbelt states now as well, because these are all 7 states that are really in play. I want to tell you that in the last 25 years, the average polling error in presidential elections was 4%. 4% either way. Well, if the polls are out by just the average error that they've been out in the last quarter century, either Kamala Harris or Donald Trump could win all 7 of these swing states. So whilst the polls say it's very, very tight, this could actually be a healthy win.
Some of the concern out of the wind out of the sails about this being disputed either which way.
It certainly would. That would be a very important factor if multiple states were won. However, we could be in the nightmare scenario that, of course, people found themselves in 2000, the year 2000, where the map was so finely balanced. It all came down to not just one state, Florida, but actually only a couple of counties in the state of Florida. Weeks of judicial decisions, of recounts, or whether or not to recount certain counties. This has happened before in the United States, where actually we don't get a result and things are on a knife edge and it goes for a long time. But I think what that indication there of that idea that actually Joe Biden won 306 electoral votes in 2020. Donald Trump won 306 electoral votes in 2016. These, of course, far beyond that margin of 270 that you need to win. Well, if there is a comfortable margin, having sort of these battles over specific counties and specific states still might be important, no doubt. But if you win by more states, there's sort of more of that cushion there. That could, of course, be a very important factor.
OK. Tom, we'll be back with you and your map very soon. We're back with our panel now. And Jennifer, just wanted to talk to you about polls, because Tom touched on them there. Lots of talk about them being neck and neck in the past few weeks, to be honest. They've been wrong in the past, though, haven't they? So how much do we trust them in this election? You talked about the Iowa poll this week, which was an outlier, which showed momentum for Kamala Harris in Iowa. How much are we trusting them right now? How much are they to be trusted?
Well, my understanding is that polls have changed a lot in the last few years because just of the way people don't use their landlines as much, right? They have a mobile phone, that sort of thing, the way people get text messages, just the whole way polling is done. That's number one. Number two, what we're hearing on our side, and I don't know if it's the same as the case on the left, is a lot of Republicans just don't trust institutions, do not trust the media. The mainstream media is at an all-time low as far as, you know, the public's trust in them. So a lot of Republicans are just not answering these polls. So that could be, that could contribute to it. But yeah, going into this, it's neck and neck. Now, if you look at the betting markets, which of course is something very different, they've got Trump ahead.
Susie, what do you make of it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to agree with that. I just think polls, for me, just get it wrong so often. And I don't think... And it's neck and neck. And let's not go with the betting markets, because obviously, you know, I don't want to see Donald...
You're not a gambler?
No, I'm not. I don't want to see Donald Trump winning. But it's really interesting, because I was just looking at, like the poll of, like, key issues. And, you know, it being, like, foreign affairs, immigration, abortion, economy, and I can't remember what the other one was, but it's just very, very interesting looking actually at what have been those top issues. But I just think one of the reasons that makes this night so exciting is no one can call it. No one.
No, absolutely. Right, we're going to come back to you, Theo, in just a sec. But news just in, and Donald Trump has said there was cheating in Philadelphia's biggest city. Philadelphia's hit back. Let's hear from Omar Sabir, the city commissioner.
We have hard-working Philadelphians who work on the election boards, who do the canvass. They're hard-working citizens. And again, that's an attack on the hard-working people who are honest. And we have evidence and proof to show that everything is on the up and up, and that it's always been. And again, we're not going to be here all the time just addressing whatever is on social media. We have an election that we have to run. So we actually ought to please respect that and let us finish our job.
What do you want to say to Donald Trump right now?
I don't want to say anything, Donald Trump. Only thing I want to say is us, citizens of Philadelphia, you're going to get the election that you deserve, and you have always been having accurate results and honesty. And we have great citizens here working to do their job.
Do you have any specifics of the allegations?
I mean, I saw something on social media. I mean, I saw it said something about he was cheating and all that kind of stuff. Again, that's not nothing new. I mean, this playbook has been played since 2020. We saw it, and we're going to do our job to give the citizens and give America the election that they deserve.
Did you investigate?
We have time for one more question. We got to get back to work. One more question.
And as we've done all day.
All right, let's leave that there. Theo, I just want to bring you in just briefly on that. I mean, basically, so the officials from Philadelphia are saying, well, there's nothing going on here. This is all just being done as it should be done. It does fall into Donald Trump's playbook, doesn't it, when he's, you know, tight on the line, that he will call out cheating even if it's not there.
Yeah, the whole pretext of this is that he's going to do everything in his power to win this election. And that will include looking for any moments that he can say, well, actually, is that cheating, or questions that he can cast over. And this is just the beginning. We're going to see this, I think, throughout the rest of this week. And depending on how close the result on Tom's map will, of course, bring us everything we need to know. But, you know, depending on how close this is, you can expect Donald Trump to haggle and compete over every single county in every single state that there's a possible question mark over. That's just the nature of the man.
Yeah, OK, Theo, thank you.
Well, let's head over to the Big Apple now, shall we, and speak to political correspondent Nelson Aspen, who joins us live now from New York City. Good to see you, Nelson. I hope we've had a lovely day with Ben Leo in the Big Apple today. And this contest is not for the faint of heart, is it?
This is a marathon, not a sprint, and what you just saw coming out of Philadelphia proves it. And I would hope that whoever wins in a landslide, because it's guaranteed to take days, if not longer, to determine and certify the actual victor, unless there's a landslide. But it's not just Philadelphia that's having issues. There were counties in the Philadelphia state of Pennsylvania that were having problems with threat to democracy, is not having confidence in our actual voting systems.
The question around that, though, is there any genuine concern, or is this being stoked up?
I think there is genuine concern. I went to early voting, and yeah, everything went smoothly, but it is quite a prehistoric process. You know, just the whole act of voting seems very strange to me, that in 2024 that we're voting the way we are voting. And word just came in that 30,000 absentee ballots in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, a swing state, are going to need to be recounted. So, you know, this is the tip of the iceberg when it comes to voting problems. And if it is a close election, then all those absentee ballots, the military ballots, the mail-in ballots, the things from overseas, you know, they take even longer. But if it gets down to the wire, every one of those votes is going to be very important and have to be counted.
What's the mood been like in New York City, Nelson?
Well, New York City is a reliably blue, liberal city. And I have to say, I've never seen it so divided and nervous. The anxiety level is very high, and especially for a lot of Harris supporters are very angry at the thought that anybody could possibly be voting for Donald Trump. Of course, Donald Trump got his fame and fortune here in New York City. This is his original home, even though he's now living at Mar-a-Lago these days. But New York City was once Trump land, and I think there are maybe a new wave of Trump supporters that were not here before. And you also have to remember that New York City is just a small part of New York State. New York City is just 19 miles of island down here, but there's the whole rest of the state, and that has been changing as well. So Donald Trump likes to talk about, as he did at his Madison Square Garden rally recently, about flipping New York back to red, back to being a Republican state. We'll see if that happens, but we're in for a long night, guys.
What are we hearing about turnout?
Turnout's very good. I think people are very excited to be a part of this. A lot of people did early voting. A lot of absentee ballots were sent in, and the lines are long, very, very long. Some people are waiting up to 2 hours. Celebrity Paul Rudd, better known as Ant-Man from the Avenger movies, actually went to Pennsylvania and started handing out water to people standing in line because it's unseasonably warm, and they've been out in line for hours on end. And because of the snafus at some of these places, they're extending the hours to vote. So the sort of rule of thumb is if you get in line, they can't close the polls. As long as you're standing in line, they will keep the polls open long enough for you to vote.
I'm glad you mentioned Paul Rudd there, because I wanted to ask you about the celebrity endorsements, because Kamala Harris has been pretty reliant on them, hasn't she, in the past few weeks, in the likes of Lady Gaga and Beyonce, Jennifer Aniston coming out in support of her. Do you think that makes any difference, or do you think it makes the electorate feel like that they're far away from her, that she's untouchable in a way?
Yes, Ellie, you and I have talked about this on the Saturday show. I personally feel that celebrity endorsements, especially, have the opposite effect. I really don't care who Taylor Swift is voting for. I don't care who Beyonce likes. I don't care who Hulk Hogan, the celebrity wrestler, likes. You know, it doesn't matter which side of the aisle. I am not swayed by celebrities. However, you mentioned Lady Gaga. I thought that was interesting because Lady Gaga's father, who owns a restaurant here in New York City, raised Lady Gaga here in New York City. He's a Trump supporter. Oprah Winfrey sort of closed out the show last night by talking about what a threat to democracy Donald Trump is. But I don't know that anybody is interested in Oprah Winfrey's opinion either. So I don't know. The only endorsement that seems to hold sway for me is that, and you may have heard just today, podcaster Joe Rogan came out for Trump. And the reason that endorsement might mean something is because his following among the coveted male audience of voters is so huge. And Trump had the sort of audacity to go on Rogan's show and speak for 3 hours. And you have to wonder why Kamala Harris never agreed to go on it. And if she had, could she spontaneously talk for 3 hours?
Well, could any of us. Nelson, thank you very much indeed. I want to see if Jennifer can speak for maybe 2.5 minutes. I mean, I'm quite intrigued because I said the Rogan issue is quite interesting. Because are we seeing this election almost split down male and female lines?
I don't think so. And actually, I would add on to what he said is it's not just the male vote that Joe Rogan is appealing to. And by the way, not only did Trump go on, so did J.D. Vance. And Elon Musk did last night. And that's when Rogan came out finally and endorsed President Trump. But it's what's called the low propensity voter. The low propensity voter is a man or woman who just can't be bothered to get off the sofa. They kind of don't like either candidate. They don't think their vote makes a difference. And Joe Rogan appeals to a lot of those people, men or women. 23% of his audience are women. I've been listening to him for years, so he's got a really wide fan base. And I think unlike the singers and the dancers and these other celebrity endorsements, which, by the way, is a little insulting that people assume that women's only issue is abortion. And we know for the first time the GOP platform has said that they do not have a national ban on abortion. So the messaging on the Republican side has not been great on that. But no, there's other issues for women too, you know, fairness in women's sports, not allowing men to play in women's sports, safe spaces for women in bathrooms, and of course, women buy groceries and other things, so it's the economy.
Thea, what do you make of the gender split in this election? Do you think that is something that we are seeing?
It's something that I was speaking to a couple of Democrat strategists, and they were pointing to, and they were talking about what they described as, and this is their terminology, the kind of crypto bro mantra that Trump taps into. And I think what he has managed to do, and this is actually interesting in that it's not just about white men, it's also about men of colour particularly as well, is he's managed to tap into that, and Joe Rogan is the same, and I think that's what's interesting.
OK, thank you all. It's approaching midnight. This is GB News, America Decides. Well, tonight, history will be made, and by the morning, there could be a brand new president-elect of the United States.
I feel very confident. I have felt, you know, we went in with a very big lead today, and it looks like Republicans have shown up in force.
Votes out here. Gotta talk to voters.
All right, everybody, come.
Caroline.
They're fighting for the keys to this iconic building, the White House. We're with you throughout the night, and we'll bring you all the results as they happen live across the United States.
I honestly have no idea. This is one of the closest elections we have had in years, maybe even this decade. So very, very close. We're depending on those swing states, and I'm really excited to see what happens.
Lots of people saying either they weren't bothering to vote because they weren't too keen on Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, and likewise Donald Trump, or if they were voting, a lot more people than I expected admitting they were voting for Donald Trump.
Well, what does all this mean for those Americans, and what does it mean for us here in the UK?
Probably more important to British people this election than our own election back in July. Because
why?
Because it's going to decide everything from the war in Ukraine to the Middle East.
Well, we've heard how those polls are simply too close to call. It could be Donald Trump or Kamala Harris who wins that crown, who becomes the next US president. This is, of course, the map in 2020. This is how Joe Biden built the electoral map to see him win. But of course, tonight, those states could swing. Tonight, we wipe that map clean and build it back state by state. Stay here for those results.
I think no, Team Trump feel very, very confident indeed.
Throughout the night, we'll have instant reaction from Nigel Farage live in Trump's Florida home of Mar-a-Lago.
So get ready for a night of twists and turns, because anything could happen.
The excitement of election night starts right now.
So we will, of course,
pattern over and over again in all of the battleground states, because time after time, the polling industry leans left in the states when Donald Trump is on the ballot. And I think we're going to see that same thing. If that's the case, where the Real Clear Politics aggregate has Trump up in 5 out of 7 battlegrounds, and 2 of them are within a half a point for Harris, Trump really could easily win all of these things in a way that we've been talking about as a possibility for a long time, but everybody else calls it too close to call.
Now, Mark, we have 4 counties in the Peach State of Georgia: Cobb, Fulton, DeKalb, and Gwinnett, 4 of really 20 counties throughout the country that
definitely cannibalizing his election day turnout some, but we just did swing state polls last week. One of the questions we asked is, when do people plan to vote, and have you already voted? And in every single one of the states we did 12 states, voters said that on election day, they're going to go for Trump between 8 and 13 points. Can't remember off the top of my head what Georgia was. I'm pretty sure it was close to 10 points. So the point is that even though Republicans have been turning out big early, they still have gas in the tank, so to speak. And that's a really bad situation for Democrats because, as we all know, Democrats tend to turn out early with early in person, but also mail. And so a lot of those results are all kind of baked in, and it doesn't look like the Democrats may be able to dig themselves out of the holes that they've gotten themselves into.
It's quite awesome to see all of the early voting that's happened out there as well, and all of the polling. So obviously those things are done. We see all the people now voting today, and the close of polls happening at any minute. What has been some of what you've learned this time around for this presidential cycle? Anything different than past presidential cycles?
Well, I really think that our polling, and listen, I'm an independent pollster. We don't back any candidate. I'm just trying to be accurate. We're not funded by major media corporations. We're funded by our own subscribers and advertisers. So if we're inaccurate, we fail. And I think what I've learned is that we really expose mainstream media pollsters as absolutely lying and shilling for Democrats, because it was really weird. We showed Joe Biden losing to Donald Trump this entire year up until the debate. And actually after the debate, our poll numbers tightened because everybody was like, oh man, Trump might actually win. But what was interesting is for about a month, pollsters got the tap on the shoulder to actually show Biden down. And then when Kamala Harris was anointed, all of the polls broke hard left. I mean, some of them, like Reuters Ipsos, went in mid-July from Trump +1 all the way out to Harris +6. I'm pretty sure their final call is Harris +1. So they went all the way out into left field, and so many other people like Morning Consult, ABC Ipsos, all of these pollsters followed them out to show that Harris had a bigger lead than Hillary Clinton did, except we all remember back in 2016, the polling was showing Hillary Clinton up 9-10 points. So they were never able to show that Kamala Harris had as good of a chance as Hillary Clinton in the polling, and we all know the polls lean left. And now here we are at the end of the cycle. We had Trump +2 that entire time, and we kind of stood out there on the lawn saying, look, I mean, everybody knows who Trump is. He's had everything thrown at him. Even the assassination attempts weren't moving my polls at all. So none of this stuff about Nazis, none of this stuff about garbage, none of it really was going to move the race. And that's really bad for her because in our polling, she kind of hit a 47-point ceiling, and that was it. And so now they're not all to the right as far as us, but a lot of pollsters are. We have Wall Street Journal, National Popular Vote +3, Forbes Harris X was Trump +2, Atlas Intel was Trump +2. I think their final call might be Trump +1. But a lot of pollsters clustered in between a tied National Popular Vote and Donald Trump winning. And again, all of their media outlets, all of the headlines, oh, it's too close to call. It's too close to call. We all know the battlegrounds are probably going to be to the right of the popular vote. And if the polling is accurate, Donald Trump should be doing very well in the battleground. So, of course, it isn't too close to call. And I think everything we've seen from an early data perspective really points to that, with reports of turnout down in Philadelphia, down in Pittsburgh, down in traditional urban, more minority areas, and people crawling over broken glass in the rural setting to go and vote. Now, I mean, a lot of this hinges on how accurate is my polling as far as who shows up on election day. And then there's always, well, stuff can happen on election day. We got a little bit of some stormy weather in the upper Midwest. We got some bomb threats. We got some gas leaks. Anything I've seen so far, it doesn't really seem like it's going to affect stuff. And I think Trump's team is confident right now. I think they should be. And all of the data that people are pointing to to say that Democrats are actually going to turn out and do a good job are things that I don't think are going to hold up. Like, oh, independents are going to break more Democrat than they did 4 years ago. I don't think that they have a lot. And everything I see is pointing to the fact that my polling is right. I've heard amazing turnout numbers for Duval County, which is a bellwether for Georgia. And that means, I think it was 3 or 4 points Republican. So Georgia could be 4, 5, 6 points. I hit it at Trump +6 and Trump plus, I think 3 the time before that. So I think we're going to be right. And if that's the case, Donald Trump should win this.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at the electoral map right now on the bottom right of our screen. We say Indiana, and I believe Kentucky as well. We won't call that until I get directive on that, but we do know Indiana went to President Trump. Can you talk to us about, this is something I've been wanting to ask a pollster like yourself. What are the ways that you guys poll? Is it online, phone calls, in person? How many people? Because people wonder, are you just going to one small pocket of an area? I know you guys don't, but it seems like the left polls, the liberal ones do.
So here's a fact for everybody, and everybody's going to say, well, I've never been polled. The truth is, you probably never are. And polling will always exist, but year after year it gets harder because of all the spam calls out there, because of people fragmenting like how they communicate with folks. We try to keep a very steady methodology and we poll continuously, and I think that's what makes us more accurate, because a lot of these guys just disappear for 4 years and then stick their heads up above the water and try and see how good they are. But we've been able to tune our system, and so we have been landline robo-dialing for years and years and years. We're pretty confident in our ability there. And people will say, oh, there's no more landlines. Well, there actually are 90 million of them, and we have almost 500,000 people who regularly answer the phone to do our calls. Now, they're almost all over 50, but so is over half the electorate, so it kind of works out. And in my opinion, those people are a really good addition to the poll because they more closely reflect the civic-minded individual that is actually getting up off the couch to vote. Now, the other half of our polling comes from online panels, and there are so many fragmented different ways that people can do this. A lot of pollsters are 100% online now. I think that's dangerous. And those people basically sit at home and take surveys for money. So oftentimes they're just trying to rush through the survey. You got to do a lot of data cleanup. And a lot of people have had problems with that. It's one of the reasons that Republicans are trailing Trump in the ballots and in the Senate races. A lot of people on the online panels have no idea who these people are. But again, I think the reason we're doing okay is because we don't have major left-wing media corporations ruling over us and managing editors breathing down our necks and the confirmation bias. And so I think we have the integrity to be honest about our work and put the numbers out that we think are accurate. And so, any data stream, even if it's complete garbage, can be calibrated to give you reasonable results. And that's what I think almost every pollster is trying to do right now.
Now, Mark, it's very interesting because we almost have a new map for this presidential election because people started to vote with their feet. They left bluer states going to redder states, perhaps because they were open, perhaps for educational purposes with their children, simply for work opportunities. I think of Montana and the chance that Tim Sheehy might have against Senator Tester, who is a more conservative Democrat, who the Republicans have tried to unseat really the last two cycles after his surprise victory way back in, I believe, 2006 when he was against the Iraq War, and a former Republican himself saying he went over to the Democrat Party for that reason. Do you think there are any surprises or any advantages for Republicans because of that? And in addition to that question, what about the Gen Z influence? Because there's not a lot of data on them. As you said, over 50, very highly reliable, but there seems to be this energy of young people for President Trump, especially on certain college campuses. Can that be a major factor in the electoral map?
I mean, you just named a couple of reasons why I think that Donald Trump is going to outperform my polling. And to be honest with you, I saw such a break to the right in our numbers that I really spent time researching and testing and picking our methodology to focus on the people who changed their minds from Biden. There were so many of them. And how I did that was deciding to wait for the recall vote, because what I found is that my polls, even though most people say Trump supporters are shy, my polls were overflowing with people saying they supported Trump. So I made sure to ask people who they voted for in 2020 and then weight the results to a Biden +4 electorate. And I was getting Trump up single digits and as high as like 10 points in some of the races in some of the polls that we did. So that showed that people really were changing their minds. Now, I also, when I put a poll out, have to project what I think the electorate's going to do. I have to, weight by region, weight by gender, age, race, and party. And I really didn't go out on a limb. I tried to match the party turnout that we had in 2020, but everybody knows that registration for Republicans is up massively across the entire country. And then also, apparently the Republican ground game has been heavily focused on low propensity voters, first-time voters, people who are going to probably break harder right than they ever have before. I really didn't account for that stuff. So that's some of the reasons I think that Donald Trump is going to outperform. I really can't think of very many why I think Kamala Harris is going to outperform my polls, but maybe it'll just be people in California just come to the polls like they normally don't. Or I don't know. But again, what I think we're going to see early on is that there was a left-wing polling miss again. And we might be calling states that nobody expected to for Trump before the polls even close in the West and Midwest. It could be, I mean, that's exactly what happened in 1980, though I think everybody kind of learned their lesson there, right?
Exactly. Mark Mitchell with Rasmussen Reports. We have about 20 seconds left. Just want to put you on the spot here. What is it like for you to be able to report polls that are much more accurate than the left-wing polls for you personally to be part of that kind of system?
Oh, I love it. And everybody should follow me on Twitter, Mark_R_Mitchell. I'm not hiding in an ivory tower and listen, people are biased, but polls shouldn't be. And I take that out by just dunking on people relentlessly on Twitter. So come follow me there.
Awesome. Really great to have you here, Mark Mitchell with Rasmussen Reports. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, so Mark Mitchell there with Rasmussen Reports. You see a lot of Rasmussen on Truth Social as well and on X. Let's go to the interactive map here with the Associated Press as we see some numbers coming in. Right now, Bobby, the Commonwealth of Virginia, it says 0% of votes counted, but it says here also that Donald Trump has 5,021 votes. Harris has 3,468, so a 58.7% lead over Harris. That's obviously less than a percentage point of the precincts and the polls being counted, but still, even early.
Parents went to protest at their students' school board meetings because of men and women's sports, because of the transgender dysphoria that we saw. And sadly, the FBI showed up at their door. You saw such a swing in his election to the right for a Republican in a number of years because of that reason. Now, President Trump in the final days visited Salem, Virginia, and President Trump really in the last 2 weeks of the campaign aggressively going into blue cities, blue counties. Now, Western Virginia, more conservative than the D.C. suburbs, but now we'll see what happens here. If he has a state can win the Commonwealth of Virginia, it might be a quick night. Now, you have this balance of the D.C. suburbs. There's many government bureaucrats living there. Maybe they would go for Harris because of that reason. But again, men and women's sports, a pinnacle of President Trump saying he wants to protect women. And Megyn Kelly last night, a major endorsement saying that this is a safety issue, first and foremost.
Exactly. And breaking news right now, you see
folks,
President
RSPN
Trump,
founder and
the
CEO
projected
Joe
winner
Seals
of
here.
the state
Did you know there is nearly
Indiana
$1 trillion
electoral votes.
of
We're also
infrastructure and
hearing
pandemic
that
funds
the
yet to
state
be
of
spent?
Kentucky
That's right.
has
There's
gone
a
to
massive
President
amount of money.
Donald J. Trump, the projected winner of Kentucky and Indiana. We're getting these numbers as well from the Associated Press, working with them on the actual facts and figures, the precincts, the polls when they close. You're having all of this live coverage and results right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, as you see there, the 11 electoral votes for the state of Indiana, as we are your election headquarters for this 2024 huge presidential election. Let's go to Kentucky as well. 8 electoral votes right there for President Trump. So we see right now President Trump has 19 electoral votes. Harris has 3. We see that Vermont has been called for Harris at this point. Now, what I'm seeing here is 61% in now 59% in Vermont. So we're going to back off that for a second because only 2% of the votes counted there in Vermont. So we'll back off that one, but we do confirm Indiana and Kentucky for President Trump. So we're seeing Georgia and Florida as well. If we look into the numbers, when I say Georgia and Florida as well, when we say we project a winner, that's when we would be confirming that. But when I say just a random state like we're about to do right now, now. Georgia right now, 3% of the votes counted. 51% is for President Trump. That's 92,265 votes against Harris, who has 87,709. That's 48.5%. So right now, 3% of the vote in. I know it's really early on. A lot of polls still closing. And I told you, we're going to track these numbers. We're going to bring them right to you here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Major factors in the Peach State. Urban turnout is down 153,846 votes compared to this point in 2020. The female turnout down by nearly 47,000 votes. And the rural turnout up 171,000 votes. So comparing to this point in 2020, Georgia's a very interesting state because you don't have the city center necessarily dominating the rest of the state. It is much more evenly dispersed, so that rural vote being crucial to President Trump, especially if the urban and female vote did stay down around Cobb, Fulton, also Gwinnett, and DeKalb counties.
Exactly. So President Trump leading currently in Georgia here early on. A lot of this coverage brought to you by Sticker Mule. Some great stickers as well. There's one that says, "I love Trump," and "Vote for Trump." How about this RSBN sticker right here from Sticker Mule? So if you go to stickerpack.com, you can get some free Trump stickers at stickerpack.com. Pretty cool looking products right there.
I always check my computer to make sure it's mine after it goes through the scanner at the airport. RSBN.
Well, there it is. RSBN right there. So, yes, stickerpack.com. Great sponsor here at Right Side. Let's go to Kalshi as well. Let's look at some of the latest numbers right now on Kalshi.com to see what the stats are right now. Who will win the presidential election according to the trading and betting market out there with Kalshi? President Trump, 56%. Kamala Harris, 44%. Again, this is on Kalshi.com for people saying that they're betting for President Trump right now to win this election. On the actual news part of it, we do know Kentucky and Indiana are projected for President Donald J. Trump. So we'll be monitoring the numbers here as we see that President Trump has the current early lead right now. 19 electoral votes to 3 for Harris, according to the AP here. So, Bobby, we're tracking the numbers, man. And you know, all of this campaigning that we've seen, the speeches are done. The campaign's done.
That really went in and removed their candidate who received 14 million votes in the primary. We have to remind the viewers that Vice President Kamala Harris was dead last in the 2020 presidential race. She did not run in these primaries nor the caucuses, but somehow was coronated to be the nominee. Demos, of course, the Greek translation is of the people. Democrats, they are supposed to be the party of the people. This seems to be the party more and more of a bureaucratic state and a deep state in Washington, D.C.
Exactly. So that's the swamp that President Trump, of course, wants to clean out, and that's what he was talking about in that first administration, draining the swamp. And so we know that great things will happen under a Donald J. Trump presidency. We saw it and we see it now with common sense. You know, it seems like he's been the president for the past 4 years in the sense of just the things that he's been doing, more of a commander-in-chief style of governing, even though he's not technically in the office. But all right, so we're looking at the stats right now. Okay, we're hearing that we can go to the projection room right now. Let's go there. Live to Christina Loren, who is live in the projection room. Christina, what are you seeing over there?
Gentlemen, let the emotional roller coaster begin, because just over the past few moments, we have watched the state of Georgia go from purple back to red again. And the last thing that we want to do is see one of these critically important swing states turn blue. So the good news is, as we know, the AP has called Indiana and Kentucky both for President Donald J. Trump. Look at him smiling right there. We're excited about that. And now it looks like even the state of Virginia is going red. So we're happy to see that. But yeah, just moments ago, as you probably did see on the map, Georgia itself was shaded purple, but it is back to red. Something interesting about Georgia, the polls opened up this morning at 7 a.m. They will be closing at 7 p.m. Central Time. Georgia played a key role, as you likely recall, in the 2020 race. Biden was the first Democrat to carry the state since Bill Clinton, and that happened in 1992. But the margin was razor thin.
He was given the state with a lead of just 1/4 of a percentage point, just 1/4 of a percentage point, a margin of 11,779 votes. Now, the good news is Georgia takes care of business early. And as our very own Bobby McNeely has been pointing out, we know that a lot of attorneys are on hand. We know that the justice system is very closely watching what's happening in the state of Georgia. The attorneys general are going to be watching this race very closely. And last year, we had to wait almost 2 weeks for Georgia. Now, look, you just saw that. Here goes that emotional roller coaster ride again, because Virginia has now flipped back to purple. Now, I want to focus in on Florida for a moment, because we could be making history in Florida before the night is done. Broward County, Miami-Dade County, two incredibly populous parts of Florida, could go red. That would turn the entire state red. Obviously, Rob DeSantis has a lot to do with that. He is a very strong Republican, but we know more than anything, it's our own Donald J. Trump. People want their country back, and he is the one who can provide that for us. So we're watching Vermont now. It looks like the state of Vermont is going to go to Kamala Harris. That awards her 3 electoral votes. Meanwhile, we're watching some of these lighter shades in New Hampshire and Virginia. We're going to keep very close tabs on these 2 states, as we talked about earlier on. New Hampshire could flip red. So I'm not buying what I'm seeing just yet. And that's why we are so excited to go through this night together with you. But for now, I'm going to send it back to both of you. You guys are doing a great job in there. Looking forward to spending my evening with the great Bobby McNeely and Matthew Alvarez.
All right, Christina, Loren, thank you so much. Yeah, it's quite the coverage going on right now, as we have seen there. Indiana and Kentucky right now, Christina. And then to your point, I mean, those bluer counties down there in Florida, we see Georgia leading red right now. Of course, South Carolina. Virginia is one state that is going to be very interesting. If you want to talk about that a little bit, we know that a huge congressional race there. Trump endorsed Hung Cao there in Virginia as well. So actually a Senate race, I believe, right? So he's running for
Senate race
so
against
Senate race.
McCain.
Exactly. So just the Commonwealth of Virginia, I believe, maybe 16 electoral votes, 13.
Yeah, this is a part of the country, obviously, with its proximity to Washington, D.C. This is notoriously blue country in this part of the world. We're going to have to watch very closely for what happens. But again, it's one of those states where you have agriculture that showed up. More were women. And so we're going to have to wait and see what happens. What's interesting is when you do watch the polls, even with early polling data, oftentimes states that neighbor one another vote the same direction. Now, a state that we're going to be watching very closely for is Iowa later on. As you know, we just saw that poll that was released, Biden-Harris, suggesting that Iowa could possibly go blue. This is a state where they farm soybeans, where they farm corn. Agriculture is king in Iowa. I would be very surprised to see that happen. And as the night goes on, all finding out what will happen as time goes on.
Exactly, and in your time talking there, Virginia went red a little bit. Now it's back to blue. So it's just, we're not going to be that meticulous in the sense of following it until we know that the bigger percentages come through. And Christina, we know that Pennsylvania's polls closing at 8 p.m. Eastern time. It's 7:27 right now on the East Coast. Georgia, the polls have closed. Michigan, 8 p.m. Eastern time. Wisconsin, 9 p.m. Arizona, 9 p.m. Eastern. Nevada, 10 p.m. North Carolina, 7:30 p.m. Of course, watching those swing states, why don't we go up to Michigan and Wisconsin there? And I know we interviewed Tony Weed, a congressional candidate there. A great state of Wisconsin. President Trump visiting that state a lot.
Yeah, he made quite a few appearances in Wisconsin. I know that I was able to host a rally in Prairie du Chien, Wisconsin. He was also in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Now, Wisconsin, this is what Bobby was alluding to a little bit earlier on. This is dairy country. You've got a lot of farmers here. There's a farm bill on the line, a long-standing piece of legislation that will last for 5 years. Now, the farm bill had an extension. We still need a farm bill. Our farmers are waiting on it. Now, when you talk about dairy farming, these are farmers who have to get up and milk cows. Many still do it by hand. A lot do it with robotics, but it doesn't matter. You've got to get out there twice a day, rain or shine. Doesn't matter if it's snowing or not. These are hard-working middle-class Americans who live in both Wisconsin and the great state of Michigan. Now, getting into the evening, Michigan's another state, polling data, and more importantly, where people have registered to vote in the state of Michigan, it's looking good for our champion, Donald J. Trump. So we're very excited so far. I mean, I like the way this looks right now. Obviously, this could change, but 19-3, boy, that's a good way to start out the evening, guys.
That is not a bad score, especially in football. But you have 538 total and 270 to win, of course. Christina, with the upper Midwest and the Rust Belt specifically, and these farmers, I mean, they will be crucial to who will be the next president of the United States. We saw a number of Minnesota residents going to these rallies in the Badger state of Wisconsin. Do you think that could be the one blue state that might flip 10 crucial electoral votes? President Trump had mentioned how he wanted to win that state so badly the last two times, and in 2016 was very close with only 2% behind in the popular vote.
You're exactly right, Bobby. And what's interesting as well about the state of Minnesota, remember who the governor is there? Tampon Tim Walz, okay? And I think that he's upset so many people, not just with his COVID snitch line. Trying to put the tampons in the young boy's bathroom has been offensive to some people. The fact that he is right there with Kamala Harris, so many people are outraged by the fact that he could be the vice president, that they went out and voted today in the great state of Minnesota. Now, there are 3 states that we're watching in addition to the 7 swing states that could actually flip. And I'm making this I'm not going to say it's an assumption, because it's more than an assumption. It's fact-based. I'm talking about the fact that people registered to vote. We had more Republican registrations in states like Minnesota, like New Hampshire, and like New Mexico, go figure, right on the border. This is where we could actually see more than just the swing states that we're currently watching for flip to red for our very own President Donald J. Trump.
Exactly, and so what we're seeing there, the director, if you guys would let us know if we're confirmed, if we can go ahead and report another race that just came in. It looks like on the Associated Press right there, the state of West Virginia. The state of West Virginia, as you see there, Donald Trump getting that check mark next to him. Now, again, we're going to wait for our confirmation from our team here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Okay, it is confirmed. West Virginia to President Donald Trump. All right, so 3 states to President Trump. It looks like Vermont is to Harris. President Trump, 23, and Harris, 3 at this point. So, Christina, I mean, we see right there in that pocket of the country, Kentucky, West Virginia, Indiana saying, you know what? I want common sense in my land, the United States of America.
Absolutely. And you know, I just want to make it clear as well, these are the APs, this is what they're going for. Now, if you look at their track record, they have been spot on in the past elections. It's going to take a little bit longer for us to completely validate these votes, but the AP almost always gets it right. And this is what they're calling for in these states. And you know what you have in these states? Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia. You have hard-working Americans, Americans who care more about the fact that they can't buy their families the same amount of food with $10 that they could 4 years ago. Americans who don't care about celebrities who come out on stage to promote a candidate, endorse a candidate who makes a bunch of empty promises. And so I am so pleased to see what we have on this map so far tonight. And let's keep going, guys. It's going to be a long one, but hey, if we continue this trend where you got our champion here, look at that smile. We love that. 23 for Donald J. Trump.
He's been very positive on the campaign trail. There's no question about that. Christina, do you mind scrolling down maybe to the Senate races? I'm curious to see Governor Jim Justice running for Joe Manchin's seat. That would be a flip for the United States Senate. Of course, many outlets are projecting that the United States Senate will fall perhaps to a slim majority in favor of the Republicans, but that would be a big flip in the Republican corner to start the evening.
Yeah, you know, Joe Manchin was the best thing that the Democrats had going for them. To be honest, I think a lot of Republicans really appreciated Joe Manchin and what he brought to the table, and he had that element of common sense. And so it's not going to surprise me one bit if we see a Republican step into his seat. Now, as you probably heard, 1/3 of the Senate is up for grabs. And if you did just look at the mainstream media's polls, early polling data was showing that Republicans take the Senate. It's the House we really have to watch closely going into the wee hours of the night, and especially some of the races in California. So as the night draws on and we get more information, we're going to have a really good idea. Here's the House election right now, and guess what? In the same states that are going to Donald J. Trump, you think about those down ballot races, we're looking good when it comes to the U.S. House of Representatives at this point as well. So I'm feeling pretty good about this. 13 out of the 218 seats going to Republicans, 6 for the Democrats. And this, of course, is based on AP data.
Exactly. So great reporting there, but let's also go right back up to the presidential election. You know, I think this is very interesting. The Commonwealth of Virginia, Bobby. We see it, guys. We see it keeps going blue, purple, red, back and forth. I mean, all over the place. That state right there, we're going to look up the electoral vote count on that. But man, if Virginia goes red, I mean, that would be unheard of. You know, let's just be honest. North Carolina just popping up there with a little bit. Now, again, all of this, as you guys are watching, first of all, thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Bobby McNeely, Matthew Alvarez, Christina Loren in the projection room here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're monitoring all the numbers come in. Go ahead and pass this link on to some friends and family if you'd like, as we are here tracking the numbers. Now, let's see in North Carolina, what percentage does it show of the precincts counted here in the top right? Something probably to air a little bit later in the evening as we await Arizona's information as it starts to, you know, polls are still open out there on the West Coast. So we've got a decent night ahead of us. Thank you guys for all tuning in right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. So the Buckeye State also going towards the red right there. So it's always good to see that.
And of course, Bernie Moreno running in that Senate race as well. And that's so important as you go up and down the ballot, and something that President Trump really pushed on the campaign. There is a President Donald Trump re-election. We've seen how the House operates under the Democrats, and that's why in order to get the legislative agenda forward, it would be very good for President Trump to have majorities in both chambers.
Exactly. All right, so that is the latest right now, 23-3, President Trump leading in the Electoral College. Again, what we're looking for is the 270, that coveted 270 for the path to Washington, D.C., that White House. And you know, guys, the beginning of our broadcast on Rumble, YouTube, wherever you guys are watching, it said election night live, and then it had the White House in the background. And it's just wild to think about who will be the next president of the United States, the 47th commander-in-chief. As people said in Savannah, Georgia the other day, I was at a rally there or an event a while back, and he said, you know, let's just vote 45 and make them 47. So we'll see what happens here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. And Christina, your thoughts right now as we are going to go into the night. Do you think that it'll be a result tonight, or are we looking at possibly tomorrow?
I think that there's going to be resistance. Even if President Donald J. Trump wins by a landslide, I do think that he will be challenged. And that's because that is what we have seen time and time again. But you bring up a really good point. Virginia keeps going back and forth between red and blue. And look at the proximity to the swamp. It's right there, right there on the state line. You can see D.C., Washington, D.C., and this is a part of the country that we know is going to go blue. But to see Virginia flip-flopping back and forth, that could be a bellwether of what we can expect for the rest of the night. Also, I love the fact that Donald J. Trump is at 23, Kamala Harris is at 23. Obviously, what we all want to see is a Donald J. Trump blowout victory. And that's what he deserves. The man worked so hard for us. He's taken a bullet for us, another assassination attempt on his life. He gets back out there. He was unstoppable. He did 4 rallies yesterday, one that went on into the wee hours of the night, didn't even end until 2:30 in the morning. And so as more data comes in, now you can see South Carolina also shaded in red here, at least for the eastern third of the nation. If you slice it right down, right now, we really like the way that this map looks, because obviously Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, these are going to be red states. And so we're going to have to keep watching, especially because that Pennsylvania data has yet to come in. 19 electoral votes up for grabs there.
Definitely. Christina Loren, thank you so much. And breaking news into the RSBN newsroom. The Associated Press has now projecting West Virginia has gone to the state, or gone to President Donald Trump. So West Virginia has gone to President Trump, 4 electoral votes. So Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia for DJT. For Bobby McNeely and Christina Loren, I'm Matthew Alvarez. We will be right back after this commercial break.
Hi folks, RSBN founder and CEO Joe Seals here. Did you know there is nearly $1 trillion of infrastructure and pandemic funds yet to be spent? That's right, there's a massive amount of money that the lame duck administration is pushing hard to spend in their last few months. If the president is able to push these funds out, we could see another prolonged inflation surge, just like during COVID. And I'm sure you remember the terrible effects that high prices had on most Americans. But there's hope. A surge in prices can
in his Trump Force jet at 4:30 in the morning. He has done over 230 campaign events. He sat down without a potty break for 3 hours with Joe Rogan as Kamala Harris is in hiding. Kamala Harris's last rally, she spent 16 minutes on stage. I'm 25 years young, unstoppable. This man is like a truck. He's like a freight train. He is unstoppable because he has one mission: to save America from those who are dismantling it as we speak.
What about the argument? And I heard this when I was heading in tonight from someone who, who actually sort of traditionally a Republican voter, but said, well, they've not been able to vote for Trump this time round because they don't like where things have gone in terms of the personality politics, the very, very negative campaigning, the name calling in all of this, and that's really turned them off.
Well, they're children. That person is a child. That they should be stripped of their rights to vote. Let's talk about facts. When we were in the White House, the average mortgage payment in America was $800 a month. Under the Harris-Biden regime, it has ballooned to $1,800. The most valuable thing you own, the cost of maintaining it has doubled. I think of the fact that Jocelyn Nungare, a 12-year-old beautiful girl, was raped with her ankles and her wrists tied together by 2 illegals from Venezuela, let into America by Kamala Harris, then strangled and thrown in a ditch. So if your friend has problems with mean tweets, he is a child, and he should have no say in the future of America, because we care to prevent the next 12-year-old girl being raped and murdered. We want people to actually be able to afford their homes and not to have cities like New York taken over by illegals. There are 57 hotels in New York where you can't get a room right now because they are full of illegals being kept there on the taxpayer dime. That is an abomination, and that's why we have to win tonight.
We know that immigration is a top issue. The economy is as well. And Barack Obama, speaking at a rally this week, debunked, if you like, Donald Trump's claim that the economy was strong under him because it was Trumponomics. He says it was actually Trump benefiting from his economy. He just took credit for his hard work. He just rode that wave. What do you have to say about that?
He is such an arrogant individual. This is the man who said during the election campaign, oh, what does Trump have? A magic wand? Those jobs are never coming back. Well, it's strange. They came back when President Trump was in the White House. So the man who said the economy will never recover and working class Americans will never have jobs again that have been outsourced to China and Mexico, that arrogant, lazy person in his multiple mansions in Hawaii, in Washington, D.C., that individual is the reason we got President Trump, because we needed a businessman who was going to save the economy, and he did. When he was in office, the U.S. economy wasn't the biggest we ever saw. It was the biggest economy the world has ever seen because of Donald J. Trump and not the man who said, you're gonna need a magic wand to bring those jobs back.
All right, Seb Gorka, we'll leave it there, but good to see you. Thank you very much indeed. Right, our panel, as you know, Republican Overseas UK spokesperson Jennifer Ewing, Labour activist Susie Stride, who was out campaigning for Kamala Harris, and the political journalist Theo Usherwood. Susie, after listening to Seb, I've got to throw this to you to begin with. A man who's very angry, it would seem, about everything the Democrats have been saying and doing over the past few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, I kind of switched off from what he was saying. He just seemed slightly mad and a little bit angry. And I was quite interested to see that Tom Hanks is supporting Kamala Harris. And I know people are saying, oh, the celebrities don't matter. I think they do. I mean, look, I'm not American. Have I got any right to speak to them? No, I don't. But I think, and it's interesting, William Hague here saying he's positively dangerous, Donald Trump, you know, and then Michelle Obama saying, you know, can you have someone, a weak man who threatens people, who criticises him, is not fit to be our commander-in-chief. I think she sums it up well. That thing, I saw him being interviewed on the news, not him, sorry, one of his staff members, and she said something, and he came back and he was so threatening, and I just thought, you know, that kind of behaviour, it's not acceptable, you know, and so I kind of switched off halfway through what he was saying, because he just sounded a bit like a dysfunctional teenager. Sorry to say that, because I don't like to be impolite or disrespectful. But, yeah, so what have I got to say about that? Yeah, I just hope very badly that Kamala wins.
I mean, Jennifer, it is quite intriguing. I mean, Seb threw it out and said, look, you know, the people who say they don't like the state of politics, the nature of politics in the US at the moment are just children and shouldn't have the right to vote. However, when it is former Republicans or people who describe themselves as current Republicans saying, this has gone a bit too far for me, I want policy, not personality in this way, shouldn't they be listened to?
Well, actually, Stephen, it's what we were talking about earlier, and it's the complete realignment of the right of the Republican Party. And so I think what part of the people you're referring to are probably the generals that had worked in the Trump administration who had come out and said that they thought he was not fit for office. Well, that's the same thing as probably Dick Cheney coming out, Liz Cheney. That's fine. Those people are kind of the ones that have wanted the forever wars, and they don't really belong in the new Republican Party. And we will gladly take the Tulsi Gabbards, the Bobby Kennedy Jr.'s. You know, under Trump, we had no new wars. We had 4 years of peace and prosperity. And I think you add some of the positive things that are being said by the team he's aligning himself to, Bobby Kennedy Jr., and is talking about make America healthy again, looking into food and the vicious cycle between food and the pharmaceutical industry. These are positive things. Also, I think for the first time, definitely compared to 2020, Trump's campaign is funny. I mean, he's at McDonald's, he's at the garbage truck. You know, he'll do any kind of media, whether it's Trump will go anywhere. So will J.D. Vance, so will his surrogates, and I think that's really appealing to the American people.
Yeah, we're talking about Trump in his high-vis jacket and getting in the garbage truck after that Madison Square Garden rally. But I was talking to a Republican who actually said that rally was a game changer because for the first time, Republicans saw that divisive language, that performance, if you will, not from Donald Trump, but from his minions. And although they accept it from Donald Trump because he is the performer, he's the entertainer, he is the comedian, as Jennifer was saying, hearing it from somebody else felt as though we are this divided nation and, is this what we're voting for another 4 years? What do you make of that?
Yeah, I think throughout this campaign, something that's been a trend, certainly on the Republican side, and this is when I'm speaking to Republicans, is that they were always hoping that Trump would stay away from the personal. When we had that assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania, and he stood with his fist raised in the air, he conveyed this father of the nation figure. And of course, they were hoping that he was going to stay with that and that he would actually broaden his appeal to Democrats and people who didn't necessarily think Joe Biden was up to it, and then of course didn't particularly like Harris either. And I think when he gets to the personal, then there's a bit of a turn-off, and I think you're right with that. Of course, it wasn't helped by the subsequent comments from Joe Biden when, of course, he then gave Trump the ammunition for some particular defense.
No, they snatched defeat from the jaws of victory.
A little bit, I think that's quite right. I think what's interesting, just on the results, and just to provide a little bit of analysis on that, by comparison, if you look at what's happening, say, in Indiana and Kentucky and West Virginia, and we're seeing increased margins for Trump, think about our own Brexit referendum when we saw the Sunderland North result come out heavily for Leave, and then a tight result up in Newcastle, which, of course, we got the results there early and it was much closer, and we expect Newcastle to be Remain. That would indicate, those are the sorts of indicators we're looking for. However, there was a very interesting point by one of the Democrat strategists that you had on just there, who was talking about actually the Democrats ignoring these particular states because they wanted to focus on the swing votes. And what you could say is actually, if you think about an obvious, well, maybe not be an obvious comparison, but a comparison here in this country is going back to 2015 with Ed Miliband. He lost the election, but actually in Labour safe seats, Labour increased their majority. So actually, that was because he didn't divvy up his voting and his resources. They didn't divvy it up right. And actually, if you look potentially, and this is what I think Democrats will be holding on to, certainly as we get these early results, is actually they've divvied up their resources in the right way, and they've put them into those key swing states. But if they've got it wrong, and we don't see the swings to Harris, and actually the original numbers that we're seeing here in places like Kentucky are correct, and we do see that broader swing to Trump, then it will look like he'll win it.
Let's just show you the various campaign headquarters, should we? If you're listening on the radio, you can imagine.
We'll try and describe for you.
So the Trump situation, there you go, it's on the left of your screen if you're watching on TV, with the flag in the background, all the rest of it. It looks very glitzy and glamoury. That's Palm Beach, Florida. And on the right-hand side, that's in Washington, D.C., where Kamala Harris's team are hopefully preparing for a victory party. Whether they will know, Susie, whether they should be celebrating or not at any point tonight still remains a bit of a mystery. They could all be hanging about there for another couple of weeks at this rate.
I mean, it's just, again, I just keep thinking of how different it is to this country, you know, because I stayed up through the night with, you know, our general election, and just the fact that, and I remember, and I know we all do, back in, was it 2000? When, you know, the Al Gore...
Oh, yeah, 2000.
And the madness of all of that and the weeks. I mean, obviously, we're not going to hopefully see that. But it is, I mean, it's just so different. But, yeah, I mean, it is, the whole thing is fascinating, and I thought the Democrat was very interesting, actually, in some of his analysis, him talking about, you know, the increase in women and youth coming out. I think it's also very interesting, the black Trump voter, and just, you know, he picked up the stuff about woke, and I think that is interesting, and I think it's something we haven't spoken about yet tonight, but I think this is something that, you know, you've got to hear the alarm bells there, because obviously, you know, and I'm just going to say it, you know, when I was in... San Francisco, and I was with my friend who's a big Democrat. The one thing that he said that he didn't like about the Democrats was their extremity on the transgender issues. And, you know, whether, you know, going back to what the Democrat, I can't remember what he was, but, you know, it was very interesting, his analysis, because there is something about the fact that you've got that common sense, the Republicans that have come over, you know, Dick Cheney and his wife, you've got to listen to that. You've got to listen to those people that were on Trump's team, and they're, you know, they're heading the attack on him. You've got to listen to that. And again, that's another alarm bell. But still, at the same time, I just still think you can't call it.
Yeah, I mean, I always find it quite fascinating, Jennifer, because when you have got people who are either, you know, sort of staunch Republicans or have worked on Trump's team, and they turn against him. Whereas, of course, you also then have people like Steve Bannon, who got him into the White House first time round, then was labelled Sloppy Steve, I think, by Donald Trump at one point, but who still is backing him all the way. I mean, it's this very odd situation, isn't it?
It is, and let's not forget, Steve Bannon was put in prison for several months, just got out a few days ago. So, you know, this whole thing about democracy versus the weaponization of the Department of Justice against a lot of these Republicans. But, I mean, you know, what you were just saying about people who are staunch Republicans, again, it's going back to the same theme of growing pains within the news generals who are disgruntled former employees. And, again, I do not think that the Cheneys of the world and...
Hold on a minute, though. Hold on a minute.
Yeah.
What is the new Republican Party, then? What does it stand for,
Sure.
apart from anything?
Healthy again, that Bobby Kennedy and Nicole Shanahan are talking about with the food and the pharmaceutical industry. That really really appeals to a lot of mothers looking at what's going on with their kids. You've got the anti-forever wars going on. You've got the anti-censorship going on. Don't forget that the U.S. 2020 election, we now know, thanks to the Twitter files, X files, whatever you want to call, being exposed, was one of the most, along with COVID-19, censored events in modern political history. So, you know, this whole censorship thing is a very big deal. We value free speech. We want the 4 years of peace and prosperity back again. No more forever wars. Let's obviously close the southern border till generation American dream people voting for Trump because it's their schools, their neighborhoods that are getting affected by this influx of illegals.
Trump is in a way a product of his times, and you know part of the problem that right-wing politics has is that it's got nowhere to go. After the post-war era, with America booming, the West booming, jobs aplenty, high wages, high standards of living, it was there for the likes of Reagan and for Thatcher. The problem, and this is what Trump has identified, what Nigel Farage has identified, what Boris Johnson has identified, is that actually there isn't a place for sensible modern conservatism. The era of David Cameron or Rishi Sunak, we saw what has happened to them, that it's been replaced, and Trump's replaced it very effectively. And I just think that actually, you know, the world of George Bush and Dick Cheney, that's gone.
Yep.
The world has moved on, and actually, if the conservative movement, small c conservative movement, has to have a place, then it will be with the likes of Donald Trump and you know, Nigel Farage in this country.
Fascinating.
Theo,
Thanks all.
Jennifer, Susie, thank you very much. Well, our colleague Ben Leo has been out and about in New York today, speaking to voters.
Yeah, Farage.
You know him?
I don't know the other one, though.
You don't know?
No.
So that's our Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer,
okay.
UK Prime Minister. How come you know Nigel?
He's all over the TV.
Yeah. Is that a good thing?
Maybe.
What's going on with the wars all over? I don't think she can handle it. I think he can.
Have you voted today?
Not yet.
Who are you going to vote for? Do you mind me asking?
Trumpy.
Yeah, how come?
Personally, I wouldn't vote for anybody, but I'm not going to vote for Hillary.
Harris.
Harris? How come?
Because I hate Donald Trump.
What do you hate about him? Did you vote today?
I did.
Do you mind me asking who you voted for?
I voted for Donald Trump.
Okay, interesting. Lots of people in New York, obviously, have said they voted for Kamala.
Yeah.
And Trump's a racist and he's a Nazi. What do you think of that?
That's not true. I'm a Jew. Most people here are Jews, and they voted for Trump, most likely in this area.
What's your Trump? Yeah. How come?
Don't really trust Kamala.
Yeah.
Just don't really know what she says. She's a bit like Starmer. Hasn't really said anything, so at least you know what Trump's going to do. So.
Trump. Okay, interesting. I thought New York was, as you said, like a Democrat blue state. Is there lots of Trump supporters in New York?
I mean, there is, but everybody votes for Kamala for some reason. I don't know. Everything about him, racist, felon. He thinks he's above the law. Type of thing. That's why I can't stand him.
You think he's racist?
Yes, I do.
What's he done or sort of said to make you think he's racist? Is there anything in particular?
Things he said at his rallies. The way he just talk about women, the way he talk about people, like separate people, them people.
All right, so Trump. It's election time again, my friend. Donald's ship is coming in. We're taking back America. America first, it has to be to maximize our liberty. We're taking back America. You need a president by your side.
There you go. It's approaching 1 o'clock. This is America Decides on GB News. Well, tonight and this morning, history will be made, and there could be a brand new president-elect of the United States in just a few hours.
I feel very confident. I have felt, you know, we went in with a very big lead today, and it looks like Republicans have shown up in force.
Votes out here. Gotta talk to voters.
All right, everybody, come this way.
Caroline.
They're, of course, fighting for the keys to the White House, and already we've had results from across America.
Well,
and West Virginia, as Kamala Harris has picked up Vermont.
But we're with you right throughout the night.
Under Trump, we had no new wars. We had 4 years of peace and prosperity. And I think you add some of the positive things that are being said by the team he's aligning himself to, Bobby Kennedy Jr., and is talking about make America healthy again, looking into food and the vicious cycle between food and the pharmaceutical industry. These are positive things.
And we'll bring you more results as they happen live across the United States.
We know when we're being pandered to for votes. I feel like we were chosen last to be spoken to in Kamala's election.
Well, what does it mean for them? And what does it mean for us here in the UK?
I think it's probably more important to British people this election than our own election back in July. Because
why?
Because it's going to decide everything from the war in Ukraine to the Middle East.
Get ready for a night of twists and turns, as truly anything could happen.
The excitement of election night starts right now. Well, we're going to bring you the results throughout the night as they come in. They are sort of predictions at this stage. Very few sort of hard and fast results come in, but a lot of the predictions, of course, are going to be pretty much set in stone the way the American system works.
Yeah, and no surprises so far. Harris and Trump have won reliable states so far, and polls are now closing in the key battleground state of North Carolina. So we will, of course, bring that to you in the next few hours. Well, joining us throughout the night are some of the world's top political commentators. In the studio, our next panel for the next few hours is commentator Lewis Schaefer, assistant comment editor at The Telegraph, Poppy Cope.
From our deputy political editor, Tom Harwood.
That's right. We're going to take a look at the map, which is filling up already. And I'm hearing we might be getting a couple more states in the next few minutes. So do keep watching. But the map so far that we can confirm, Donald Trump has won Kentucky, West Virginia and Indiana. Now, it has to be said, none of these are a surprise. These all went Trump in the last two elections. They've all returned Republicans at various elections since time immemorial, let's say. Vermont, of course, a deeply blue state. Bernie Sanders, one of the senators there, he's been re-elected tonight, but it has gone for Kamala Harris. We're also getting some county-level data. It lost by big strides in these elections. It's still gone Democrat. Well, tonight, that county is leaning heavily towards Donald Trump. It looks like Florida will be leaning heavily towards Donald Trump. We'll probably be able to call that state fairly soon. Also worth noting, in Virginia, there's some county-level data, particularly Loudoun County in Virginia, 8 points up for Trump compared to last time round 4 years ago in 2020. But let's look at where the real swing states are, what could be changing in this election. Here is our general forecast. If we have a look at these swing states, which I believe we can get up in a second, here they are. We're going to be looking at the Rust Belt up here. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. These are key.
Underperforming about a point or two in almost even in the rural counties. Indiana's a very white state. It's a tea leaf.
Yeah,
I just throw it out there. It's a tea leaf. They obviously border
where those voters go.
No, that she's performing a couple of points better. So clearly there are some older whites, and we could really see this country divided by regions where she's stronger in the north because she's improving with white voters, and he's stronger in the South because he's improving with voters of color, in particular Hispanic voters. We're not seeing as much evidence among African-American voters, but definitely Hispanic voters. It's not just Florida. I think in Georgia we're seeing it as well.
Well, we're seeing it nationally, too. When you look at some of the numbers here, he is +10 specifically with Latino men, according to our exit poll nationally, a demographic group that Joe Biden was +23 with 4 years ago. So it is definitely a shift, and it is definitely one of the headlines that we're watching as we're seeing these exit polls come in.
And we see that, I mean, the Latino vote is not just concentrated in the Southwest.
That's exactly right.
It's not just the Southeast. It's also in Pennsylvania. There's a huge Latino population in Pennsylvania.
We have been
talking about the ground game quite a bit. It's been heavily focused in Pennsylvania on trying to energize Latinos on both sides, Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump, really focusing on that in places like Allentown, in places like Reading, Pennsylvania, trying to make sure that they are getting them out to vote and flipping them if necessary.
And let's not forget,
side.
Kamala Harris wrapped up her campaign last night in Philadelphia, showing once again demonstrating the importance of that state, as we are going to find out here in the hours to come and perhaps days.
And Hallie, you've got some more from your exit polls.
You know, it's interesting. Chuck's talking about the graceful removal from the chair. Thank you all for bearing with me. Chuck's talking about the realignment here and where people are sort of politically. One of the things we're watching on that front is this idea of independent voters. We know that they are going to be potentially a crucial voting bloc here. Vice President Harris had made overtures to this group in the closing weeks of her campaign, really trying to win them over, to get them over to her side. Look at how they're breaking nationally here. She is winning independent voters nationally, 51%, Donald Trump 44%. Here's the thing. Nationally is not how you win or lose the White House. You win the White House in the battleground states. And look at the state of states, Pennsylvania, right? The most key battleground this year. In Pennsylvania, it's the opposite. It's former President Trump who is actually leading with independents over Vice President Harris in this really important state where the margins could be really close here. You can see it here. He's at 50%. She's at 44%. Again, that's in Pennsylvania. So you might ask, okay, well, how does that compare to how he did 4 years ago? He is.
And it looks really good so far based on the numbers. I mean, 95 to 35 is fantastic.
Good to see those numbers right now for President Trump as we await that first one to 270. It definitely is a race at this point, but it is still one state at a time, one poll that will close at a time, one precinct at a time throughout the country. And Bobby, we were talking before, and Bobby sent me a text message from Michael Whatley, the RNC chair, of an ex-post about all of the election integrity that they're really ramping up, guys. So it's a team effort right now as we look for that free and fair election.
They really were on the 1 yard line, as President Trump was saying, and it's now time to drive the ball in. You look at the Tar Heel state especially, they were able to successfully remove approximately 747,000 non-residents and legal registered voters on there. And that could have just been simply people moving to another state and forgetting their registration existed. So hats off to Michael Whatley and Laura Trump, the co-chairs. And of course, President Trump says in every state, at every rally with each state chair, oh, I like them so much, but if we don't win, I don't think I'm going to like them so much. So, having fun with it all.
Right.
But there have been amazing efforts for election integrity this cycle.
Exactly, and Christina always likes to hear the President Trump impersonator himself right here, Bobby McNeely. I know there's a few of you out there that do a great job, but Christina, I mean, look at Texas right now. Look at Oklahoma. I mean, we already know that those are going to be voting red, but it's those swing states, and we see, again, North Carolina, and then I know Virginia, Christina, as we see Alabama, Mississippi, Oklahoma, Tennessee, South Carolina, Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia. And then, did Florida just get called, guys?
It looks like it did.
It looks like Florida may have just got called.
Yep. And this is another state that we were counting on. When we do break it down county by county, it's going to be interesting when you look at the actual numbers to see if Miami-Dade and Broward County flipped to red. Obviously, these are big Hispanic populations centered in Florida. And so it's amazing. Look at this. Kansas just shows up. We knew Kansas was going red, home of the great Mike Pompeo. And so Kansas, the Sunflower State, has now just shifted to light red. Nebraska. We have a pretty solid foundation of Republican voters in Nebraska. There's one county that's questionable, the Omaha region, so that's what we're going to be watching for, but I'm pretty sure Nebraska as well is going to go red. Then, of course, big agricultural states, North Dakota, South Dakota, those are likely to go red. And so if I'm Donald J. Trump right now, I'm feeling pretty darn good about the way that the night is turning out. I mean, this is looking really good. So far, they have tallied up 11,510,859 votes for our champion,
Donald Trump, and you know, I don't want to get too excited too early, but I am somebody who watches elections very closely. In 2020, it almost blew my mind when I saw how much blue was on the map at this very hour. So when you take a look at how things have changed, we know that election integrity has a lot to do with it. We know that the worsened economy, every problem that we have because of the economy right now, the high inflation, the high energy prices, what it costs to get eggs, this was all caused by Biden and Harris. And so to see that the country is looking for change is so inspiring. You can't bamboozle us anymore, Democrat Party. So we're really excited to see this. AP calls Kentucky, Indiana, and West Virginia for Trump. You see that at the lower third portion of your screen, and the numbers are going to keep trickling in as time goes by, but Georgia now has stayed a solid red. We've been watching this for the past half hour or so. 36% of the votes have been tallied up in the state of Georgia. In Texas, and this is another big Senate race. We're watching Ted Cruz, a man who has been a champion for our nation. At one point, it looked like his challenger was doing okay, but 16% of the votes have been counted in the Lone Star State, and we're looking good right now in Texas. Of course, if you voted Trump at the top of the ticket, chances are you voted red all the way down. So President Trump is likely to carry some of these big Senate and House races along with him. We're going to take a look now at what the Senate election shows, and you can see right now in Texas, it's purple. Still, though, just 16% of those votes counted, so we're going to keep watching that one for you. But in the states where Trump has been declared victorious, those are the states that we're also seeing the Senate. Tennessee, that means it was been called for Marsha Blackburn, who's done a fantastic job in the state of Tennessee serving our Senate. So I'm pretty excited, guys. I'm feeling good. Obviously, we want to be cautiously optimistic, but again, if I'm Donald J. Trump and I'm watching these numbers come in, trickle in, it's looking really good, not just for him, but for the power that he needs, the backup that he needs to enact his vision for our country.
Christina, it looks with 88% of the vote, AP is estimating that President Trump has won the Sunshine State of Florida.
So now Florida, a win for President Trump, South Carolina, Alabama, Mississippi, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia, all for President Trump. The numbers that are a bit concerning is in Pennsylvania, to be honest, right now. When you look at Pennsylvania, let's talk about what you see there, Christina, with the votes and the percentage. I mean, only 5% of the votes are counted, Christina. So specifically, could that be Philadelphia, the region there? Oh, we don't know. We probably can look in somewhere, but we do know that the numbers are leaning to Harris right now, but that's only 5% of the vote right now in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, the night is still young. Pennsylvania, I think, is going to be a state that we do have to wait on tonight. And hey, we will wait as long as it takes to see a President Donald J. Trump victory. Michigan's another state that concerns me, but even in the city of Detroit, where we have the big three automakers, this is a part of the country where manufacturing used to thrive. Our auto industry used to thrive. And so we really need to see, well, we knew Illinois. Illinois is a state that we have to watch, carried by Chicago oftentimes. But guys, I mean, it's looking like we thought that it would.
Exactly. All right, Christina Loren, thank you so much for that live report. Let's go now to Palm Beach, Florida, where RSBN's Harrison Fields and Megan Kohler are live at the Trump
from West Palm Beach.
Team
It
Trump
is election
rally
night in America.
In the sense of the
Here,
watch
Harrison
party there.
Fields
So many
with the
rallies that
great
we've been
Megan
covering.
Kohler.
Well, let's go to that watch
We're
party
here.
right now.
It's election night. The results are coming in, and some storylines are starting to develop. Megan, what do you think?
There's no place I'd rather be than in the great state of Florida, President Trump's home state. It's going to be an amazing night, and I can't wait to see what lies ahead. It's an exciting race already. I wanted to win every single state, but, you know, Kamala has won a couple, but President Trump's doing incredible, and we can't wait to see what happens next.
So, as you mentioned, we're in my home state of Florida. My mom lives 20 minutes up the road. Funny enough, I had my senior prom in this building. So, reminiscing, but also celebrating a historic night. And it seems like Florida has just reestablished itself as the dominant Republican state in this nation. Donald Trump beat it. I believe the first time a Republican candidate has ever done that, at least in modern times. So a magnificent show out for Republicans showing up in this beautiful state of Florida. Kudos to the Republican Party of Florida, but of course the RNC and the GOP really turning out the vote in this state. You're looking at Duval County, Palm Beach County, Hillsborough County, Republicans totally overperforming any previous election. Donald Trump taking every electoral vote, 30 electoral votes in this great state, and Rick Scott winning as well.
My take on Miami-Dade flipping red is because during the COVID lockdowns, so many Americans who lived in other awesome but blue cities across America realized how draconian these measures were during COVID. They ended up going down to Florida, which of course was free and open. They went to Miami, and now they want to live where it's free and they want to vote Republican.
Yeah, so like I said, family lives here. We can tell that there's been an influx of Northerners, people from all over the country coming to Florida because it is the free state under the tremendous leadership of Governor Ron DeSantis. But your time at 8 p.m., more states are closing their polls. So we're getting more and more results as the minutes go on. You're seeing crucial calls when it comes to some Senate races. You're also seeing crucial congressional races being called. And of course, Donald Trump continues to prevail in a lot of these early Republican states. And Kamala Harris is winning in some of the stronghold Democratic states like Massachusetts and Rhode Island. Still very early, but I'm talking to a lot of people that are looking at the data, and they're saying Republican turnout has really given us the momentum with Election Day here.
A few races to look at. Georgia, we have 16 electoral votes. Pennsylvania, of course, 19 electoral votes. Michigan, 15 electoral votes. North Carolina, they're counting right now, 16 electoral votes. Wisconsin's got 10, and Nevada has 6. We're so excited to see what happens next, and they have called the Senate race for West Virginia. Jim Justice, Republican, is officially.
Yes. So if you look at the Senate race, a lot of the experts are saying that the Senate will likely flip to Republican control, which means goodbye, Chuck Schumer. I hope you enjoyed the gavel while you had it. But West Virginia was one of those key states that once Joe Manchin announced that he was retiring, the Republican Party, the NRSC said, okay, we've got something here in West Virginia. Jim Justice, a beloved governor, former Democrat who switched parties over to the Republican Party, ran in that state. He had Baby Dog, the Bulldog, the famous Bulldog. He won. So we are about one flip away from the Senate control going to the Republican Party. We are monitoring closely the congressional races to see if the Republicans can maintain control there. But again, half the country, the polls are closing. The other half, the West Coast, we are still waiting for their polls to close. So we got a long night ahead of us. But I think a lot of Republicans, I'm talking to some operatives that say, we think that tonight is actually going to be a little bit shorter than the experts have been saying. A lot of Democrats have been thinking that this might go days. And I think the Republican Party is starting to think that this actually may just be like a 1 a.m., 2 a.m. situation where Republicans can claim victory because of the early showing and the turnout on Election Day, which has been historic in many, many localities.
In the 2024 election, we absolutely had a record-breaking voter turnout for as far as early voting goes. We've never seen anything like that before. I remember when I voted in the 2016 election, I had to work on Election Day, so I was out of town. I was in Vegas. And in Ohio, they were very strict about why aren't you going to be available? Why aren't you here? I had to give my reasonings for why I wasn't going to be able to vote on Election Day, and I had to vote absentee. But now it's turning into this marathon of voting days. There's weeks on end of voting. So it's really different this time around. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
I mean, if you look at the Commonwealth of Virginia, I believe they give the residents there over 40 days of early voting, the most really in any state. It's actually really impressive. I think it's probably a little bit too long, but the Republicans really took advantage of that. If you look at rural Virginia, where President Trump was a couple of days ago in Salem, the turnout in rural Virginia, you're talking 100 to 200% increases in the Commonwealth of Virginia. On top of that, you have turnout very low in some of the Democratic strongholds of Fairfax County, Loudoun County, Fredericksburg County. You're seeing turnout for the Democrats a little bit sluggish in the Commonwealth of Virginia, but you're also seeing that across the map.
You look at Pennsylvania, I think a lot of Democrats are getting concerned that Philadelphia is not going to show up for Kamala Harris the way her campaign wants Philadelphia to show up. You've had some pundits say that she has to hit the 700,000 mark in Philadelphia to carry the Commonwealth. I've got a lot of people saying it doesn't look like it's possible for Kamala Harris to reach that 700,000 threshold in Philadelphia, which could mean an early night for Donald Trump. It's still very, very early. I'm monitoring X, Elon Musk's X. I'm talking to a lot of sources that are looking at the data to see where we're at. Very early to call anything right now, but I think the Republicans do feel like the momentum is in their favor.
And for the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, which of course is a huge role in this election, there's a very large Amish community, the Amish population, the normal American culture, but the government has become so overreaching that the Amish are coming out in droves in support for President Trump. And I think that's going to play a huge role in this Pennsylvania race.
Yeah, and I was seeing at Liberty University in Virginia, lines circling the building. A lot of young Christian conservatives coming out to vote in Liberty could play a role in the Virginia, the race to the White House in Virginia. You talk about election integrity. Florida, the third largest state in the union. We got a final call on this less than an hour and a half after their polls closed. Florida is very interesting. You have the Panhandle that actually is in Central Time. So before Central Time even happened, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, we already had a call. Florida was already called. As the third largest state, we were able to go through our mail, go through our early, and go through our in-person on Election Day votes in a matter of minutes, really, for a call, a definitive call in that state. Why can't the entire nation just follow the benchmark, the structure of Florida elections? I think a lot of people are going to start asking, why are we having to wait days in Nevada, in Wisconsin, in Pennsylvania? So I think Florida really is the standard of how to run elections. Kudos to Ron DeSantis. Kudos to the conservative leadership in this state, which has made elections very seamless. And we already have a big, big call. Florida has gone for Donald Trump for a third time.
And what a great testament to the efficiency of how they're running the election in the state of Florida. That's a great point. So many electoral votes, huge population of the United States living in Florida, and they were able to get it together and get it counted and get it done. I mean, that was very quickly that we were able to get the vote counted. So just an update on some of these states. We have Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia, South Carolina, and Oklahoma for President Trump.
Yeah, we need Elon Musk's Starlink here in the building because Wi-Fi, it's a bit of a struggle.
Elon, help us out.
If we're looking at our phones, we're trying to see if we've established connection, and we're trying to get some information from some of our sources, some of the public data as well. So apologies if we do look down, but there's a lot coming in. Polls are closing in a lot of states. People's votes are being counted. The public is knowing where we stand in this race. You have South Carolina already going for Donald Trump, Indiana, Kentucky. Obviously, we talked about Florida. Georgia. Can President Trump win in Georgia? The polls looked very close, but the early vote for Georgia looked incredible. I think the Democrats were starting to sweat a little bit, and I think the turnout for the Democratic Party might not get Georgia over the finish line for Kamala Harris. Still too close to call, but I think Brian Kemp, the Republican Party in Georgia, has done a really good job turning out that vote. You look at the rural areas, you look at the suburbs around Atlanta, it tells a very interesting story. They're breaking for Donald Trump in ways that didn't happen in 2020 and didn't happen in 2016. So I think Donald Trump's team is feeling pretty good in Georgia. We're going to continue to monitor to see when that call comes through. But right now, he is leading in the great state of Georgia.
We had lots of rallies this campaign season for President Trump in Georgia, and it is currently leaning red. So that's great. That's exciting news. Texas, of course, is leaning red as well, and Missouri. And then Ohio is still counting, Pennsylvania, of course, Michigan, Illinois, North Carolina, Virginia. These are all still counting, and they're in play.
Yeah, so we're here in the convention center here in West Palm Beach. You've got the larger of the two watch parties here, and then at Mar-a-Lago, some of the close senior advisors are there with President Trump and the first family, or soon-to-be first family, watching over there as well. So the energy here is very, very exciting. There's been a trickle of people. Every time I look back, I'm realizing more and more people are coming to the Palm Beach Convention Center. Mar-a-Lago is also very, very busy. A lot of people are just taking it in. You had some anxious energy from the RNC under Lara Trump, and Michael Whatley has been incredible. Their mission was to get people out early, whether that was via mail, via in-person, or other means of voting early, and they achieved that. You saw what happened in Georgia, incredible. You saw in Nevada and Arizona, incredible early vote numbers. So they were talking to a lot of people. Mark Lauder, a good friend, he said the math isn't mathing. And I agree. If you look at history, Democrats don't vote on Election Day. They don't. That has always been a Republican stronghold that even if it's a little close, we know that the Republican votes come out on Election Day. So if you look at a lot of these states where the Democrats might have been trailing a little bit, they've got to feel a little nervous because their people do not come out on election early. I know we've got Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. We've got a lot of incoming right now. We'll see what the pundits have to say, but it's shaping up to be a potentially really good night for President Trump.
Sentiment here on the ground in Palm Beach is awesome. Here in the convention center, everyone's in really good spirits. We have tons out in their MAGA hats, red, white, and blue, looking very sharp here tonight.
Yeah.
And they're handing out MAGA hats as well. There's lots of seats around. Everyone's in really good spirits. Everyone's in a good mood.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of fun here tonight.
It's become a little bit of a homecoming, if you will. I served in the Trump administration. I'm seeing a lot of former colleagues. Everyone kind of descended on West Palm Beach as a rallying of the team, really. See a lot of former White House press corps here as well, who is now traveling with President Trump throughout the campaign. So a lot of familiar faces in the room. It's very much a MAGA homecoming here in West Palm Beach. Very fitting that the state of Florida went so significantly for President Trump, who has called Florida home. Obviously, the Winter White House, Mar-a-Lago, just miles down the road. Florida is a very symbolic place for a lot of reasons. It goes to show you the freedom that the state prioritizes. It goes to show you the beauty of Republican leadership. My old boss, Byron Donalds, talks about Florida as really a test of what Republican leadership looks like. We've had 30 years of conservative governance in the governor's mansion, and there's a reason why people are coming here. We've kept taxes low, both personal and corporate. We've let the American people here take advantage of their financial situations. Educational choices here. We prioritize our police and safety here. There's no sanctuary cities in Florida. You saw what Governor DeSantis did. He shipped them right over to Martha's Vineyard, said you're not welcome here if you're illegal. So a lot of people love this state. Miami-Dade, massive Cuban population there, went for Donald Trump, historic levels. So I think a lot of Democrats are saying, wow, should we even invest dollars in this state anymore? Because it's truly a Republican state.
And we have some congressional races here in Florida. Rep. Anna Paulina Luna in Congressional District 13, Rep. Matt Gaetz in Congressional District 1, Rep. Byron Donalds in 19, and Florida, Corey Mills, Florida's Congressional District 7 as well.
And Kat Kamek, Neil Dunn, Mike Waltz also winning. So no major news out of the congressionals. I don't think there's been any significant flips. I was talking to some of my sources to see if Florida could potentially flip one or two Democrat seats based on that stronghold. But you got to remember, Orange County, very Democrat. Broward County, still unfortunately very Democrat in the state. So no news in the congressional. But in the Senate side, Rick Scott blew it away. You started to see some polling that Rick Scott may have potentially been getting it a little bit close of a race. Not at all. Rick Scott blew it away.
Gotta love it. And a huge thank you to our friends over at Patriot Addict. Our sponsor, Patriot Addict, just made their all-time top-selling Trump knife deal even better for elections. For a limited time on Election Day special, they're offering an additional 10% off for RSBN viewers and giving you guys a total of 30% off. Use coupon code RSBN30 to get 30% off as for their Election Day special. Grab your Trump combat knife today. These are super high quality knives that you can add to your collection or gift it to your loved ones this upcoming holiday season. Get yours at 30% off today. Use coupon code RSBN30. Visit their website, patriotaddictdeals.com. Again, that's patriotaddictdeals.com, and use coupon code RSBN30 for 30% off. And this deal is an election special that won't last too long. Huge thank you to Patriot Addict.
Yeah, none of this would be possible without our great sponsors and, of course, our great viewers. I'm interested to see how many people are tuning in tonight. I feel like it's going to be records. There's so many people interested in what's going to happen today and what the ramifications will be tomorrow and down the road. A lot of Republicans have had to deal with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris in the White House for a long time. I would say about a year ago today, we were like, okay, let's mobilize, let's get ready, let's get re-engaged in our politics. And you saw the RNC, you saw normal everyday Republicans putting yard signs, working at polls, getting engaged, attending rallies, phone banking, door knocking. The Scott Preslers of the world put on their boots and said, we are going to start making a difference in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. You saw a really uniting force around the Republican Party to make sure that we regain the White House, hold on to the House, and flip the Senate. Tonight is the big night. Did the fruits of our labor pay off? What are we going to be reaping for the years of sowing into the Republican Party and ensuring that we remain in power in the House and take back power in the Senate and the White House? I think it's still early to tell, but I think if you talk to the Republican Party, there may be some officials that we can talk to later on tonight. I think they did the work. I think they did what they needed to do. You've been to a number of rallies. I've been to a number of rallies. It's not just the rally, right? Because that's 25,000 Trump supporters. It's the driving. Remember when we drove from Milwaukee to Dodge County? All you saw was Trump signs, you know? And you were talking about your cookie poll. I'm sure the viewers are going to love to talk about it.
Poll.
She's been tracking this cookie poll out of what state?
It's from the Philadelphia area.
Yes. And it just goes to show you that the momentum, the enthusiasm truly seems to be in Donald Trump's favor. Obviously, a cookie poll is not going to determine the election.
Kamala Harris, 3,135 cookies. Donald Trump, 45,596 cookies as of today.
Yeah, incredible. We're getting numbers here in Georgia. With over 50% of the vote in, Donald Trump still remains in the lead there in Georgia. Obviously, the Kamala Harris campaign really wanted to zero in on Georgia. They wanted to keep it in the Democrat side of the ledger. We also are looking at Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. You're looking at Wisconsin, Michigan. A lot of East Coast states are battleground states. There could be a story to be told here early. We're also looking at Virginia. Even if Donald Trump doesn't take Virginia, if he makes it within a 5-point race, that can tell a story about what could happen in North Carolina, what could happen in Pennsylvania. So I think the data nerds, both campaigns are looking very, very closely at the smallest of indicators. Obviously, there was a lot of early vote in this election. What did that mean? We also talk about propensity voters, low propensity, high propensity, medium propensity. The GOP did a really good job of turning out the low to medium propensity voters. What does that mean? It means people that usually aren't engaged in politics, whether they skipped last election, whether they didn't participate in the midterms, whether they didn't participate in 2 presidential elections ago. Donald Trump is pulling these people out. They're getting off the couch. They're getting engaged. They're focusing in on the presidential election, and they're voting. So if you talk about a close election and Kamala Harris isn't pulling out the low propensity to medium propensity voters for the Democratic Party, but Donald Trump is pulling out the low to medium propensity independents and Republicans, that could be a difference maker in this election. It's something that the campaigns are looking very, very closely at. And prior to today, I was talking to a lot of sources that were saying, we are beating the Democrats when it comes to low and medium propensity voters, and that could be all the difference. Still very early to tell where we're at right now, but the Democratic Party was a little skittish, was a little nervous. You had former Obama advisors saying the early vote was a little scary. Republicans turned out early. They listened to President Trump. They listened to the swamp the vote and too big to rig initiatives, and they voted early. And it's very impressive. So if we banked enough vote early, and then we killed it today on day of voting, Republican Party could be celebrating here a little bit after midnight or potentially even earlier. A lot of experts are saying if what we're seeing holds up, it's not going to be as late of a night. Still too early to tell that, but I think the Republican Party has a good feeling right now. And I will continue to let you know from my sources how we are looking. But we're here. We made it. It's election night. You did the deed, you voted, and now you're huddled around the TV trying to see who the next president of the United States is going to be. A lot of toxicity in this environment. We remember what happened to President Trump nearly losing his life, not just once, but twice. The rhetoric from Kamala Harris, calling him Hitler, calling his supporters Nazis, calling us garbage. There's been a lot of hostile nature from the press and also the Democratic Party, but we've had massive resolve, just like President Trump had when he lifted up his fist and said, fight, fight, fight. The Republican Party is more united than ever, which is really, really crucial going into this election. The Liz Cheneys, the Adam Kinzingers really haven't made a difference in our party when it comes to determining if Republicans are going to vote out or we're going to turn out. And independents. I think last minute swing voters, they're breaking on the issue of the economy. They trust Donald Trump on the issue of the economy. They trust Donald Trump on the issue of immigration. So if you look at where they're going to go, it's kind of like a seesaw. And I think they're going to end up falling in the Trump category because of the issues. Swing voters are always going to go after the issues.
And the RFK endorsement was so huge for President Trump because he has really tapped into a market of people who either were going to vote independent or maybe even were Democrat in the past, and even people who have never voted before ever are now voting for President Trump. And we've seen that with all the rallies that we've done. There's always voter registration booths outside and brand new first-time voters. And then we're not just referring to people who aren't just turning 18. People who are above age to vote and just never participated in any race are now voting and registering to vote for Donald J. Trump.
Which was a difference maker in 2016. A lot of people were shocked when President Trump beat Hillary Clinton. And then when they kind of did the post-mortem of how did we lose, it was people that never were engaged. People that literally voted for the first time in their 50s came out to vote for Donald Trump. So a lot of the people have been saying, listen, don't look at 2020 as an indicator of how 2024 is going to go. 2020 was a massive outlier. Why? Everyone basically in this country got a mail-in ballot. Everyone had the opportunity to vote because they were sitting on their couch, because everyone was pretty much on lockdown, especially if you lived in a Democratic state. It's not the same right now. And the beauty of social media is that it's presented the Republican Party an opportunity to kind of cut through all the negative press coming from the corporate media. And people have been able to get their news directly from this thing, the cell phone, or their computers. Also, Donald Trump prioritized different markets, Joe Rogan, Theo Vaughn, other platforms. He joined TikTok. So he's reaching an audience that he typically never reached before. And there was a guy in Virginia, he was interviewed, and they said, who are you voting for? He said, well, I voted for Joe Biden in 2020, but I'm voting for Donald Trump in 2024. CNN said, why are you doing that? Because Donald Trump went on podcasts and he spoke to the American people in a way that Kamala Harris didn't. He felt like he got to know Donald Trump more, and he felt like he is the best guy for this season right now. And he was a young guy who voted for Donald Trump for the first time, Democrat voting previously. So you talk about those little anecdotal stories, but they tell a bigger story of like, where are young men? They're on podcasts, they're on X, they're on TikTok, and Donald Trump is connecting with them. So we'll see what that plays out, but it's an anecdote that could potentially be a determining factor in this election.
And just on the Joe Rogan podcast alone, Donald Trump went on, J.D. Vance went on, and Elon Musk went on.
Right.
All, of course, for the Trump team altogether, which accumulated tens of millions of views.
Yeah.
President Trump had over 40 million views. J.D. Vance did a few million within the first day. Elon Musk, I mean, this is a mass audience that they've been able to reach through the Joe Rogan podcast, and then ultimately Joe Rogan endorsed Donald Trump himself.
Right. And the beauty of those two interviews with Donald Trump and J.D. Vance on Joe Rogan is that it wasn't that political. It was more of a personal conversation about a lot of things. Obviously, they talked about personality, but if you really didn't know about Donald Trump, he gave you 3 hours in which you can kind of break through and be like, wait, he's just an average guy, a normal guy who's nice, relatable. Oh, and he's right on the policy as well. So we are here in West Palm Beach on the press riser. We've probably got close to 100 press right here. And it's election night in America. And everyone's excited. Here, Harrison Fields, Megan Kohler. We are going to toss it back to the studio in Auburn, Alabama. We will be back. It's election night in America. Be sure to don't move an inch. Continue on RSBN. Live from West Palm Beach. We'll be back soon.
With you, especially on a critically important night like tonight. And what you'll notice here on the map is we are still watching a lot of these states go back and forth from red to blue. However, almost the entire southeastern quadrant of this great nation now covered in red. Now, I really want to take a moment and talk about what's been going on in Ohio. Now, Ohio is a really important state to watch because typically Ohio can be a bellwether for presidential elections. And if you've been watching this map as closely as me, you've seen it flip from blue to red and now back to red. 43% of the votes in Ohio have been counted. Ohio is an important state. It has leaned more Democratic in years past. However, when Donald Trump stepped into the picture in 2016 and 2020, we had a clear winner, a clear decision for Donald J. Trump. And so this is a state that we're going to have to keep watching because it really depends on voter turnout. So if we see a big shift in voter turnout in states like Ohio, we could lose a very important state. This is something that we're watching very closely, but rest assured at this point, again, Donald J. Trump is up 51% to Kamala Harris's 48%. Now, obviously, these states are important here on the southeastern part of the country, in fact, for the eastern third of the nation. But some of those big electoral numbers are going to come in later on tonight from California. We're going to be watching Oregon and Washington, 3 typically blue states. So I really don't want anybody to get too comfortable just yet. And as we watch these numbers go up, Donald J. Trump is now at 101 electoral votes that have been confirmed by the AP. This is their projection. 71% now for Kamala Harris, 71 votes now for Kamala Harris. So it's very, very close. 53.8% going to Donald J. Trump. At this moment, 45.1% going to Kamala Harris. However, when you take a look at the map, we're still watching Pennsylvania and Michigan, 2 swing states, very closely over the past hour. North Carolina has stayed red. At this point, 23% of the votes have been counted in the great state of North Carolina, in the Tar Heel state. Let's move now to Pennsylvania and show you what's been happening there. Don't be too concerned just yet. Only 12% of the votes have been counted in Pennsylvania, where we have that critically important 19 electoral votes up for grabs. Pennsylvania has been known to decide elections, and even though this is shaded a little bit more blue than we'd like it to be at this hour, this is a state where it's going to take hours to count all the votes. When it comes to Michigan, also shaded in a color that we don't love, rest assured only 7% of the votes have been counted. So we're still watching these swing states very closely. Interesting to see Maine right here, one of the northeasternmost state in the country, is shaded red for now. Now these votes are just coming in now, only 2 electoral votes. Nonetheless, we'll take every electoral vote that we can get for Donald J. Trump. However, we do notice the margin is closing in quite a bit between the 2 candidates. And so again, this is the time to pray. Send your prayers up for Donald J. Trump. You know what he's done for our country. You know how hard he's worked throughout the campaign season. If there's one thing that Donald J. Trump is, it's a hard worker. And right now the polls are closed, but it never closes when it comes to the time that you can send your prayers, and your is straight red. And we're still watching for some of those larger counties, Miami-Dade and Broward County in South Florida, to potentially turn red as well. The numbers keep coming in. In Florida at this hour, 92% of the votes are in. In Texas, 52% of the votes are in. We did have some concerns at one point in this election cycle about the great state of Texas, the Lone Star State, but it's a border state. This is a good bellwether for the remainder of the border states. You're talking about New Mexico, Arizona. These are 2 states we're expecting Arizona to go red based on just voter registration alone, but we could see New Mexico flip as well. It's just one of those nights. I do think it's going to be a long night because the numbers continue to increase for Kamala Harris, which is not something that we love, but hey, it's not over till it's over, and we're going to keep watching it for you every moment. Guys, what are you checking out right now from the desk? Okay, we're going to pause for a moment. I do want to let you know about a couple things that we do have coming up. Number one, Mike Lindell is going to be joining us for an interview. Obviously, Mike Lindell has worked over the past 4 years, a culmination of all his hard work. In the forefront tonight, what can we expect in the state of Minnesota where he does his manufacturing? The My Pillow company is located in Minnesota. We're going to have a live update from him. Also, we spoke to Representative Andy Biggs. He's in Arizona. He gave us a really good projection of what he thinks is going to happen. May not be as optimistic as some of us would like it to be, but the man keeps it real, and so stay tuned. That interview is coming your way as well. We have great live coverage coming your way. You just saw that from Palm Beach, where the President Donald J. Trump watch party is taking place. And we're in Cobb County, Pennsylvania. We're watching very closely what's happening in Pennsylvania because this is a state where election integrity, at least when it comes to our 50 states that make up this great nation, it's Pennsylvania that we're watching the most closely in order to make sure that this is a safe and secure election. And I don't have a lot of doubt about the great state of Michigan. I also think that President Donald J. Trump at the top of the ticket is going to pull up Mike Rogers for the Senate. Let's take a look at what's happening in the Senate race right now. And again, the numbers, it's too early to call. Only 8% of the votes have been counted in the state of Michigan. We're looking good, though, when it comes to the state of Tennessee. It looks like Marsha Blackburn, she has been given the green light. She will once again be serving us in the Senate. The Senate, 1/3 up for grabs in this election. In Florida, we're also looking good. Look at Texas. We were concerned about Ted Cruz at one point in this election. Now, with 52% of the votes counted, it looks good for Ted Cruz. And Ted Cruz is an amazing man. He's done a lot for the state of Texas. He does a lot in Congress to keep us safe. And we really appreciate the fact that he ran again, because it's not easy serving in the Senate. But he ran again, and it looks like he's going to win. So we're super excited to see that news as well. In North Dakota, we're also looking good for Kevin Cramer, GOP candidate there, 73.4% of the vote right now, but only 2% counted. Cramer will likely take that Senate race as well. And in Florida, Rick Scott. We're excited to see Rick Scott in the Senate once again. This is more than likely going to be the case. 55.6% of the vote with 91% of the votes counted. He works very, very well with the governor in the state of Florida, the two working in tandem to make sure that Florida is one of those states that sets the bar high for the rest of us. And when you think about the power that could be behind President Donald J. Trump, if the Senate continues to go red, if he has that backup that he needs, I mean, it could make things a lot more smooth. Now, this is going to make you very happy when you take a look at this. Obviously, it's still early in the night. We're going to be watching California, Oregon, and Washington. And the atmosphere might change a little bit later on in the night when we start to really take a look at these West Coast states. However, this is your 2024 U.S. House election projection map. And we're looking really good in Texas, almost all red. This is where your representatives are fighting hard for border security. We're also looking good in Oklahoma, in Florida. Of course, there's a couple spots here. You can see Miami-Dade and Broward. Representatives look like they will stay red. We're going to be watching very closely for some of these races with people. Mario Diaz-Balart, for example, 71% of the vote right now in Florida's 26th district. We're also looking good in Central Florida here. Scott Franklin, 65.7% of the vote. So things are looking good. We've got a lot more time in order to kind of digest, process everything that's happening. But let me take you back to the most important situation, and that's our presidential race, where Donald J. Trump sits with 101 electoral votes, Kamala Harris at 71. And the night is young, guys.
All right, Christina, thank you so much. Now let's look at Ohio right now. What are the numbers that you're seeing with the amount of votes counted there at this point?
Actually show up to vote. That's a possibility that we saw a shift in voter turnout. It can significantly impact elections. However, we're still feeling confident, 51.9% going for Donald Trump. It's really going to be dependent on which counties have been counted, have been tallied up so far. And of course, Cleveland is going to be the big city inside of Ohio. But this is J.D. Vance country right here. And a lot of people are very excited about the future of the Republican Party because of Ohio Senator J.D. Vance. And so again, we don't want to jump to conclusions. We want to stay cautiously optimistic, but Ohio can be a bellwether for presidential elections. And so hopefully it will stay red. That'll be a good sign for us. Another bellwether is going to be Nevada as we move late into the evening hours.
Now, Christina, as we're dissecting these numbers specifically in the Buckeye state of Ohio, it looks like President Trump and Senator Sherrod Brown, the incumbent, are neck and neck together in this race. Do you think this is a situation where maybe there's some split voting with almost half of the electorate having been recorded thus far?
It's interesting, and yeah, it really is going to be determined by where the votes are coming in right now, because if we still need to count all the rural areas that really make Ohio great, then we know it's going to be a clear victory for President Donald J. Trump. But it's interesting how Ohio on the presidential map is red, and then when you take a look at Sherrod Brown, 49.3% of the vote, Bernie Moreno, 48.1% of the vote, but that's for now. And again, if they're done tallying up in Cleveland, that could be what is pushing the numbers higher for the Democrat Party. However, Bernie Moreno is beloved in this part of the country. We know that President Donald J. Trump has backed him, and when you get that backing from Donald J. Trump, it can only help you. And we know that in Ohio, it's still early. Again, 45% of the votes counted. This is what we're going to watch very, very closely going forward. But it's blue for the Senate race. Right now, red, though, for the presidential election. And when you vote for Trump at the top of the ballot, he will usually pull up the congressional members that sit on that ticket beneath him.
All right, Christina Loren, thank you so much for that live report there in the projection room at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We see a lot of red on that map. We're monitoring the numbers and the data coming through. Now, we do want to thank a number of our sponsors for this entire broadcast, including Juvent, big pharma, big medicine, and lobbyists that have made their way into places they shouldn't be, often lead to the suppression of products like the Juvent Micro Impact platform. So we're told that this platform will radically transform the way that you think about and approach overall health. So you see that information there on your screen. Juvent is a great sponsor here.
Huckabee is doing, and think about a great stocking stuffer for those future voters or those interested in the process. I think about that wonderful family we interviewed in Aurora, Colorado. They went
and turned the judicial system against Donald Trump, and they've had up to 4 cases against him, where prior to him announcing that he was going to become wanted to become president, that none of this was a problem. The minute he announced that, then all of a sudden they started coming after him tooth and nail. And if you ask me, that is a threat to our democracy.
Stuart, it is fascinating that it seems as though Trump is impervious to bad news. We had the fallout from the 6th of January 2021, the Capitol riots. There's been a string of indictments, an unprecedented criminal conviction, and yet his support has always stayed stable, 40% or above in the polls. Why do you think that is?
Well, that's precisely what I was trying to get at. Prior to him announcing his candidacy for the presidency, nobody was going after him. That is a misuse of the United States judicial system to go after your political opponent. And that's why I'm saying that if anybody is a threat to the democracy of this country, it has been the Democrats by that action that they have taken against Donald Trump.
How then do you tie that in with what Donald Trump said in this campaign, saying, you know, he's going to go after the enemy within?
You know, Donald Trump says a whole lot of stuff. And again, this is a constitutional republic, and there are safeguards put in place to not allow that to happen. This is not Venezuela. This is not North Korea. This is the United States of America, and we do have safeguards to go after people like that. And if he was to try something, you know, to that extreme, I think some people would have a problem with that, but I do not feel that's the case. Donald Trump says a lot of things. He's an entrepreneur. I used to work for an entrepreneur. They throw a lot of ideas around, and whatever sticks to the wall for more than 5 minutes, that's maybe what he'll do. But if it doesn't stick, then he's on to the next idea. He's an idea man. And I think, is why a lot of people like him.
We have seen pictures and videos of shops in Washington, D.C. being boarded up. They're concerned about rioting. Do you have any concerns about violence once these results are finally called?
No, not necessarily. Maybe in Washington, D.C., they're overly, if you ask me, this January 6th thing was an overly reaction to some people that were demonstrating. It got out of hand, but it in no way was what they are trying to picture it to be. At least that's what quite a few people in this country, at least the ones that are conservative, kind of look at that as that was really over the top on the part of the Democrats, making a mountain out of a molehill.
OK, Stuart Johnson, good to have your thoughts. Thank you very much for joining us.
You're welcome. Thank you.
It's approaching 2 o'clock. Wait, it's 2 o'clock. This is America Decides on GB News. Well, history will be made in the next few hours, and by the morning there could be a brand new president-elect of the United States.
I feel very confident. I have felt, you know, we went in with a very big lead today, and it looks like Republicans have shown up in force.
Votes out here. Gotta talk to voters.
All right, everybody, come this
Caroline.
But some Americans are still not convinced that Trump could win.
My view is that Trump had this to win 10 days ago, and he blew it in his closing last week.
Well, of course, we're going to be with you right throughout the night.
I think it's been going on way too long, and I just have a feeling it's not going to be resolved tonight or tomorrow night or even in a week.
I think that Donald Trump, who won in 2016, he didn't really follow through with a lot of the promises he had because, again, it was even a shock necessarily to his campaign. He had to work with a lot of these, like, normie rhino Republicans. I think this time around, if he does win, we are probably going to be seeing more of those extreme Trumpist ideas coming to the forefront.
And we'll bring you more results as they happen live across the United States.
I just have a really good feeling that, you know, Kamala Harris will win, and she really wants to unite all Americans.
But what is it going to mean for them, and what result would be best for us here in Britain?
It will definitely be Trump because during his presidency, he's shown that with our former prime ministers and his immense love for the royal family.
Get ready for a night of twists and turns, because truly anything could happen.
This is a night where there's still a lot of people out. There's still a lot of people in line. There's still a lot of votes that are going to be casted. I do think you're going to see some pretty interesting turnout numbers overall because early voting has been massive.
Well, they're fighting for the keys to the White House, and already we've had results right across America.
That's right, my map has been blank to a sea of red. But a health warning on these numbers. 105 electoral votes so far for Donald Trump. These are all expected states. We're yet to see the crucial swing states like Georgia.
Well, of course, we have got those results coming in all the time, so we'll bring you the latest results as they happen through the night.
Well, joining us throughout the night too are some of the world's top political commentators in the studio with us, our panel for the next few hours. Comedian/commentator Lewis Schaefer. You're doing a good job with your comments, Lewis.
Comedian.
Yeah, comedian. Assistant comment editor at The Telegraph, Poppy Coburn. Senior lecturer in US politics at Queen Mary, London, Richard Johnson. And commentator and author Martin Whittock.
It looks like at 9 p.m. Eastern time, the following polls are closed. Wisconsin closed. Arizona just closed. Nevada, 10 p.m. Eastern. North Carolina already closed at 7:30. So we're just looking at some of the swing states there as we monitor the polls that close. And then, of course, we'll see the numbers come in and the votes counted. We'll be monitoring that right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. All right, so Pennsylvania already closed, so we're watching those numbers too. Why don't we look in a little closer, Bobby, to Pennsylvania on the interactive AP map here, as we know that that's a key state there, the Commonwealth. We'll be going as well to Pennsylvania shortly for some interviews that occurred a little bit earlier from some great voters there in Pennsylvania. We'll be going to that. Why don't we go to that right now, and then we'll talk about some of the numbers in Pennsylvania.
We're getting closer to the end of the workday, so it's starting to pile on as far as the line length right now. But we want to talk to some friends here and see sort of what the temperament has been today and what the turnout has been like. Tell me a little bit about that.
Okay, the temperament's been great. I'm a Republican committee woman, and I'm here with my Republican committee man, and we always meet the Democratic committee people who are working across, and we just say, you know, let's be a good example. I'm not saying I'm telling them. We both are saying the other. We want to make the tempo and the temperament of our process today positive,
as it should be.
As it should be. Yep.
That's the beauty of being here today. Kind of a mix. Let me know.
Oh, that's a very good question. I mean, I really feel it has not been gender specific. Okay. It has been a good example. We've seen a lot of first-time voters, and that is both guys and gals, and it's been really exciting to see, and they're excited to vote for the first time.
I love to see that. When we talk on the campaign trail, we see all of these young kids, and they say, "This is my chance to really exercise my right," which is wonderful. And the next question I just wanted to ask you, as far as what you're going to see. What are you expecting insofar as results? Are you seeing any kind of funny business? Does everything seem very legit? How's election integrity going right now?
I don't see any issues at this point. I mean, we're outside here. We don't see any arguments. We don't see people getting into any kind of conflict with each other. People are taking it seriously. They seem excited. And at this point, I mean, I'm not inside. I don't know what's happening behind the scenes, but at this point, it looks good out here.
Wonderful. And thank you both so much for what you do and what you're doing for the community. Any specific concerns you want to just talk about as far as what you're hoping to see change, happen, what you're looking forward to based on whatever happens with the results?
Oh, I'm just hoping that everything goes smoothly, that we have a you know, just hope it goes smoothly and there's no I don't know what the word is, but, you know, I don't even want to put a word on what would be negative.
I like that. So that's a perfect answer. Very politically correct, but also very good. Very good answer. That's what we want to see today. Thank you, ladies, so much. Appreciate you. Thank you.
All right, so that was Nikki Stanzione there in Bucks County interviewing some great patriots just either before or after voting there in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We see the electoral votes on the bottom of your screen there as we monitor the numbers coming through, as we await a new projection map here with the AP. Here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, we see, again, the newest states, Bobby, that went to President Trump: North Carolina, Dakota, South Dakota, and West Virginia. Speaking of North Carolina, what I was about to say, why don't we look at that real quick here? It looks like, Bobby, 40% of the votes counted for President Trump, leading slightly in North Carolina.
Right, and they are coming in, rather rapidly, but that will be looking more and more like a crucial state for the Tar Heel state in the Sun Belt. big victory if that is able to come across for sure.
Exactly. So we'll be seeing those numbers as we get them. All of that data that is being taken care of out there in the sense of the votes being counted and what we see here. So we see right there, 270, of course, needed to win. President Trump in the lead, 120 over Harris, 99. We have some serious swing states left, Bobby. We still have Wisconsin. We have Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia. We still have, of course, Arizona and Nevada. Am I missing any states there? I mean, that's 7 states, right?
That is.
And North Carolina, yeah. So we have all the states, you know, in the sense of we don't have any swing states yet called for the election right now. Obviously having a little bit of a technical difficulty there, but we do know at the end of the day that we have no swing states that have been called yet. So we're monitoring that, and we'll bring you that coverage as we get it.
And it's looking as if the Peach State remains slightly ahead for President Trump with 68% of votes counted. And we heard earlier from Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger that Georgia will be called tonight. They are confident in that, even with...
So we are looking to see those numbers come in as the electoral votes now. President Trump at 137 to Harris's 99. So a state just came through. Is that Nebraska? We're looking right now as we monitor all of the states that are called for President Trump right now. Of course, again, the swing states have not been called yet. Those are the big ones. And 93 electoral votes up for grabs within that right now. We're seeing also Minnesota looking pretty good toward the red area of just very early, though, on the votes being counted there. So we're monitoring it all right now on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Now, Nebraska, very interesting. This is part of the Harris play for that one congressional seat, the 2nd congressional seat. Maine is very similar, also with their 2nd congressional seat, where they allocate the Electoral College based on congressional district. In other words, you can win statewide. And that's what President Trump has done with Nebraska, calling 2 of its congressional districts, 1 and 3, that making up the statewide vote. The 2nd congressional district independent of that, so you can have a split result in Nebraska and Maine, which could be crucial if it comes down to a 270 split, or 269, 269, and then 270 being the winning factor.
And something that hasn't happened since 1801, the 269, 269. And I don't think we'll be seeing that tonight. We are seeing the numbers come in, though, and as you see, President Trump leading 137 to 99. It would be great to see some more numbers come in here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's 11 after 9 Eastern here at RSBN. Bobby McNeely, Matthew Alvarez here live. You saw Christina Loren and also Harrison Fields and Megan Kohler in Florida. We'll be going back out to that Trump team watch party in Palm Beach, and it's quite a pleasure to work with you today, Bobby, as we are, Bobby's been traveling around the country, as you guys have seen, so him in the same studio with me right now is pretty awesome, but it's been quite the campaign trail. Obviously, it stopped last night, and now here we are, President Trump saying, stay in line, stay in line, stay in line if you're voting out there when it comes to some of the West Coast states that are still open for the polls out there.
So important to do because you can make a difference in this election, and especially in crucial states like Arizona and Nevada with 6 and 11 electoral votes respectively. Now we're looking at what seems to be somewhat of a surprise. President Trump continues to lead in the Commonwealth of Virginia with 50% of votes counted for by AP. He is up 49.9% versus the vice president's 48.5%. So roughly several thousand votes separating the two candidates.
Exactly. So again, the number 177 to 99 right now, 177 to 99. So another state must have just come through. It looks like the state of Texas, the Lone Star State, called for President Trump here. Great numbers there. 3.9 million people so far for President Trump there, 3.3 for Kamala Harris. That's at 57% of the votes counted. So the AP estimating and projecting President Trump winning the Lone Star State. So the numbers again updated now: 177 for President Trump, 99 for Harris, as we continue to track each state and these locations. Why don't we look at, let's go to Georgia. How's Georgia doing now?
Going back to, I was just checking the Senate races because some Senate races have not been called. For example, Ted Cruz leading in Texas, but that has not been called yet. Looking at Georgia, with 68% of the vote in, President Trump remains up roughly 52.5% versus the vice president's 46.8%. So roughly 210,000 votes, President Trump is up, and as you see there, again, projected the winner of the Lone Star State with 40 electoral votes. A big victory for President Trump in the heart of Texas.
Yeah, exactly. So we're looking at Louisiana has also gone to President Trump. So obviously the southeastern part of this country, including up in North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming. Right now, Wisconsin, look at the numbers there. Wisconsin and Michigan, two huge swing states. Wisconsin at 10 electoral votes. Michigan, I believe 16. So 10 and 16 there in Wisconsin and Michigan. Also, Director, if you could please close down the IFB. If you could please close down the IFB. Thank you. We have a number of sponsors to get to here on Right Side Broadcasting Network as well. Let's get to those sponsors in just a second, but let's look back at those electoral numbers. So we're looking at Michigan has 15, and then Wisconsin has 10. So I was incorrect on Michigan. It's 15, not 16. So I just want to make sure the numbers are all accurate on that.
And again, you have an urban turnout down roughly 321,000 plus votes compared to this point in 2020. Female turnout down nearly 205,000 votes compared to 4 years ago. The rural turnout in the UP, that is up roughly 56,000 votes compared to this point in 2020 for the Wolverine State.
Exactly. So we're looking at some possible wins there for President Trump as we monitor each of these states coming into the newsroom here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Now, unfortunately, the state of New York, man, they went to Harris, it looks like, with a decent amount of votes there going to Harris, but that's only with 17% of the votes counted. But the estimate from the AP, the projection is New York will go to Harris. Again, a lot of people there in that state that love President Trump, as you guys know. We look down to New Jersey, Maryland, Delaware, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Vermont, it looks like, and Illinois for Harris right now. But we do know that President Trump has a considerable lead, 177 to 99 right now, Bobby, as we are looking at the time zones, of course, from the Northeast, the Southeast, the Midwest of the country, all the way to the Mountain Time and Western time zones, as we get ready to really come down a final stretch of sorts. We're not there yet, of course.
Right, and it actually looks as if, at least compared to 4 years ago, that things seem to be kind of clipping along, which is somewhat of a surprise, but there has been pressure with a number of secretaries of state and county clerks to really clean up their offices in the process, and they seem to want to get a result fast but also accurately.
All right, so if you're just joining us right now, thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We have crews in Palm Beach, Florida, and Bucks County, Pennsylvania. And of course, we'll be going to our projection room here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We have the latest information when it comes to the AP, when it comes to the projections for each state. As you guys see there on the top right of your screen, on the right side of the screen, 177 to 99. And we're looking at, let's go with New Mexico right now. New Mexico has 5 electoral votes that are up for grabs, 7% of the votes counted there, and about a 7,000 vote lead there for
really to make a difference, not only for congressional and Senate candidates, but also for the potential of maybe we can grab one of these blue states in the process.
All right, so producer, if you could please repeat that as we get ready to do a couple of reads here. Birch Gold and Wellness Company. Okay, that's right. We are less than 100 away from that coveted 270 pathway to the White House. Birch Gold Group, all you got to do is text Trump to 989898 for more information on Birch Gold, silver, precious metals, tax-sheltered IRA, 401k, right?
So smart to do. We will still have $35 trillion of debt. It's hard to fathom and wrap your mind around a number so preposterous. And the problem is, it's the Biden-Harris administration that skyrocketed that. If you look at all the debt over 248 years of this glorious country, President Biden responsible for most of it, adding to the debt much more than any of his other predecessors. So a scary thought if Kamala Harris is to succeed him.
Exactly. So text Trump to 989898. You can also get a free fight silver coin with a purchase with Birch Gold Group. Also, let's talk about the Wellness Company as well. All these sponsors bringing us this live coverage here. MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Bobby, tell us about this case in the kit. There's a lot of prescription.
About Germany. This was not a story that really broke in many Western outlets, even including the BBC. You think that that would be covered, but it was not. So again, you see mandates throughout the world, and really the way to take care of yourself and make sure you remain healthy is having one of these great kits. Dr. Peter McCullough, a wonderful epidemiologist, canceled for his viewpoints on this. He ended up being right, and his testimony to the Texas Senate, really profound, and I think which helped many people move to these red states over the course of the last 2 to 4 years.
Yeah, exactly. To your point, when things are right, I mean, that's what this election's about, I think, at the end of the day. You know, we look at it's not right versus left, it's right versus wrong.
Right.
That's what we're facing right now here. And Bobby, guess what? Hold on, I'm about to hear something. Go ahead, guys. Okay, we're going to toss to Christina here over in the projection room. As we get that lined up, Bobby, I want to share something with you that I just kind of did some calculations here, and I'll share that with you in just a second. All right, so Christina joins us live as well in the projection room. So guys, what I'm looking at is President Trump has 177 electoral votes. He has 93 to the win. And 93 is that key number that Bobby and I have discussed of these swing states. So the 7 swing states add up to exactly 93 votes. And we know, Christina, can you go through the 7 swing states for us? Let's look at them. And also, we know that none of them have been called yet.
No, and I don't know if that's because AP is just trying to keep the drama or keep the hope alive for the Democrat Party. There are other affiliates out there who are going to do their own thing. AP is typically pretty reserved. And, you know, for good reason, we don't want to make a bad call. But what is interesting is the numbers that are coming in right now. They're looking very favorable in the swing states of Georgia and North Carolina in particular. So let's start there. In Georgia, we are looking really good right now. The presidential election, this is one of the states where we ran into a lot of trouble. We have counted up 70% of the votes, 52% at this point of that 70% for Donald J. Trump. For Kamala Harris, only 46.6%, and that's where she relies on that key voting block in the city limits of Atlanta, Georgia. Well, it's not going to get her where she needs to be if this momentum continues for President Donald J. Trump. We're also looking at North Carolina. At this point in North Carolina, 50% of the votes have been tallied, and right now it's 50.6% for Donald J. Trump, 48.4% for Kamala Harris. You look at the state of Maine, interestingly, that's a state that keeps showing red. It doesn't matter where you're located on the map. There's a lot of people who want change in this country. They want an improved economy. They want no more wide open borders. So that's something that we're also watching. Look at this, Wisconsin and Minnesota now also looking red. We have 5% of the votes counted so far in the Badger state of Wisconsin. But hey, 57.8%. Donald J. Trump is leading right now by a pretty significant margin. That just jumped up. Now, some things to consider to be cautiously optimistic. New Mexico has gone back and forth between red and blue, but California, the state of California, has 54 electoral votes up for grabs. This is the big prize. California, and we know Kamala's home state that she has single-handedly destroyed in many ways as the Attorney General, well, they typically vote blue in California. Also, when you talk about Washington and Oregon, Washington has 12 electoral votes. Oregon has 8 electoral votes up for grabs. Texas gave President Trump 40, so that is a big win. We know that Kansas, it looks purple right now, that's going to go red. This is Kansas. This is agricultural territory. This is rural America, and this is a part of the country we call Trump country. You move just to the east, to Missouri. This is also Trump country. I'm not worried about these 3 states whatsoever. I just want to kind of zoom in for you, show you what's happening in the state of Iowa right now. We don't have a lot of returns, and the returns that we are getting are coming from Des Moines, and that's obviously the biggest city in Iowa. So we don't have a lot of concern about which way that state is going to shift either. Only 10% of the votes have been counted at this point in Iowa. So Donald J. Trump now up to 177 electoral votes, and we're seeing more and more of that as the trend when you take a look at what people are talking about as we're all processing these numbers together tonight. And what's so beautiful about being able to do this together as a country is that we want this change so much. We've been praying for it. We've been hoping for it. And based on the way things are going right now, again, it's still early. We don't want to get too optimistic and then have our hopes crushed as we did in 2020, but things are certainly trending in the right direction, and I'm very pleased to see that, guys.
No, President Trump has 178 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 99. We're looking real close at Virginia. Bobby and I were just talking for a second, Christina, about the state or the Commonwealth of Virginia. We're just going to add that to one of the swing states at this point because we know the 7 swing states are so crucial. But the fact that Virginia is leaning red right now, that's 13 electoral votes. This could be an 8th swing state that we see possibly won by President Trump.
I mean, it's razor thin, 49.6% to 48.7%. in the Commonwealth of Virginia right now. Let me see if I can pop it open so you can see the places that have voted. Some of the larger areas, Norfolk, Virginia, went blue. You can see Richmond, Virginia, went blue. But take a look at all of these rural counties that surround those big cities. Look at all the red on the map. It's unfortunate when you think about the fact that in our big cities, they are the ones making the decisions for all of this territory. You take a look at this map and it is downright inspiring. That is something that none of us really expected to see tonight. I'm really also going to be watching for Minnesota and New Mexico going forward to see which way these states go. New Hampshire is also tighter than a lot of people imagined that it would be. It's looking really good for President Donald J. Trump in states like New Hampshire right now. So we're going to continue to watch all of this. Michigan, all those rural counties where the votes still need to be included in the overall picture. And so Michigan is a state we know has a very good chance of going to Donald J. Trump, and this is based on voter registration. It's based on the early voting data that we have in the next few hours, gentlemen.
And Christina, we can see now that the AP has declared the Buckeye state of Ohio for President Trump. Bernie Moreno not very distant, leading in the Senate race as well. It looks like in its entirety, and you can help us through this, looks like a net gain of 1 seat thus far in the United States Senate due to West Virginia, Governor Jim Justice, now the senator-elect from neighboring West Virginia with Ohio.
That's right. And Ohio, I mean, we just showed you this data not too long ago, the numbers that we're in. Right now, we're looking much better for Bernie Moreno. He sits at the top, 50.2% of the vote, so it's still very tight there. But as we just saw, when you take a look at the presidential map, President Trump has taken Ohio by the AP's projection. Therefore, there's a very good chance that Bernie Moreno will be in that Senate seat.
Ohio and Florida, Republicans always need in order to obtain the modern presidency. They've accomplished that tonight, but now relatively seemingly safer red seats as you've seen people move to places that are better governed by Republican governors and Republican constitutional officers.
Christina, also, why don't we look at New Hampshire and some of the numbers there right now with New Hampshire?
All right, good idea. New Hampshire also is just a light shade of red. 39% of the votes have been counted, 54.2% going to Kamala Harris, but 44% going to Donald J. Trump. And just to speak to your point, Bobby McNeely, you're right. There's 30 electoral votes that came in for Trump from Florida in this election. And we also are looking good in Ohio. It looks like the AP has called that. I don't see that being overturned, but 17 electoral votes coming from the state of Ohio. Now, it did go blue, as we were expecting, across Illinois because of the city of Chicago. And in Illinois, you have 19 electoral votes up for grab. Now, if Donald Trump is able to turn Minnesota red, that's an additional 10 electoral college votes. New Mexico, we keep watching it. It's flipping back and forth. If he's able to claim New Mexico, it's not a huge win, but it's 5 electoral votes that would certainly make a difference. To the right in Arizona, we're talking about really good looking number there, 11 electoral votes. It's a border state. I don't see Arizona not going to Donald J. Trump. So the night is young. It's going to be a tight election no matter how you slice and dice it, just based on the numbers that we have so far and knowing that California carries such a heavy purse. 54 electoral votes in the Golden State. So we're going to keep watching. And I think that Donald J. Trump, at the very least, is going to win the popular vote, which is very exciting.
And Christina, to your point, the last updated returns, President Trump at 30.9 million, Harris at 27.7. Those just got updated, 31.3 now to 28.1. Also, we're going to be looking at so many states coming up. I mean, this is really one of those things where we have 7 swing states that have not been called yet. We also know that Virginia is a state that we'll be looking at, the Commonwealth of Virginia, of course. Even on Kalshi right now, Kalshi is even hot with this whole process. Right. 75% for President Trump and 25% for Harris, just on the betting and trading sides of things. But outside of that, of course, what we see outside of Kalshi is the numbers right now, 178 to 99, but these key swing states, guys, I mean, Virginia becoming almost a swing state before our eyes.
Yeah, I know. It's so inspiring, the fact that people are still putting their money where their mouth is, and they're voting. They're putting their money, their trading bet, on Donald J. Trump. So it's not just their vote that counts, it's that actual bet. They're trying to make a monetary profit off of this election, and I don't blame them, because it's now legal thanks to great sites like Kalshi. You can place a wager if you're still interested in doing that, but you take it map. I want to take you back down to the House. The House is looking good. We know that Harriet Hageman, representative of Wyoming at large, she's going to win that election once again, hands down. She's the one who, that we are going to have a Republican Congress. So things are looking good there. When you take a look at the Senate map, there's a couple Senate states that are big Senate races that we're still watching for you very closely. But we're happy to report Marsha Blackburn has won her re-election in Tennessee. New Mexico, as you just saw, turning red here. So that's really good news for Dominici. We're also looking good in states. Montana is going to be a big one once we start to get these numbers coming in tonight. So we're going to be watching the West Coast now, those returns starting to trickle in. But when it comes to the presidency and the man who's been pulling up all those down ballot races, currently we sit Donald J. Trump 178 and Kamala Harris 99. So no matter what, guys, it's going to be tight, but it is looking rather favorable for our champion.
Yeah, it definitely is. Definitely is. He has quite the lead right now. But again, it's those 93 electoral votes out of the 7 swing states, excuse me, including now adding Virginia, the 13. So, yeah, we're watching a lot of it, and it's some great sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. As we mentioned earlier, Kalshi, I mean, a lot of people trading and betting on that as well right now, as Ultra Right Beer is another sponsor here for Right Side Broadcasting Network. So you see that on the left side of your screen there, Fight Ultra Right Beer Limited Edition
Grace,
Trump
should I go in there for the
Fight
Mike
Beer,
Lindell
as you see. And you can go to TrumpFightBeer.com and use the RSBN promo code for 10% off. So that looks pretty cool. It's a limited edition as well. Always cool to see stuff like that here on the network. But let's talk about Tax Network USA.
A great organization. The October 15th deadline has passed, and you may not be prepared for what is coming. If you owe back taxes, or if your files are still unreturned, perhaps you missed that file for an extension. That's okay. October 15th may be behind us, but the IRS is ramping up enforcement. You could face wage garnishments, frozen bank accounts, or even property seizures if you don't take action today, but there's still hope. Tax Network USA has helped taxpayers save over $1 billion, yes, billion with a B, in tax debt and has filed 10,000 tax returns. They specialize in helping people like you to reduce any tax burdens, and they can help you as well. So don't wait any longer. Visit tnusa.com/RSBN, or you can call 800-357-1415 for a free consultation. The experts will walk you through a few simple questions to see if you qualify and see how much you can save. Now, what's great about Tax Network USA, Matthew, is that they are also specialized in all 50 states. So if you have issues with state taxes as well as federal, these are your go-to people. tnusa.com/RSBN.
800-357-1415, the great number there for Tax Network USA. Christina, I believe you're still with us right now. Why don't we go to you when it comes to it looks like Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania right now has that blue shade right now. Not favorable, but why don't we look at Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania and the numbers of the percentages of the votes that are in so far.
Absolutely. You know, this is what the Democrat Party calls the blue wall. Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. So these are states that we have to watch very, very closely. Now, in the state of Wisconsin, I want to show you the areas that have voted so far. And you can see right now it's Madison, where we have a college area. I'm not surprised Kamala Harris has been pandering to younger people in particular, especially trying to get a hold of those low information voters. So it's Madison and Milwaukee. Okay, these are two of the biggest cities, the biggest hubs in the state of Wisconsin. So that is why those numbers are coming in so high. Now, of course, they're larger populations, but you take a look at Green Bay, the numbers also coming in here, and we are looking good for Republican win here. Now, this is also important because there's a big congressional race, U.S. House of Representatives. Congress member, hopefully we'll be calling him that, Tom Weed is going to be hopefully the successor before the night is done. So that's Wisconsin. That's where the votes have come in. But there is so much in county by county. And you can see it's around those big city hubs. Again, Charlotte blue, Raleigh blue, Greensboro. This is one area that I actually think is going to turn red before all is said and done, before the evening is over, because President Trump held not one, but two rallies in Greensboro, and they were both to enthusiastic crowds who wanted change. And he is such an inspiration. For him to make two appearances in Greensboro, he knows how important it is. Greensboro is also a heavily Hispanic-leaning area. And so I can tell you right now, he has been able to transcend every demographic across the country just based on the returns that we've seen so far, because we all want change. So that's what's happening right now in Wisconsin and North Carolina. It's the big city numbers that are coming in. We need that rural vote. Rural America decides elections, and those numbers are going to continue to come in as time goes on. So where do we stand as far as the overall vote goes? In North Carolina, 59% of the votes have been tallied up at this point. In Wisconsin, just 19%. Minnesota still looks red. This is very inspiring as well. This is home of Old Walls. You know, he's the governor who a lot of people are very unhappy with, especially the way that he brought them through the pandemic. We're excited to see been giving the most numbers so far for the Democrats. Votes look pretty good here for Democrats in Detroit and Grand Rapids, but again, Michigan encompasses a large area, and the area where those returns have not yet come in, the northern part of Michigan, that's the Republican part of the state, the Upper Peninsula. Not lost hope just yet whatsoever in those three swing states. I think Wisconsin's likely to go red. Michigan, Pennsylvania, I have some question marks about Pennsylvania, as we probably all do. But you can see again, Philadelphia is where a lot of the numbers have come in so far. Also Pittsburgh, these are two areas we typically see lean Democrat, but this is a huge state and it's going to take a long time for all those votes to be counted tonight. When you take a look at the overall number that they have tallied up, 30% of the votes, that's it for the state of Michigan, and the odds show us it's 52% to 46%. But what I love about this map is New Mexico once again back to red for us across much of the country, and then these states that lean Democrat, Washington, Oregon, California, we've got to consider they're going to be coming in later on tonight. So we can't get our hopes up too much, but look at all this red on the map. I'm encouraged by it. I hope that you are as well, because we've all needed this change so much. We need this man right here. Look at this face. Look at that guy. We love you, Donald J. Trump. We need you back in the White House. We need you to kick those other people out and say, you're fired.
That is the truth right there. We love that. And we're just laughing right here because it's so true, Christina. And I was writing down on my notepad, common sense leadership. Bobby, don't we just need that in our country?
Common sense and the interactive nature of the MAGA rally goers. Christina, you remind me of those moments where President Trump would say, Kamala, you've done X, Y, and Z. You're a total loser. You've just destroyed what you've done. You're fired, you know, with the classic apprentice hand. And everyone in the auditorium or the stadium would do almost the same thing and just say, you're fired in unison. So a fun moment. But of course, we're not quite there yet, but under 100 electoral votes yet are left until President Trump reclaims re-election. Only the second person to have done that other than Grover Cleveland to serve 2 non-consecutive terms. So we're excited to see the potential of that.
Carolina, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Nevada, and Arizona. Those are the states that will most likely determine who the next president of the United States is. So President Trump, looking good right now, but we're monitoring what's happening on the electoral map. Also, let's see if we can look at, excuse me, the electoral vote map. I don't know if we have a graphic for the electoral vote right now. Also, maybe the popular vote or the swing state map. If we have any of those graphics ready, we can go to those at any minute. But Bobby, the one state that we're really looking at, the Commonwealth of Virginia, you know, still looking toward the red right now. As it says there, Trump less than 100 electoral votes away from securing the second term as the president of the United States. Virginia, 58% of the votes are in.
Steadily remaining in President Trump's column. If he's able to pull off the Commonwealth of Virginia and say in Arizona, he might not need the blue wall of traditional Wisconsin and Michigan, but of course everything too early to call at this point. It'll be interesting to dissect if we do have any graphics specifically on the Tar Heel state, learning more about that. President Trump remaining in the lead there as well in the Sun Belt and the Peach State of Georgia. I think if President Trump remains in that winning column around Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, it will be difficult to upend him as we push further west as this contest goes later on into the evening.
Exactly. So we're looking at all of the electoral map content right now, the data coming through as we are live here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. It is 9:45 Eastern Time. 6:45 on the West Coast. A lot of polls closing throughout the country. We'll look at that here in just a second. As we can go to a couple sponsors right now here at Right Side, as I take a quick sip of water here in a sec, because man, we're just going and going, but that's all right here at Right Side.
We are like the Energizer bunnies of media. We do not stop talking, and we are the politicos and really political nerds, but especially for the magnificent Matthew Alvarez and I, this is like sports for us, and we love sports. We've talked a lot about college football here. It will be nice and wonderful when this is, hopefully, God willing, a great victory tonight. Then we can go back to college football without thinking about the stress of a presidential election. But we have our sponsors to get us through it. Angel Paste Miracle Cream. It transforms the health of your skin naturally. And not only is it made in Spring, Texas, a beautiful suburb of Houston, but everything is sourced in the United States of America. Angel Paste also sticks to America first by hiring veterans. And isn't it great to see these private organizations taking care of our veterans, unlike our VA, unlike what we've seen with FEMA, with Western North Carolina. I'm so excited to see a second Trump term so we could take care of our people once again. And this is unlike any cream on the market. This contains 0 chemicals and hydrates your skin without feeling that greasiness. Many customers have reported younger looking skin, those fewer wrinkles, lightening of age spots, also healings of burns and bruises. Get the miracle cream everyone's talking about. Angel Paste Miracle Cream. You'll get 10% off with RSBN, your code there at angelpaste.com/promo code RSBN. I think I'm going to put some on right now because it's getting cold and it's getting a little bit dry. So let's try this out.
All right, there you go.
There you go. Ooh, that came out quick.
Well, there you go. Well, this is the product right here, Angel Paste. So angelpaste.com is the product here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. I think my wife would want some of this as well. So I might have to put that in the bag over there.
This is rejuvenating.
There you go. American citizens. You can see amac.us/RSBN. So if you'd like to go to that website and check out what they have to offer. This is a great stand for election integrity. amac.us/RSBN right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Okay, so let's look at some electoral votes and popular votes and possibly a swing state graphic. Director, if we do have any of those, please let me know. But okay, cool. All right, we'll get to that in just a bit, but we can possibly show you the electoral map that's out there right now. We do know at least that the state of Florida, Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, Ohio, Indiana, Wyoming, South Dakota, North Dakota, all for President Trump. 178 electoral votes to 99 for Harris right now. As you see there, President Trump less than 100 electoral votes away from securing a second term as president. Bobby, let's go over Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin, those 93 electoral votes. You go ahead and pick a state. Let's talk about it.
Let's talk about the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania first. This is interesting. 35% of the voters counted. President Trump has increased and brought that more narrow now. We have 51.5% for the vice president and about 47.6% for the 45th president. So that is a narrowing gap taking place right now in the Commonwealth. It looks as if the more urban areas were counted quicker when that was around 12%. So we're still early on, but now that gap is closing. It's looking right now, we can't make a call quite yet, but as Virginia closes, as the Tar Heel state of North Carolina.
States that have come in for Harris, Illinois, New York, Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, Rhode Island, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Vermont, and that is it as of now. So we're waiting on the big seven, the 7 swing states. I know a lot of you are watching right now, and we are hoping for the right direction for our country, the huge fork in the road that we are facing literally as we speak, as we are 10 minutes away from 10 o'clock Eastern time, 7 out there on the West Coast. This is live right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. You're watching Election Night in America. We have our hosts, Harrison Fields and Megan Kohler, at the watch party for President Trump in Florida. We also have Nikki Stanzione in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. So, yeah, we're seeing that President Trump now has 188 electoral votes. So did a state just get called is the question. South Carolina, I'm not sure because he had 178, so he's now up to 188.
Right. And now we have other outlets that are calling North Carolina for President Trump, but we want to be careful with that, give you the real time, the correct information. We'd rather be correct than first out the gate. We've seen how that's pinched other outlets in the past just to be the first. And that's what's given birth in the last 4 years, interviewing Mike Lindell in Kinston, North Carolina, when I was with the amazing Ashley Brassfield, who I think is watching tonight, but we were interviewing Mike Lindell, and he really gave a great recap, canceling of people, President Trump thrown off of the major big tech sites of Twitter and Facebook, giving birth to Truth Social, and then of course Elon Musk buying Twitter, turning it into X, cleaning it up and saying this is about Western civilization, willing to put his own time, talent, treasure, and truly life on the line, being threatened by so many people in order to protect free speech.
Exactly. So we're going to go to Christina Loren here in just a second, live in the... All right, let's see. Let's get to the microphone there. All right, pretty sure that everything is good on the technical side of things as we see President Trump in the lead, 188-99 right now. You're watching live coverage right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Thank you again for joining us as we are tracking the numbers, especially those swing states. We are on it right now throughout the country. And again, we'll be going to Florida, hopefully for some great coverage there when it comes to a win or on the way to a win. But we'll see what happens. Again, we'll go to Pennsylvania as well. So Christina Loren is in the projection room. Once we get the directive, we'll be going over there shortly. Bobby, as we know, Kalshi is hot too right now with the amount of percentage that President Trump is leading even on that website, which is a great site if you like to bet or trade. So 73-27.
Very impressive to see that. I would be very nervous if I was in the Kamala Harris camp right now based on these bets. It's a very reputable site where you can actually put forward a bet in real time, and if you're not a gambler, you can also just watch the numbers as they go up and down, and other questions too about who will control the House, who will control the U.S. Senate, and specific races. And the Senate seems to be tighter in different areas, and I think that this is on account of people like Senator Sherrod Brown, who has actually been dropping with 68% of the vote there. Bernie Moreno taking a significant lead in the meantime. And also Wisconsin with Tammy Baldwin leading slightly with only 32% there against Republican Eric Hovde. Baldwin aggressively ran ads talking about how she would combat China along with President Trump and endorsing his use of the tariff. And this is something that I believe President Trump, in a bipartisan fashion, really changed Washington's outlook on China policy. Of course, we know Joe Biden welcomed them into the World Trade Organization as a United States Senator. He made much of his money as a side gig, taking many Air Force Two trips with Hunter, his son, over to China to meet with Xi Jinping. Again, that should be investigated perhaps, but that has not really occurred yet, other than some questioning from congressional officials. But if you look at Senator Marco Rubio of Florida, also Senator Mark Warner, a Democrat out of Virginia, two hawks on China, and President Trump really is the man to thank for the Chinese Communist Party does not have our best interests at heart.
Well, we definitely know that, and we definitely don't want a radical leftist, aka Harrison Walls, running this country. We need that common sense leadership. We know that happens through President Trump. We also see on the bottom left of your screen right now, President Trump 188, Harris 99. That is the latest count as we work in conjunction with the Associated Press. Now, when I say that, I don't mean editorially. I don't mean with any scripts or any kind of political ideology. Simply put, the data, the numbers, and the precincts and the polls and all of that. So we're tracking the numbers as we get the data from the AP. And hopefully we can see another graphic as well of the country a little bit when it comes to maybe even the swing states, the electoral vote, the popular vote, or also the just the country when it comes to the electoral vote, as we saw right there. Thank you guys for the 2024 presidential election. You see a good swath, as they say, of red right there. It looks beautiful, doesn't it?
Oh, it's a beautiful thing to watch. I mean, it's 4 years of. I think a lot of people waited for this moment. I know I did. You know, it's people who have faced career decisions or terminated for one reason or another regarding mandates. You think about those who have lost their lives to illegal immigrant violence. I think of Rachel Moore and that beautiful mother. She was someone who should not have been taken from us in February And for us in Georgia, it's just it's really affected every community.
Exactly. So that southern border needs to be closed. There's a litany of issues that are out there in the country. And as we know, and we've been talking about it, the country's broken. And we do believe that President Trump can fix it with not only, see, it's not just President Trump, right? When you hire a president, you hire the cabinet. You hire so many workers around him too. And he's going to be picking so many great people in his cabinet. So it's a team of people that really have America first in mind.
And Senator J.D. Vance, God willing, our future vice president, he is actually dear friends with my state senator, who is on the complete opposite end of the spectrum. And they went to Yale together to study law. And apparently they are still in communication. They still talk. And Senator J.D. Vance saying, simply a disagreement on policy should not remove you from a friendship or a relationship. And I think about the great Thomas Jefferson and John Adams, and I'm wearing Thomas Jefferson socks tonight to match my Declaration of Independence tie. So that example we should use and look towards as we keep our friendships.
Yeah, exactly. And we love Thomas Jefferson, we love Abraham Lincoln, we love President Trump and others that have done great things for our country out there, as we are waiting to see who will be the 47th president of the United States. Guys, are we ready? Let's go to Nikki Stanzione in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. She's at an event there right now. Nikki, tell us what you're seeing out there.
Hi, guys. Oh, my goodness. This is electric energy tonight. So literally about 2 minutes before you came to me, for the first time tonight, somebody decided to get up and speak right behind me. But otherwise, it's been fairly calm. We've been watching the results as they've been coming in. I will tell you, I would say about an hour ago, there was a bit of a nervousness when we started to see some of the numbers in Pennsylvania. But over the last 5 minutes, we have seen the gap starting to close, as you guys have been talking about. We're looking now at about 47 to 51%. So we were looking at a much bigger margin before of a lead from Kamala. And now our President Trump is starting to inch up, and we are seeing some changes as these numbers roll in from county to county, and it's exciting, you guys. It is really special to be in a place that literally could change the fate of our country.
It's so good because, you know, you're in Bucks County. So what was it like earlier today with the amount of people up there? Did you feel like a lot of them were, did you feel like you were at a rally in a way, like the amount of people that were supporting President Trump in line there?
Yes. Yes. I mean, you know, here's the thing, guys. When I was talking earlier today, we went to about 3 different poll places, kind of like a 50-50 feeling. And then as I walked our way back to the car, this is kind of interesting. I was wearing a red shirt, right? And I'm walking back to the car, and a few different people stopped me and said, "I like it that you're wearing red." And they did like one of those wigs. And I said, I like it that you guys are telling me. They're like, we didn't want to say anything on camera. But they started to kind of come out and tell the truth, as they often do. Then the second place, the fact that we went to a more democratic place. It was more of a Democrat area. I might have just lost the internet, guys. Hold on one second. And so when we went to this second poll, it was mostly supposedly a Democrat city. And there was nobody there. There were maybe 2 people there total. And then there were 2 people in MAGA hats. And in the MAGA hats, they said to me, "We're not seeing as much Democrat turnout in this area. However, around the corner and in a few other areas where it's more of a Republican group, you are going to see more lines," which I thought was very interesting and telling. And to that point, I saw hundreds of signs in Bucks County. And although they're saying it's a very purple place, I can tell you now, we saw tremendous numbers of signage for Trump and Vance. That was the majority. I would say 90% of the signs I saw were for President Trump, 10% for Harris and Walz, which I thought was very interesting.
And Nikki, you know.
Oh, wait, there's some applause.
And Nikki,
Utah,
to your point,
I guess,
yes, we can confirm that as well. The AP projects that Montana and Utah have been won by President Donald J. Trump. So Montana and Utah, and also Nikki, there's some numbers out of Pennsylvania that I'm looking at right here. Pennsylvania, when we're looking at the map, right, we see shades of blue or shades of purple, shades of red. Well, guess what? Pennsylvania, shades of red right now. Shades of red right now. Let me share with you the numbers that I'm looking at. 1.4 million.
Yes, please.
1.4 million for President Trump. But also, let's look at the percentage breakdown. 49.8% to 49.3%. So a slight lead right now. 43% of the votes counted in Pennsylvania. This is the first time that we've seen Pennsylvania, I think, shade red. So, Nikki, you know, being at all of the rallies and being here on this day, what is this like for you right now, but also to hear those kind of numbers?
Well, I'll tell you what, guys. I mean, first of all, I love being with you guys on this night. You know how I feel about both. You know how I feel about you. And this has been a journey we have shared together. And the rallies, of course, are all about supporting President Trump. And so I didn't know what to expect today. And of course, tonight is more of a Trump party. So of course, it is that rally kind of a feel. But it's also a little bittersweet, like it was last night on the last night of the rallies. Everybody kind of recognizing that this journey, or at least this portion of the journey, coming to an end. But hopefully we turn the page, if we will, and we see a whole new chapter that brings us to the White House. And I think there's a lot of optimism, you guys. There's a lot of optimism here. You're seeing people are really, really optimistic about what's to come. They're cheering. They're getting excited as we see Dave McCormick inching up in the polls, which is so exciting. We've seen Dave McCormick, as you know, Bobby. We see him at almost every rally in Pennsylvania. It's incredible to see this kind of enthusiasm on the ground. By the way, unlike a rally, you'll appreciate this, you guys. Unlike a rally, there's a bar, there are stations with food, and it's kind of easy to get to the restrooms as well. So a little different than a rally as far as the ease of comfort in the room. But everybody is on pins and needles. And one last thing I wanted to say to you, to your question earlier, Matthew, is the fact that the third polling place we went to, there was one side that was very Democrat, and the other side, oh, we're getting close in Michigan. The other side was all Make America Great Again gear. So we saw, again, a very 50-50 divide. And I spoke to a lot of people there who were very liberal, but then I also spoke to some people who were very conservative, and they both ultimately said the same thing to me, which was, whatever happens tomorrow, we live in the same country, and we want peace, and we want happiness, and we want unity. So whoever wins, I hope that we all can accept that and come together peacefully. And I thought that was really nice to hear from both sides.
Well, that's a great point, Nikki, because I think about our time together covering these rallies, and that's been this peace, love, and really caring for your neighbor. That's been the overarching, Christian theme, whether or not there's believers at the rally. Sometimes there's non-believers, but it's people who are focused on making America healthy and great again. Do you think that what we potentially are seeing in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is due to efforts of Scott Pressler and these great people who really went into blue areas and signed up Republicans in droves?
Oh my goodness, 100%. I saw Scott. It was interesting. When I was leaving the arena last night in Pittsburgh, I was walking to my car in the parking lot. You guys will appreciate this. It was a bit of a walk, and I see a very tall man with very long hair. And I said, "Scott Pressler, is that you?" And he turned around and he went, "Oh, RSBN, I love you for all you've done for us." And I said, "No, we love you for all you've done for America too." And it was a really special moment. And he said, "We've got to win this, but whatever happens, we all did everything that we could in our power, and we put every effort forth, and we believe that God will ultimately guide us in the right direction." And it was a really nice moment, and I gave him a big hug, and he absolutely was pivotal in getting out the vote. And I will say this, at the polls today, a few of the different pollster people that were kind of in charge of organizing things said to me that this is the most they've ever seen insofar as early voting. It was the most they'd ever seen in mail-in voting. And now today was kind of just those people who traditionally only like to vote on the day of, but they were absolutely astounded by the number of people who voted early. And I also asked them if they noticed a difference demographically, if they thought they saw more men versus women, more older versus younger, et cetera, et cetera. And they said, at the three places I went to, they said that consistently they saw a very wide demographic. And although the overall general polls are saying there have been more men than we've ever seen before, which I do believe, in these particular polling places in Bucks County, they said it was very even, and they consistently saw an equal amount of men and women and of young and old. And I will say personally, in the times that I was there, I witnessed several people voting for their very first time, which I thought was really exciting.
Definitely. Nikki Stanzione live there at 10:06 p.m. We're looking at North Carolina as well. I know you're in PA, but Virginia as well. So these different states right now, we're seeing shades of red. So President Trump at 198 now against Harris's 99. So we see him with quite the lead right now, looking at, 72 electoral votes away from being the 47th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Again, according to the watch party in Bucks County. So, I mean, this is of the campaign as well, right?
Absolutely, yes. It's the Newtown Sports Facility. It's like the Sports and Rec Arena facility, and it looks just like a big place. It almost looks like a field the way that it's designed. And you have people. By the way, I know you can't see this, but I'll tell you. Behind me is a bar, and there are lots of people on that line because they're ready to celebrate. And then behind there's pizzas. There's people serving different food on the buffet. Then there's also pretzels and cheese and crackers and all kinds of things. But it's filled in by all of these people. I'm seeing a lot of Make America Great Again gear, just like we do at the rallies. It is supported by the Trump campaign, this particular event, and there's Trump cookies, there's a Trump cake, there's Trump signage everywhere, and you can see the big screen, the flags everywhere. It's a very patriotic event, as all the rallies typically are. And Dan Muser is here from District 9, and Bobby, you know, I interviewed him when we were together a few times, and he's here tonight, and I know he's in the lead tonight as well as a representative for District 9. So it's really nice to see a lot of friends that we've been seeing over the entire election cycle here tonight to hopefully have a very big victory celebration.
Well, the nifty Nikki Stanzione with all of the great facts, all of the amazing stuff happening in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. She's keeping us updated, and we always love your coverage. Thank you, Nikki. We'll be back to you at some point tonight as the Commonwealth is going back and forth here. We'll see what happens as these numbers are pouring in. So thank you so much, Nikki. Some exciting news, you guys. Look, the election coming up right now today. As President Trump said the last couple of rallies, my goodness, 6 months ago, 6 weeks ago, and now we're here to reclaim our great nation. But Sticker Mule is offering a free Trump sticker pack when you sign up using this link, stickerpack.com. Whether you want to show your support or just spark some fun conversations, Sticker Mule's got you covered. That is stickerpack.com. Stickerpack.com. Vote for Trump. All great things. These are even some sticker mules right here for RSPN.
Yep. Good website right there. Stickerpack.com. Also, we were talking earlier about callshe.com. So if you just go to Callshe, you can download that and check it out, because right now President Trump in quite the lead over there when it comes to betting and gambling on the U.S. election. So if that's what you like to do, you can do it right there at Callshe. It's really hot right now. A lot of people on there. The percentages have really jumped up for President Trump. So callshe.com. Check it out. Bet $100 on Trump and get $175. So a great sponsor at Brightside Broadcasting Network, callshe.com. All right, so Bobby, Pennsylvania right now, President Trump at 50.5%, Harris 48.6% in Pennsylvania. That's with 49% of the votes counted. So President Trump has 198 electoral votes. Colorado just went to Kamala Harris. All right, so we know that it's 198 to 109 right now. So what we're looking at here is that close-up number for Pennsylvania, as you guys see. 48.5% in. And then also, if we can look at possibly North Carolina or Virginia. Let's go with North Carolina first. Right now, what we're seeing in North Carolina, with 68% of the votes counted according to the AP, that 51.9% in the Tar Heel state, leading Harris to 47%. So you see that right there. Those numbers are exactly what we have right here on RSBN. So 51.9 to 47. Guys, that is the key swing state of North Carolina, 16 electoral votes. Why don't we look at Wisconsin? If we have Wisconsin, let's go there. 42% of the votes counted in Wisconsin. We do know that Wisconsin is leading 50.6% for President Trump to 47.9 as well. So looking at North Carolina, we just saw Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and also we're seeing the numbers from Wisconsin. So we're seeing a lead in several key swing states right now for President Trump. Also in Georgia, we do see also a lead there, 52.2. Bobby, let's talk about Georgia, 52.2 to 47.2 in the Peach State.
And there is a graphic here with other candidates roughly bringing in slightly over 29,000 votes at the moment. You have Jill Stein of the Green Party, Chase Oliver of the Libertarian Party, perennial candidates. We'll see how that comes into play with different options there, because on Georgia's ballot, they had roughly 6 different options at play, and that might come into some workings here in the final vote, as we have 82% of the votes counted, and President Trump with a relatively significant lead and has kept that most of the night in the Peach State.
And you're looking right now at Wisconsin, electoral votes 10 in, 42.5% of the vote. President Trump in the lead of that swing state as well. There are 7 swing states. You guys have heard all about it here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, the 93 coveted electoral votes. But we're going to throw into the mix, not only for fun, but for facts, because Virginia has 13 electoral votes right now. Well, it's leaning towards President Trump. He has a slight 1% lead in the Commonwealth of Virginia. I know we're looking at Wisconsin right now, but I'm looking at Virginia as well. 49.7. That's okay. Do we have an electoral map we can just go to at this point and check out Virginia as well? 49.6 for President Trump to 48.7 for Virginia. So we see a lot of great things happening out there in the country when it comes to some of the swing state leads for President Trump.
Absolutely, and still 198 to 109, less than 100 left to get to that coveted 270 title. At least as of right now in the evening, it really seems as if that early vote initiative has significantly helped the Republican Party.
Exactly, and we're seeing some great numbers right now for President Trump. And, you know, at the end of the day, people early voted. They voted today, and we're seeing the numbers come in with the Associated Press as we look at all of the country right there on the right side of your screen. A decent amount of red, as you see. Colorado just went to Harris. You see Illinois, New York went to Harris. But you see, you know, a lot of other states going to President Trump. So we're going to be monitoring, of course, all night the key swing states. Wisconsin has not been called. Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, and Nevada have not been called. And of course, the wild card, as they say, Virginia right now.
I'm surprised at how long that stayed in a light red direction. Of course, we have more numbers coming in and have to dissect all of it, but President Trump, clearly his campaign saw something there, having visited Salem, Virginia. And maybe it's also this crossover from Governor Glenn Youngkin, a very popular governor, very bipartisan, but coming across with that main core issue of keeping men out of women's sports. It's mostly affected the Commonwealth.
Exactly. So let's get ready to go to Christina Loren, who is live in the election headquarters there as well. You know, there's so many different things going on right now when it comes to the amount of states that we're seeing get called. So we'll be going to that projection room here in a second. But again, President Trump, 198 to Harris, 109. For those of you that are just joining us right now, thank you so much. I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside Bobby McNeely. We'll be going to Christina Laurent here in just a second. We have a couple sponsors to thank. We'll get to that right now. Let's go to Victory Coffee. Fellow Patriots, you're ready to fuel your day with a taste that's as bold as your beliefs. You can do that through Victory Coffee Roasters. You see that website, victorycoffeeroasters.com. That's one way to wake up right there. Great tasting coffee, victorycoffeeroasters.com. And then you switch over to another gear of republicanred.com, Republican Red Winery. This is a discount as well if you use the RSBN promo code. So, Bobby, a lot of different variety of wines at Republican Red.
You have the Never Surrender Pinot Noir, of course, a Second Amendment Cabernet. How about the Drain the Swamp Chardonnay? A nice, crisp, refreshing white wine for the good golden era that is hopefully upon us if this night goes in the direction of President Trump.
Exactly. So looking forward to seeing the outcome as we are tracking everything here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Speaking of tracking the numbers, let's go now, if we're ready, to RSBN's Christina Laurent, who is live in the room there, you know what it's called?
Projection room.
The projection room. Let's go to Christina right now.
Hey, thank you guys. I really have been watching this map very closely and doing some math as well, because after all, you don't want to get too cocky. It's still too soon, but it does look very favorable for President Donald J. Trump. Now, there's 2 states that have flipped just within the last 5 minutes or so from red to this lighter shade of blue. It's New Mexico and Arizona, but remember, these are both border states. So we're going to be watching very closely for what happens, especially in Arizona. Obviously, it's a swing state. The numbers that have come in so far are coming in from Phoenix. So we don't want to put a lot of weight into that flip from red to blue just over the last 5 minutes or so. Now, New Mexico has looked really good. The numbers that are coming in that are now starting to push it from red to blue. Santa Fe, which is just outside of Albuquerque. As you can recall, however, President Donald J. Trump just had a massive crowd at his Trump rally in Albuquerque. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens here. 5 electoral votes up for grabs within the state of New Mexico. Meanwhile, it's 11 votes up for grabs in that border state, that all-important state of Arizona. Now, obviously, Arizona is a big state for the Senate race as well. We've been watching, hoping for Kari Lake. Right now, you take a look at this map, Ruben Gallego is still looking favorable at this moment, but it's the same deal. We saw Phoenix had voted. All these rural counties that have had to deal with the border, the wide open border, the crime rates going up, the threat of more tax dollars that we're going to have to delve out in order to sustain this brand new population. It's very concerning. Ruben Gallego now at 53.0%, Kari Lake at 45%. It's still early, very early within the state of Arizona, where only 48% of the votes have been counted. Now, when you have to compare what's going on with Kari Lake versus Donald Trump, it's still looking much better for Donald J. Trump. We're just going to have to wait and see when it comes to the presidential numbers that have been included, 48% at this time. Now, I want to take a look at what's happening in Pennsylvania, because you boys just diligently pointed out Pennsylvania is a state that has gone from blue to red. Now, we have the major reporting sites, Pittsburgh, Harrisburg, Allentown, and Philadelphia. These are all blue. Most of the numbers have been tallied up at this point. So within the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, we now have 52% of that vote tallied up. However, all those rural counties now are slowly starting. Critical electoral votes on the line could very easily go to Donald J. Trump. North Carolina, 73% of the vote has been counted at this point. I want to zoom in and show you what's happening county by county. Raleigh, you have blue. Charlotte, blue. Greensboro, still blue in this area. What's happening here on the eastern side of North Carolina, you have more of that blue. But on the western side, this is the area that was hit so hard by Hurricane Helene. People still got out. In fact, they were more motivated than ever to cast their vote for Donald J. Trump in this part of the country, because they saw how he was there for them when Kamala Harris was for electoral votes up for grabs, 12 in Washington state. And in between, You have Oregon with 8 on the line. Idaho typically goes red. That's going to be 4 electoral votes. And then, of course, another swing state where we really don't have any data just yet is Nevada, where we have 6 electoral votes up for grabs. Also watching that Senate rate for Sam Brown in this part of the country. We're going to have to wait another hour, possibly another couple hours before we start getting any meaningful data back. But so far, we're looking good. And Alaska is also an interesting state. And I know, Bobby McNeely, you know all about Alaska. We're going to have to wait quite a bit longer in order to get Alaska with 3 electoral votes up for grabs.
Independence for our great country.
Exactly. So we know that the 20 GOP platform promises, from seal the border, defend the Constitution, secure our elections, the list goes on. So many things, Christina, that President Trump is ready to do for this country. And you know, in those speeches that we've heard, all 3 of us and our whole crew here at the network, he talks about we are on the verge of the 4 greatest years of our country. He talks about a golden age and common sense politics and leadership. So, you know, we're watching here. And I know that those of you watching right now on Right Side Broadcasting Network, we want to thank you guys for tuning in, trusting us as we bring you the numbers tonight. This is not something we take lightly, as we are a conservative network here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. So, all right, let's go back to you, Christina. Let's look at, let's pick a state that is one of the swing states. We know we've talked about Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia. Why don't we go to, let's go to Arizona once again, and just look at Arizona's numbers as the polls, I believe, closed at 9 p.m. Eastern.
All right. And you know, Arizona is another one of those states where we should have a pretty quick answer. We're hoping for one. But again, we talked to Andy Biggs, representative, and he actually carries part of Maricopa County. He doesn't know for sure. He didn't feel very confident that we would have an answer. He thinks it's going to be incredibly tight in the state of Arizona, and that could very well happen. So we just have to kind of hold our breath for now before we get too excited about anything. But I do want to point out, it is the major reporting sites that surround Phoenix. That is where you're getting that blue right now. And you take a look at all the areas around here where we don't have those votes tallied up just yet. These are rural parts of Arizona. Now, Arizona, obviously, this is a big farming area. You've got the Colorado River that runs through, and so this is big on agriculture. So a lot of these areas, the outlying cities, the small towns that surround Phoenix, are likely to go to Donald J. Trump. We don't have a lot of reporting data coming in just yet from Tucson, Arizona either. Let me just kind of give you an idea of what's happening in the House races, because we've got some pretty meaningful data coming in as well. And again, when you take a look at this map, I do believe that the House is going to be able to keep their majority. We're also looking good in states like North Dakota. That has been decided. That's red. You've got Oklahoma, Texas, and a lot of these key areas. See, even here in West Texas now, we're looking good. That's the Texas Hill Country. It's going to stay red. Now, these are border states. And so it's no surprise to me that people are voting for representatives in their district that are going to be tough on illegal migration. And it's about time. This really tells the story here. We're going to have to wait and see how it pans out across states like Arizona and New Mexico. But look at this in New Mexico. When you talk about the congressional races, you talk about the House, we're already leaning, when you get closer to that border, we're leaning red for the representatives in that state. So overall, things are looking good. Hopefully, we will get that margin that we need in the Senate in order to have control for the Republican Party. And of course, we want that big victory for Donald J. Trump. But these 2 states that are blue right now, Arizona and New Mexico, I would not be surprised whatsoever to see them both turn red. Minnesota is another state that is showing a lot of promise at this hour. You can see where the reporting data has come in so far. Just outside of Minneapolis, the most populous area across Minnesota, this is red that's coming in. And so when you look to the north, where you get up against that Canadian border here, this is all areas they have not reported yet. This is rural America. Once again, I do believe that rural America is going to decide this election, and they're going to do so in favor of Donald J. Trump. 198. We're looking good right now. We don't want to get cocky, as I like to say, but hey, when it comes down to it, this is what you want to see at this point in the evening. There's not a lot right now for us to get too upset about, except for some of those key Senate races like Arizona for Kari Lake, which I'm going to continue to watch very closely.
And Christina, we're just looking at some of those House numbers that you featured. Brian Jack in the 3rd Congressional District of Georgia winning a victory. So the House looking very good at the moment. Of course, still very narrow. And it looks like, if I'm not mistaken, with the other chamber, the Senate, it looks like there is a +1 advantage thus far, a gain for the Republicans with Governor Jim Justice, now Senator-elect Justice from West Virginia.
Absolutely, and we're still going to have to wait. There's some key Senate races. Mike Rogers is 47.6 to 48% against Slotkin in the state of Michigan, so that's going to be another one that we're watching very closely for you. In Ohio, Bernie Moreno, 50.9% to 45.9%. It looks like he will take that seat. That is very inspiring for all of us. And then Montana is another big state, and they just started reporting. You got Tim Sheehy, who is going up against John Tester. Now, Tim Sheehy, of course, he's an amazing man. He's a veteran, and that is looking really good for him. He's got 59.5% of the vote so far. Only 2% have been tabulated at this point. Nonetheless, it's looking good for Tim Sheehy in this early stage of counting votes in the state of Montana.
For potentially a gain there with Tim Sheehy against longtime Senator Tester, who's going for his 4th term, but we've had every 2 of 3 residents moving there is a registered Republican, so a big change for the treasure state of Montana.
You know, Montana, big sky country up here. Again, I mean, even up here, even way to the north of the border, these are all areas that have been impacted by illegal migration. The border is going to change a lot of this blue to red. Now, obviously, Colorado, even with Aurora, Colorado, it's just too hard. Arizona just flipped right back to red. So that's inspiring right there. But in Colorado, in the city of Denver, where you have the most populous, the densest population within Colorado, I mean, unfortunately, President Trump couldn't get it. But you would think, even in Colorado, being so close to the border, that people would just be fed up at this point with Biden and Kamala Harris.
State of Colorado, it is one of my favorite states because it's gorgeous. The scenery there is amazing. Aspen, Telluride, Grand Junction, Denver, the whole place.
Right.
Beautiful scenery, just unfortunately, leaning to the left again. But hey, you know what? The people are having their voice heard tonight, and I think through a free and fair election, it's always going to be great. So let's go to the couple sponsors that we have here. Let's go with Juvent right now. Big pharma, big medicine, and lobbyists that have made their way into places they shouldn't be often lead to the suppression of products like the Juvent Micro Impact Platform. The platform will radically transform the way you think about approach overall health. So that information you see on your screen, definitely worth it with Juvent right there. You've likely heard of, or possibly heard of, impact loading. So our bones grow stronger when they're exposed to certain levels of stress, like walking or running. So Juvent uses all safe, gentle vibrations to give your bones the boost they need. So that information you see there on your screen. Let's also talk about PatriotAddictDeals.com. Patriot Addict Deals, as you know, Bobby, so many great products and merchandise on there, including either the Trump knife or the shot glass there. So many different things on PatriotAddictDeals.com.
I actually purchased the Trump Force One model Air Force One plane, so very excited. I don't know where I'll put it yet, but I was really thrilled. So I have to stay away from Patriot Addict Deals because it is one of the best sites, and you can use the coupon code RSBN30, that's RSBN30, 30% off for the Election Day special. These are really high quality knives, and you can add them to your collection or gift them to your loved ones for the holiday season. Christmas is right around the corner.
Exactly. So some great deals there at PatriotAddictDeals.com, and then use that promo code for 30% off. All right, let's get back to the key swing states. The key swing states, including the wild card state that we're adding into the mix today, Virginia. So Virginia looking quite interesting right now. Let's look at it as we see right now. Harris has a 0.3% lead in Virginia, a 0.3% lead. If you look at North Carolina, Georgia, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, President Trump right now is leading in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, North Carolina, and Georgia. Bobby McNeely, can you believe it?
Wow. I mean, it's really remarkable. It's showing that for this period of time, even though it's too close to call in these states, that the Trump campaign really did well with number 19 of the Trump Force 47 promises, that second contract with America that we spoke so highly of on this show. Number 19, get out early or absentee vote. If you have to, Election Day. And this could pay dividends as we keep going deeper into the night with this strong-looking map thus far for the electorate. It's clearly something where the Republican Party was able to mobilize voters really in a unique way, and perhaps haven't done this maybe since the Reagan years, at least in these droves of the numbers we're currently seeing.
If you're just joining us, thank you so much. This is Right Side Broadcasting Network. This is Election Night in America. We are live in Alabama. We have hosts live in Florida and in Pennsylvania. We'll be going to Florida shortly for the Team Trump watch party in Palm Beach. 10:33 at the bottom of the hour. Let's go through some of the states that President Trump has won already, and then it looks like we'll be going to Florida as well. So, speaking of Florida, President Trump has won Florida, South Carolina, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Texas, Utah, Wyoming, Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, Missouri, Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, West Virginia, Ohio, and then he has the lead in North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and even now, Bobby, Minnesota.
Wow.
I mean, quite the lead, actually. Let's look at this.
Right.
It's only 4% of the votes counted, but he has a 58.7 to 38.1% lead in Minnesota. That would be quite great to see 10 electoral votes from that state.
And this is one that has been coveted for him. He only lost by 2% 8 years ago, and I think he would really appreciate winning the Great White North of Minnesota, because 10 electoral votes could make a big difference in a race like this.
Especially when it looks like the numbers 198 electoral votes for President Trump right now. Harris has 112. So thank you for tuning in, because we are going to see a result, I believe, tonight for the presidency, for the 47th President of the United States. That is just a guess, but when you look at what we see, it's looking like we might have a result tonight. Now, if not, we'll be definitely covering this all the way through until we know who the 47th president is selected to be through a win tonight. So you see there, Minnesota, as we were just talking about, President Trump with the lead in that state. That's 10 electoral votes. Quite the state to win. It's a wild card state. I'm going to add that to the list here. So we have Virginia as a wild card state, and then now Minnesota as a wild card state. So that is a total of 23, Bobby, 23 electoral votes now just in the wild card state category that we just created. But it's still true, because we didn't know if Minnesota or Virginia would be possibly going red like this.
Right, and as it stands right now, of course, too early to call, like a lonely island of blue amidst some heavy red right now.
No, that's a great way to look at it. I mean, we can see the map all across the country right now, and you're right. There's that stronghold of Chicago, but even people in Chicago, being from there, I'm not, but I know you are, Bobby. But can you talk to us about that a little bit? We saw people there saying, "I'm fed up with the Harris-Biden administration."
Well, and we'll see more of what is actually happening on the south side of Chicago, because President Trump has been the most popular Republican candidate since Dwight D. Eisenhower in some of those south side precincts, more traditionally Democrat over the course of really the last half century. But that's really one of the main differences, and I can compare that to Oregon. Oregon is really dominated by Portland's population. And you look at the rest of the state, hunting, agriculture, fishing, a lot of gamesmanship as well. So people who actually appreciate their Second Amendment. And same thing for Illinois. Now, going down to my adopted home state now of the peach state of Georgia, as I was mentioning earlier, that rural area really turning out is actually more significant because Georgia is much more evenly dispersed, even in those rural counties, versus the major urban center of Atlanta and, of course, Cobb, Fulton, DeKalb, and Gwinnett, those counties.
And I do want to, there's a possible correction for the state that the numbers for Illinois right now has Harris with 70% of the votes in, a win for Harris for Illinois for that 19 electoral votes. That's what we're seeing here on the latest numbers. So just want to correct that just in case anybody is obviously looking at the graphic there, the one that we previously showed. Anyway, back to what we were talking about. So Georgia right now looks like a 51.3% lead over Harris, 48.1%.
And give or take right now, 150,000 votes, President Trump is ahead with 88% of the votes counted. This would be a significant victory to win bigly and boldly for the state of Georgia. And of course, there you're seeing the prairie state of Illinois, those numbers, Harris significantly winning that. Illinois, once a very Republican state, but really has not gone for a Republican since 1988 when President George H.W. Bush, 41, was elected with really arguably a landslide, over 400 electoral votes in his own regard, coming off of those 8 incredible years of President Ronald Reagan's leadership.
So if you go just slightly north, or exactly one state north of Illinois, it is Wisconsin. Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Michigan, that whole northern part right there, obviously on the border of Canada, they are all in the red, not in the sense of a race called or projected yet, but you see Wisconsin, 53.8% in. President Trump, 50% versus 48.5%. He is leading in that swing state. And Bobby, that is 10 electoral votes. Why don't we talk about the numbers here? So we know that the 93, right? 93 key swing states. Then add 23 for the wild card swings, the wild card states of Virginia and Minnesota, because right now he's leading in Minnesota. It keeps going back and forth with Virginia. I mean, this thing is real tight right now when it comes to the numbers. 49.6 is Harris, 48.7 for Trump in Virginia. So that, those numbers coming in, we're going to be watching Virginia and Minnesota closely on top of the 7 swing states.
Well, let's take a hypothetical. Let's say President Trump, playing devil's advocate, loses the Badger state of Wisconsin but obtains Minnesota. That's an even 93. He's the next president of the United States.
Exactly.
So you have this could actually happen where some surprises take place.
Exactly. So is there a new call right now, guys, as we look and we see President Trump at 204? 204 electoral votes to 112. Looking across the union right now and looking for any states that have popped up, but Montana, so there's the latest numbers, 204 to 112. The key is 270, the path to Washington, D.C., 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. President Trump leading right now as you're watching live here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. All right, so having Ohio and Florida, to your point earlier, Bobby, remember we were talking about the older electoral college in a sense of past election cycles.
Right.
Those were huge states to win.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's
very difficult to win.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot different now, it seems.
Right. And if you look at, and this is the influence of the Trump momentum and President Trump's endorsement and how key it is, because Governor Ron DeSantis was way behind in the primary. President Trump came in and helped defeat a very popular statewide agriculture commissioner in the state of Florida and a former congressman. Ron DeSantis rises to that, but he only beats Andrew Gillum, the socialist mayor of Tallahassee, by 0.04%. His reelection, he wins by over 20% of the vote. And that shows you the changing of the map, especially people moving from blue areas into the more red states because of COVID mandates and because of what has taken place really in the last 4 years. The map has changed.
The thing that's wild, guys, those of you watching right now, whether you're watching at a election party, whether you're watching with friends and family, whether you're watching by yourself, I want to talk directly to you real quick. in 60 more electoral votes, President Trump wins. Iowa has now just went to Trump. Iowa has just now went to Trump as well. 6 electoral votes for the Hawkeye state. The caucus for Iowa did great there before the primary in New Hampshire, and now look at it, winning in the presidential election, the projected winner, according to the Associated Press. The state of Iowa, Bobby, I mean, we're at 210 for President Trump. We need 60 electoral votes. We see him winning in Minnesota, not winning, leading currently. He may win these states. But my point is he's leading in Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, and Arizona. Technically right now on the map, it is in favor of President Trump in all of those states. He only needs 60 electoral votes to be the 47th president of the United States.
A remarkable political comeback potentially. So 60 out of the 93 needed. If you made a bet on Kalshi regarding Iowa, because we saw major news outlets saying Iowa would drop for Kamala Harris, you've probably just made some money.
You made some money, but I'll tell you what, under President Trump, we'd be making a lot more money because the gas prices would be down. But that's for another day. We're talking numbers right now. Let's go to Palm Beach, Florida. RSBN's Harrison Fields and Megan Kohler. They're live at the Team Trump watch party. Man, it might be a party tonight in Florida. Let's go out there to Harrison and Megan. If they're ready, let's go there now. Okay, obviously a little bit of audio issues there.
A historic.
And there they are.
J. Trump, it definitely seems like 45 will be becoming 47 in a matter of hours. Still early, a lot of returns still coming in. Crucial battleground states, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. But let me tell you, they underestimated Donald Trump again. And I think he is proving to the media and to the world that is a bad bet.
That's exactly right. We have less than 100 votes to go for Donald Trump to secure the 270 votes for the Electoral College. Lots of races being called here on the ground tonight. And every time they call a race for Donald Trump, of course, everyone's cheering. And even as the votes are coming in and he's increasing, like in Pennsylvania, for example, everyone's cheering. People are super excited here. More and more people are starting to get for a Trump victory. We're so excited. He has 198 electoral votes. Pennsylvania is in counting, but Trump is up there. Georgia getting ready for Trump. Kansas, Arizona, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa are all leaning Trump. So we are so excited to see what happens next.
Yeah, so the pathway for President Trump was a number of ways. The Sun Belt, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, that's one path. And then you get one of the blue wall states up in the Midwest. Donald Trump is doing something that he did in 2016. He's winning the Sun Belt, but he's also winning the Rust Belt. If you look at turnout in Pennsylvania, I was talking to internal sources that said Pennsylvania is a wrap for Trump. If Trump wins Pennsylvania, it's over. Then you look at Wisconsin. The numbers in Wisconsin are historic for President Trump right now. It's the rural vote, but it's the lack of the urban vote for Kamala Harris. And you ask yourself why. All the exit polls, all the reporters on both sides of the aisle are saying the Black and Hispanic community and the Jewish community are voting for Republicans in ways that they've never seen before. It's a testament to the good work of the Trump campaign trying to court Black voters, Hispanic voters, Jewish voters, and they talked about the issues. Kamala Harris has done nothing for these communities. Americans voting in record numbers for Republicans. She hasn't done a thing for Black people. She hasn't a thing for Hispanic people. Donald Trump had a record of success, and they trust him on the issues of the economy, the border, and ending the wars overseas. We're seeing something that's historic right now. And then you look at the Commonwealth of Virginia. Donald Trump is within 30,000 votes in the Commonwealth of Virginia. If that doesn't sound like DEFCON 1, we missed something big right now.
They really underestimated the enthusiasm that Donald Trump has, which is exactly what happened in 2016. Again, in 2020, I think they were a little more prepared for that. But now, a Trump, I want to call it a landslide, but I think it's a monsoon. Is that even bigger than a landslide? There's so many people turning out to vote for President Trump in this election.
It's not a trickle. Some would say it's not even a wave. Some would say if he gets 316 plus, which a lot of projections are saying he may get 316, tsunami, typhoon, whatever you want to call it, it looks really, really good. The outstanding vote, especially in Pennsylvania, isn't for the Democrats. A source was telling me there's no fooling around, no funny business with the math. They either have the voters out there remaining or they don't. And a lot of people are looking in, zooming in on Pennsylvania, and they're trying to find the votes. Where are they going to get it? And I think the answer is increasingly starting to be clear that they just don't have the votes in Pennsylvania to get it over the finish line for Kamala Harris. And if Trump wins Pennsylvania, he may be here before midnight, because you have a situation where his advisors are saying, sir, you've won Pennsylvania, you've won North Carolina, you've won Georgia, Arizona's coming out now, he's already in the lead there, Nevada's going to be coming out very soon. It's a wrap. It's a wrap for him if the numbers continue right now. We don't want to get ahead of our skis, but you got CNN saying, I would rather be Donald Trump right now. So very interested to see what Kamala headquarters is feeling right now. I think he shocked the world again.
That's exactly right. And over on the West Coast, a lot of poll stations are starting to close. It's almost 11 p.m. here on Eastern time, so we'll see what happens with the West Coast states and Mountain Time states starting to close their polling stations and get their counting and votes in. But we have some updates on the Senate races. It is looking really, really, really good for Bernie Moreno of the Republican Party in Ohio with 79% reporting. He's leading 50.9%. Dave McCormick for Pennsylvania has 49.2% with 55% reporting. Ted Cruz, they were just cheering for Ted Cruz out there, looking to win Texas. Tammy Baldwin from the Democrat Party in Wisconsin has 49.2 with 50% reporting. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. So let's see what happens in the Senate. I really believe the Republicans are about to take the Senate majority.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's tough to see because we don't have all the live numbers. And I'm sure the studio will probably fill in what we can't fill in just because we don't have the resources right now. But I think the Senate basically is split. If you look at, let's just call it Ohio, obviously Wisconsin, let's hope Wisconsin, West Virginia. A little disappointed to see that hung cow did not pull it off in Virginia based off the projections that I'm seeing. But Trump is still in the game in Virginia. Let's talk about Iowa. For the past 72 hours, they've been talking about this Iowa poll, talking about how if Kamala Harris truly is in the lead in Iowa, then what else are we missing in Wisconsin and other battleground states? The Iowa poll that was released showing Kamala Harris up was a farce. It was a lie. It was a dereliction of duty even to publicize that poll when no other poll was showing Iowa. It reminds me of 2016 when ABC released a poll showing Donald Trump losing to Hillary Clinton by 16 points in Wisconsin. He went on to take the state. So they released this bogus poll in Iowa. The campaign already knew it was bogus. All the people on the ground were saying, Mr. President, this poll is not real, this is not legitimate. This so-called amazing pollster stood by her poll, and Donald Trump won the state by over 12 points. So it goes to show you that, again, the polling did not add up this time. Trump voters weren't answering the call. They kept their vote private. They voted early, they voted today, and they voted with force. And they did something that the media is going to be scratching their head tomorrow. Wow. We underestimated the Republican Party again, but we also underestimated the capabilities and the frustrations of the people. You look at the Hispanic community. I'm half Puerto Rican. We were gaslit for the past week about a stupid joke at the Madison Square Garden rally. Puerto Ricans showed up for Trump today. Black people, we've been told all the time how Republicans are so racist, how Donald Trump is going to put you back in chains like Joe Biden said. Black developed, not to mention the Jewish population, who have literally felt like they've had a target on their back because of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. They showed up for Trump today. So you're seeing a historic coalition of support in every battleground state that was needed. Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona. Minority community in generations, and they're voting for Donald Trump.
So true, and I really think the Democrats have just taken the minority vote for granted.
Of course.
All those groups you just listed, they basically think, oh, we have it in the bag. The Democrats think they don't have to earn those votes of those people, but the people are waking up and they're realizing, what have you done for our community?
Yeah.
Our community is worse off under you versus when we were under President Trump.
Right.
So these people are waking up, they're turning out to vote for President Trump, and there's a lot of black pastors waking up as well and speaking out about Christian values in the church. They're saying, why are we voting for Democrats when they're completely against Christian values?
Yeah. We talked about the underestimating of the American people. They did it again. Never underestimate the frustrations of the American people who have been screaming at the media, screaming at the White House. We have a crisis at our border that they've completely ignored for almost 4 years, screaming that prices were way too high. We can't afford gas, groceries, and rent. The Democratic Party said inflation was what? Transitory. That the economy is the best economy in the world. As if that's supposed to help us. When gas, groceries, and rent are all up 30, 40, 50%, the American people spoke. They've got issues with the wars overseas. They know that Donald Trump was the first president, in my lifetime at least, that didn't start a war. People want that again. When Donald Trump said, my foreign policy is simple. I want people to stop dying, senselessly dying. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets on the phone with Putin and Zelensky tomorrow and gets the whole Eastern European war over in a day.
Literally.
We were so hungry for leadership, so hungry for strength back in the White House. They looked at Kamala Harris as weak on the world stage because based on the administration's record, how could anyone believe that she would stop the war in Ukraine, that she would somehow help Israel, that she would somehow stand up for Taiwan? Donald Trump has that legitimacy because he brought peace at home and abroad. And they're voting on the issues. The issues.
Kamala Harris has not shown strong leadership qualities in any essence of what is the voter until everyone kept pressuring her to finally do so. Imagine her on the global stage negotiating trade deals with other leaders of other countries when it comes to foreign policy. Being the commander-in-chief of our military, people are realizing that that's we can't even picture her in that position.
No.
We need real leadership, like with Donald Trump, and people in Democrat-run states, Democrat-run cities. They're realizing that over time, why do we keep voting for Democrats when they're not giving us any kind of results? People who have been in office for way longer than they ever should have been. We need some term limits, by the way. I'm all about term limits, but hey, that's just me. Bernie Moreno is doing amazing in Ohio because Sherrod Brown has been a senator for almost 4 years. And how is he doing?
Right.
People are fed up. They want to get Bernie Moreno in there, so I'm really proud of him. Hasn't been officially projected yet, but looking good for Bernie.
Yeah, looking great for Bernie. I just saw the corner of my eye. Hovde in Wisconsin is basically tied 49-49 right now. The edge is going to probably end up going to him.
Map so closely. Thank you so much, Megan and Harrison. They are joining us from West Palm Beach, the viewing party. President Donald J. Trump will hopefully be making a celebratory speech at that venue later on tonight, because when you take a look at what's happening on this Electoral College map, it is downright inspiring at this moment. We're talking about 6 out of the 7 swing states now turning in favor for Donald J. Trump, from Georgia to North Carolina. Look at Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and we know on the West Coast, the polls are closing in 1 minute. Well, actually, it's 9:56. 9:56, 4 minutes away from just about all of the polls closing, and then slowly but surely we're going to start to get these returns. And even in California, Donald J. Trump has a chance, and it's not just for him. He knows that we need a Republican Senate, we need a Republican House of Representatives, and there are races, especially in Orange County, California, where we could have new congressional leaders turning blue seats red in the House of Representatives. Now, I do want to point out, we know that California typically goes blue, same for Oregon, same for Washington, Idaho, almost always a red state. This is a big agricultural area, a lot of rural communities here. Boise, Idaho sometimes goes blue. It has been red before. We're expecting Idaho to be red. in Nevada, where we have 6 electoral votes up for grabs. This is going to be a big one as well. But I do believe when you look at the latest polling data, when you take a look at what's been happening with the registrations, Nevada will likely go to Trump. Now, let's kind of focus in and show you how much of a margin President Trump is leading by now in these key battleground states. We are looking good right now. 51% for Donald J. Trump in the state of Georgia, 48.2% meanwhile. That's what we're seeing in Georgia. Now let me take you into North Carolina. We're looking good for 50.9% versus 48% for Harris. That looks good. He's now at 210. We're looking great there. Over 113 for Kamala Harris. We know she's going to get that 54 more than likely for California, so it's still going to be a very tight election. We take you now into Michigan, show you what's happening there. 51 to 47 in Michigan. We had a feeling the blue collar vote was going to go to Donald Trump in Michigan. It is revealing that at this time. When it comes to how many votes have been counted, 27%. Still going to be a long night here. We're going to have to wait a little bit longer, but it does look more favorable. We take a look now at what's happening in Wisconsin. 59% of the vote has been tallied, and President Donald J. Trump is up in the Badger State, 50.2% to 48.4% here. In the state of Minnesota, a state that would be a wild surprise for all of us. This is Tim Walz's home state, and go ahead in the chat, light it up. Tell us what you think of Walz having him as your potential vice president. We want to hear what you have to say. Minnesota right now, 9% of the vote has been counted, 61% versus 36% for Donald J. Trump, and the rest going to other candidates on the ballot. And of course, we're going to finish off with Arizona. And then I'm going to talk about one of our great sponsors, Birch Gold. First up, though, Arizona. Right now, 50% of the vote has been tallied, 49% going to Donald J. Trump, and 49% they're dead heat right now in Arizona. But again, Phoenix has reported, just outside of Tucson has reported. Look at all this rural territory where crime rates have gone up because of illegal migration. We're looking much better off. Right now, on the map, we have 6 out of the 7 swing states looking favorable for Donald J. Trump. And of course, the 7th is going to be Nevada. And the polls just closed in Nevada just moments ago. And so we are looking good. Now, here's the deal. How it goes in California, Oregon, Washington, Nevada, some of these states that do have later voting, obviously it's the West Coast, they have to tally every single line. You might be joining us on your phone as you're waiting in line. Stay in line. Make sure that you get that vote counted, because it's not just for Donald J. Trump that we have to concern ourselves with. It is the entire House and the entire Senate. Now, Birch Gold has been a spectacular sponsor for us here at RSBN. And as we meet up here tonight on this final night, when we finally get a decision, it's people like Birch Gold that we can thank. When our founder, Joe Seals, started this 9 years ago, he needed some help. He found great sponsors for us. And so we're looking really, really good right now on the map. And part of the reason why President Donald J. Trump appreciates what we have to offer at RSBN is because we do not have to hide who we care about so much. And Birch Gold allows us to bring you this coverage. The Biden-Harris regime, they have reduced our purchasing power. Our money doesn't go as far as it used to. In order to keep up with the trend, many of us have had to max out credit cards. Others of us have had to dip into our 401k. Well, you don't have to do that. You can get some diversification in your life and have a sound peace of mind about your finances with Birch Gold. Precious metals has been a safe haven for years and years, since the Roman Empire, as a matter of fact. Now, if we are blessed, as this map is leading us to believe, with the Donald J. Trump presidency, it's still going to take our economy some time to rebound. We talked about the Keystone XL pipeline. If that project goes up and running again, it's still going to take about a year before we start to see it really make a difference in our economy. So you can protect your savings with the help of our friends from Birch Gold, and they will help you. They will educate you. They will get you the resources that you need so that you can make sound financial decisions for your family. And if you act fast, especially tonight before these are gone, you can still get that silver coin that you see featured there on the side of your screen. It's gorgeous. It features President Donald J. Trump with his fist in the air, as he defiantly says, fight, fight, fight. This is the man who we want to lead our country. This is the man who will stand up to our foreign adversaries. And you can commemorate that moment with this coin. Now, if you're interested, you can ask questions. You don't have to go ahead and buy something right away. They want to help you. They'll help you ask the right questions. Text 989898. Text the word Trump to 989898. Secure your financial future with our friends at Birch Gold Group. And also, another way that you can educate yourself and your children for that matter is with the help of Mike Huckabee. And he has helped us all out with the Free Trump book. Now, the Free Trump book is one of those things you sign up for and you become part of a club, and they continue to update you with valuable resources for your kids that they're not going to get anywhere else. And this is an opportunity for you to spend some time with your kids reading and talking about politics, talking about our country, what makes it great. The mainstream media has never treated President Donald J. Trump fairly. What our kids are learning about him from the mainstream media is false. So Mike Huckabee's team put together a fantastic gift bundle that includes the Kids Guide to President Trump and the Kids Guide to Courage of the President. Both are excellent resources for young Americans. Our children, they're the ones who are going to inherit this great nation. That's why we want so much for Donald J. Trump to win this presidency tonight. 4 more years for Donald J. Trump. But you can educate them on why it's so important so that they make good decisions when they become of age to cast that all-important vote. Plus, if you act now, you can get a commemorative Christmas ornament. Visit freetrumpbook.com, order yours today. Your children and grandchildren, they deserve to hear the inspirational stories of Donald J. Trump, not just what the media forces on us. Again, you can get yours by visiting freetrumpbook.com. Okay, back to the map, because while I was talking, we had a little bit of action. Not the greatest action, but it's not that big of a shock. We were expecting this. California has gone to Kamala Harris. So now we're at 179 to 214, and the race to 270 goes on. We're still not intimidated, though. Washington State also called for Kamala Harris. Not a surprise there. You think about the city of Seattle. You think about what happened during the riots. This is an area where the Democrat governors have decided to put their hands off when it comes to law and order. In California, Prop 36, we're going to find out what the decision is there before long tonight. That is the law and order. Basically, that's the measure that would keep people from being able to just walk into a store and take $1,000 worth of goods right off the shelf. 70% of the state said that they don't want it. When Kamala Harris was asked about it, she said she wasn't going to chime in. That's the woman who could potentially lead our country. Now, when you take a look at this map, it goes to show you that's not what most Americans want. And so things are looking much better, because even when you cast these votes, when you think about what these votes mean for Kamala Harris, it's only brought her up to 179. We've still got Nevada, and this will likely turn red. And again, 6 out of the 7 swing states at this point in the evening are all shaded in red. Now, I'd like to jump in the chat from time to time. I like to see what you guys are interested in knowing more about. And somebody said they want to know about Colorado. So here's a look at what's happening in Colorado. This is why it turned red. I mean, you can see it pretty vividly here. Denver is the reason why. You go just to the south where you have cattle country in Colorado Springs area. That area is red. So within the big cities, even in Fort Collins, that is what turned the state blue, or kept it blue, to say, to just be quite frank, because this is one of those states that typically votes blue, just like some of our other states that are heavily influenced by the populous areas where you get that dense population hub, and it's Denver in Colorado. So let's take a minute and kind of look around a little bit more, see if there's any changes of note here. I'm feeling really good about the fact that you see so much red here in Minnesota. Even at this hour, we continue to tally the votes up there. 12% of the votes now have been counted. 60.6% to Donald J. Trump. So guys, I mean, this is downright inspiring. The fact that 6 out of the 7 swing states are looking favorable for Donald Trump. Now, Virginia, I know you two are getting pretty excited about Virginia. I had a feeling it was going to go blue. Just want to give you an idea where Virginia is right now. 50% Kamala, 48% Donald J. Trump, so it's still relatively tight. But because of its proximity to Washington, D.C., obviously D.C. within Virginia, this is an area that typically goes blue. So Matthew, Bobby, I don't know about you. I know it's still early, but boy, oh boy, we're looking good for our Donald J. Trump.
We are. It's 11:07 Eastern time. Thank you so much, Christina Loren there, breaking down all of the electoral map that you saw right there. And we were talking about Virginia. We know that Harris has about a 2% lead over there. Still polls, precincts to be counted and votes to be counted there. Let's look at North Carolina again real quick. It looks like President Trump is leading in North Carolina 50.8% to 48%. So 50.8 to 48 over Harris. That is one of the key swing states. We're looking at 16. That's a huge number. 16 electoral votes, Bobby.
If that's 88% of the votes counted as well. If the Tar Heel state and same with the Peach state, if they drop in the direction of those 32 votes going towards President Trump, it's looking relatively clear that it would be very hard for Kamala Harris to have a pathway to victory if President Trump sweeps the Sun Belt here.
Also, let's talk about Georgia. It looks like there are other areas that people are calling Georgia as a win for President Trump. The Associated Press has not yet, so we are going to wait until we get that confirmed. And then, of course, we'll be glad to say Georgia went to President Trump. So we're going to be waiting here. You see right there, 90% of the votes in, 51%, 51.1 to 48.2. That is looking likely, Bobby.
Georgia on my mind. It's a beautiful thing. Let's hope it keeps going in that direction, but we want to bring you fair and accurate results and not just jump the gun too quickly here.
Exactly. So Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. What those states have in common right now is that President Trump is leading in Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Right now, the numbers out of Arizona, the Grand Canyon state, President Donald J. Trump has the lead out there on the West Coast with 50% of the votes counted in Arizona as well, as you see those Georgia numbers with President Trump in the lead there. So things are, listen, it's not about worrying about getting too excited about certain things. I mean, the facts are the facts. And right now, President Trump is, as you said, Bobby, 56 electoral votes away, right?
Right, correct.
From being the 47th president of the United States. And if you look at each of the states, again, guys, Arizona, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia are all leading. President Trump is leading every state that I just mentioned in the union. This is quite interesting and quite wonderful to see, Bobby.
And I do believe that many times it doesn't matter ultimately who you select as your running mate. If President Trump is able to win Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, I believe Senator J.D. Vance and his performance in that debate was truly crucial. And we know that President Trump has an eye for finding talent. And Senator J.D. Vance, God willing, the next vice president of the United States, really compliments President Trump so well. And he's shown that with his tough yet gentle nature, really calling out other reporters, saying to certain folks, are you listening to yourself? Talking about migrant crime and Trende Aragua taking over. What if you live there? I mean, J.D. Vance goes right to the core of policy. And he's been there, he knows how to do it. His life has been affected from big government policies and how to make something of yourself when you're up against the ropes.
J.D. Vance's interview with Fake Tapper over at Fake News CNN did such a great job. This was about a week and a half ago. J.D. Vance just shut it down. Jake was trying to angle with all these questions. And when you go against truth, you're going to look dumb. If you're not on the side of truth, you're going to look stupid.
Well, you and I and classy Christina Loren, of course, all coming from mainstream news outlets. I remember those discussions, those training, especially early on in our careers. The idea, liberal or what have you, on a topic. Is the sky blue? Is it sunny outside? Is it raining? There are just specific truths and natural law that binds us. Well, that's changed for a lot of mainstream outlets in the last few years, because when Donald Trump came onto the scene, they just kind of lost their minds in the process. Kari Lake talks a lot about this. She was the lead anchor for nearly 2 decades out at Fox 10 in Arizona, an outstanding news person herself. And wow, she's like, the whole industry went crazy when he came onto the scene.
Exactly. So she was an anchor at Fox 10 in Phoenix, and then now we should actually check that race. So why don't we do that?
Let's do that. Absolutely.
So there's a lot of races to check out there when it comes to congressional and Senate races. Let's also look at Hung Kao, the race in Virginia for Senate there. We know that Kari Lake and Hung Kao are Trump-endorsed candidates. Those are big races. So let's see if we can get some numbers on Kari Lake. But we do know, we see right there out of Virginia, President Trump down by a bit of a percentage there. Not too much, of course, 1.7% down, but 89.4% in with the vote count in Virginia. So that is a wild card state that we've been watching. The other wild card state was Minnesota, and we know that President Trump is leading in Minnesota, and I think, this is just my guess, not a prediction, but just a guess, that President Trump will win the state of Minnesota. President Trump, get this, has a lead in that state, 60.5% over Harris at 37.4%. Now, when I look at the numbers a little closer, Bobby, 14% of the votes are counted in Minnesota right now, so only 14%. So he does have quite the lead there in Minnesota, but we still have a little bit to go.
Some time to go. It's a significant lead at the moment. Again, early count, as we saw in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania tonight, where it seems as if they counted the urban areas first, because there was a strong lead at first for Vice President Harris, but now that has seemed to be much more even and narrowed. Just going back to the Arizona Senate race, Ruben Gallego, a relatively popular Democrat congressman, slightly up right now, 52.5% against Kari Lake's 45.8%, with 49% of the votes counted. So too soon, a relatively narrow race. And the Green Party candidate there, right now, Eduardo Quintana, with 1.7% of the vote, 31,000 roughly of the popular vote in that race.
And you see on the right side of your screen there, the U.S. Senate election right now. So if you look at the state of Virginia, or the Commonwealth of Virginia, Timothy Kaine is leading against Hung Kao, the Trump-endorsed candidate, 52.5% to 47.5%. There's 75% of the votes counted there. So Timothy Kaine has 1.8 million, and then Hung Kao has 1.6 million. So not looking too good right there, but we still have about, 15% or so, 25% of the vote yet to be counted in Virginia. So that's a little bit of the Senate races there. We know that it looks like Joe Kent. Let's check out Joe Kent in Washington State. Don't see that specifically on this right here, but we'll be checking that in a bit. How about Vermont? We were interviewing Gerald Malloy quite a bit here at the network. Bernie Sanders, the career politician, won that race there. But let's get back to the presidential race right now. As we know, President Trump in the lead, 214 to 179. You are looking live, West Palm Beach, actually Palm Beach, Florida, right now at the convention center there. RSBN's Harrison Fields and Megan Kohler, Bobby, they're live. The energy in that room must be, guys, those of you watching that have been to rallies, all of that excitement and hope for our country. Not just an emotional high, but just something that says, you know what, I'd much rather have common sense leadership, or I want to have the Constitution as the law of the land. The basics, right? Well, that energy there is probably all of the rallies culminated in one room. And for those of you watching, wherever you're watching right now, we're with you guys. We're seeing these numbers come in, and this is looking good. As you see on the lower part of your screen there, President Trump at 214 to Harris 179. President Trump is at 60 electoral votes exactly. You were saying 56.
There is roughly, according to the AP, he has 214, so 56 electoral votes needed, and he will be reelected as the 47th president of the United States.
Exactly. So you see that number right there, 214 to 179, getting closer. You know, all of these campaign rallies, all of these campaign stops all across the country, and all of the common sense Americans, the everyday Americans, Bobby, you know, showing up with early voting, showing up to the polls today, as of right now, looking toward a victory for President Trump. Not confirmed. We're not projecting that right now. When we get the numbers, I believe there will be a result tonight. Do you believe that too?
I do, because you did have the secretaries of state in Georgia and Michigan who have been under fire during a couple of past cycles with different discrepancies there and late counts, things of that nature, come out this afternoon, early afternoon, and said we will have a result at some point in the evening or the early morning hours, and they're tabulating quickly. And you can see that with 90% of the vote in the Peach State. Now, Michigan's still somewhat behind. 31% is in the Wolverine State, but very close. And in the meantime, you may have noticed that the vice president's numbers electorally jumped. Of course, Washington and California going for the vice president.
Breaking news right now, the Tar Heel State, 16 electoral votes. President Donald J. Trump has won the state of North Carolina. This confirmed right now. The AP projecting President Donald J. Trump, as you see the numbers there, right there on your screen, President Trump winning North Carolina. That, again, a big win, 16 electoral votes. That is, Bobby, the third election cycle that President Trump has won North Carolina.
And they worked hard for that on the ground. A huge congratulations, Chairman Jason Simmons, and an outstanding group of people who really crisscrossed North Carolina. I was so privileged to, I believe, spend most of my time in North Carolina at those rallies, all the way from Asheville to Asheboro, Greenville to Greensboro, down in Charlotte on a couple of occasions. It's an extraordinary state. It's a beautiful state. And common sense people, they've had a lot of people from New York move there for a better way of life. And gosh, there was a beautiful sunset yesterday morning that seemed to be smiling over North Carolina State's beautiful basketball arena to see President Trump start the first off of 4 different rallies yesterday to seal the deal in the Tar Heel State.
So what we're looking for right now for the next 4 years, if this actually happens, is a golden age for our country, right? And the verge, as President Trump said, of the 4 greatest years of our country. So a golden age, same difference. So let's thank a couple of sponsors real quick as we get ready to see the races called for the rest of the swing states and a few others out there, including Virginia and including Minnesota, the 2 wild cards, Arizona, of course, a swing state. So let's go to Ultra Right Beer. And this is one of our sponsors here at Right Side. You see that can there? That's a tough looking can, I'll be real.
You know, I think I'm going to get a 6-pack, and whoever I have Thanksgiving with, especially those who might have supported our vice president, I might offer them a fight can as we're watching the Lions and the Bears. I don't think any Tigers are playing, but regardless, oh my.
That is wild. I mean, TrumpFightBeer.com. Save 10% using RSBN. Next up, AngelPaste.com. Angel Paste. This company is out of Spring, Texas. They hire military veterans. A great product there. Angel Paste Miracle Cream. All you have to do is go to AngelPaste.com. Check out what's on the website there. Another great sponsor right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. All you got to do is go to AngelPaste.com. Check it out. It's an awesome sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Okay, so we're at 2:30 in the sense of the electoral count right now. We are literally 40 electoral votes away from a win for President Trump. So we know that North Carolina just went to President Trump. We have Pennsylvania that has 19 electoral votes up for grabs. We have Georgia at 16, Michigan 15, Wisconsin 10, Arizona is at 11, Nevada is at 6. The wild card races would be Virginia and Minnesota. President Trump is not leading in Virginia currently, but that is such a close race right now because it is literally 50.1% for Harris, 48.3% for President. Keep our eye on Virginia. But Bobby, as you see there, let's talk about, look at this beautiful thing right here. This is, you're seeing it right there on the map. I'm going to show Bobby the same thing. He's looking at the same thing. Look at this. Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, all leading for President Donald J. Trump.
Right, and then Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth, and the Peach State of Georgia with, well, 90% in for Georgia, 76% in for Pennsylvania. If those two drop, it would be very difficult for the vice president to overcome that.
Yeah, exactly. So those of you that are watching right now, and you might see other outlets or other places saying that Georgia has gone to President Trump, well, trust us, we can't wait to say the same thing. But the point is, we're waiting along with the Associated Press on this one. And totally, when that number comes through, we'll be declaring and projecting President Trump the winner of the Peach State. And you'll be doing that one, definitely, if that's the case, coming up here any second from now, because, of course, living in Georgia, quite awesome.
Good common sense people. They were not happy with the last 4 years, and I have been a resident myself for nearly 3 years in the beautiful state of Georgia, and they have an opportunity here to literally save the nation.
And one of our production crew here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, you didn't see him and we won't name him, but literally came in, he had to work on the camera a little bit, and he pointed to the peach sticker that he voted for, I believe, President Trump. So
we say post the peach, and I did that with the wonderful, handsome Harrison Fields back at that Atlanta rally on October 15th. I voted the first day of early voting, and it was a special moment, but we like to post the peach, and you can see that on my personal social medias.
Harris has 187, President Trump 230. We are 40 electoral votes away from the 47th President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief being Donald J. Trump. All right, let's go to a couple sponsors here.
Yes, Sticker Mule. You can see these beautiful stickers right here. Great examples of their work, but Right Side Broadcasting, I always double check when I take my laptop out, is it mine? Because when I'm at the airport, it gets to be pretty busy there, and you see the Right Side Broadcasting stickers, and I know it's mine. But some exciting news for you guys. Stickerpack.com, with this election right now in real time, you're watching this, a very exciting election, the most historic in most of our lifetimes. You can sign up using this link at stickerpack.com, whether it's for fun or you want to support President Trump, of course, further, and put that on your laptop or maybe even the car to show your MAGA energy. Whether you want to just spark up some fun conversation, Sticker Mule is your place to go, and they've got you covered. That is stickerpack.com to get your free Trump sticker pack today. And hurry, it's only for a limited time, and who knows how many there are left with this election seemingly closing in on 270.
Exactly. So stickerpack.com. Let's move on to AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. It's actually the leading conservative voice for Americans 50 and older. So members will receive a whole slew of items, a subscription to the AMAC magazine, exclusive discounts on a wide range of benefits as well, and some free resources. So it's just amac.com for that information, as well as it is that website, as you see, if you go to amac.us/RSBN. Let's go back to some more coverage here as we get ready to see what the swing state results will be here in the country. We're looking at Pennsylvania still. We know that right now there's a video being played in West Palm Beach. If we want to go there, we can. Director, just let me know if you want to go there for that video as we are waiting for the numbers to come in here at the RSBN studios. Of course, you've heard from Christina Loren. Okay, we're going to stay right here because obviously, you know, in rally coverage, of course, we go to those videos, don't we, Bobby?
And that's that fighter video, that boldness of this lion, this great leader, President Donald Trump. He's an extraordinary human being, and that's what I hope to convey in those last few weeks, especially after meeting with him briefly in Aurora, Colorado. He's extraordinarily approachable, and yet he's this American icon, someone who did not need the American presidency, but rather used his business acumen to change the landscape of Washington, D.C. And what I'm most excited about is this second cabinet.
Let's go to West Palm Beach and check out the rest of that video. You know, those political videos that we've seen at all of the different rallies, I remember there's so many of them, and they're all really good, aren't they?
I mean, it really speaks to the character and this man who's engaged the culture. You know, I actually sat in a meeting during my tenure at Turning Point USA with the Duffys, and wonderful people, and Sean Duffy, a former congressman. They spoke on the difference between the Mitt Romney Republican Party and the Donald Trump Republican Party. You know the difference? Donald Trump was unafraid to engage the culture. Romney thought he was above it. He thought he was, oh, you know, it's all about the country club meetings. It's all about civil society in his view. No, it's about the American people. It's about these great people who have attended these rallies, regardless of their backgrounds, who care about the future of this country. And President Trump is the leader of really a populist movement that this country needed. Dwight Eisenhower warned us of this. The military-industrial complex, JFK, I believe, lost his life for going up against a deep state. And we've seen this in the modern presidency. We've seen the ones who go along to get along, and we've seen the ones who buck the system to make a difference for everyday Americans.
That's why we love an outsider president, an outsider candidate, and that's who Donald Trump is. And that's who Ronald Reagan was.
Absolutely.
I mean, we've got, you know, it's always good to see people that aren't career politicians. If there are any out there that have done good, then great, but not many have done great things, especially in Washington.
And it's a society where you scratch each other's backs. It doesn't matter R versus D, and I think people have realized that. And one of the most glaring examples of that is James Comey and what he did at the FBI and how scandalous that was. You don't need people like that, dishonest individuals who are watching out for themselves and for specific institutions rather than protecting the American people.
Exactly. So we know that this election isn't right versus left, it's right versus wrong, and we see that right now right is winning. And winning by quite a number. So 230 for President Trump, 187 for Harris, 40 electoral votes to go for President Trump to be the projected winner of the White House, of the presidency, when he will become the president-elect Donald J. Trump. And on Truth Social, for those of you that love Truth and love X out there, if you want to follow us, it's at RSBN on Truth Social, or at RSB Network on X. Now, the reason why I bring up Truth is last night, it was the last rally for President Trump, the last campaign rally. And I just posted about that and got a decent amount of people liking it. Then I truthed something this morning. I quoted the truth and I said, today is the day, the first day where President Trump will be called President-elect Donald J. Trump. I just threw it out there at 8 this morning as we are believing and hoping and praying and working hard for it to happen. And as of right now, this may be what happens. I mean, literally, Bobby, we both went into the day today. At least I did. I'll share my story here real quick as we were tracking the numbers. I really didn't know. You know, I know that under a free and fair election, we know that President Trump would win. That's my opinion. But I still, you didn't know what's really going to happen. So that's where I'm at. But now we're seeing the numbers, which we're going to talk about here in just a second. What was your initial thought?
I think very similar. I was hopeful, optimistic, especially watching on the ground with the early vote initiatives. I mean, the Republican Party under Laura Trump and Michael Whatley has done an extraordinary job. Now it's still early in the night. It looks like there will be a Senate majority. We're at 49 right now to 40. And then I still need to break the numbers down, but looks like a net gain right now of at least one, Governor Jim Justice, now the senator-elect from West Virginia. But we have leads of Eric Hovde in Wisconsin. We have leads in Michigan with Mike Rogers and a lead in Pennsylvania with Dave McCormick. And just up to a moment ago, Royce White was actually doing fairly well in Minnesota. He's fallen back a bit against Amy Klobuchar. So we'll see how that continues to develop. But many races, very narrow, very close. Ruben Gallego slightly ahead of Kari Lake in Arizona as well. So we'll keep developing and watching that. And this legislative agenda, crucial for President Trump because we've seen what they do in times when they have the majority, and God forbid they try to impeach Donald Trump simply for winning an election. They might do that. Christina, do you have any updated numbers or breakdowns specifically on the legislative side that we can really dissect? Perhaps we have the lead in the House thus far. The Senate also a lead, but is there any projection of what the Congress may look like?
Congress right now, if you're talking about the Senate and the House both taking the lead for the Republicans, it looks like it's going to be a unified body backing President Donald J. Trump. Now, we can start to get a little bit more comfortable at this point in the evening. When you take a look at this map, you know that North Carolina has just been called for President Donald J. Trump. Georgia, Bobby McNeely's home state, is also looking good. Pennsylvania, when you take a look at what's happening, 19 electoral votes up for grabs. 77% now of the vote has been tallied, and Donald J. Trump, 51% to 47%. So if President Trump takes Pennsylvania, he takes Michigan, which is also looking good for him, 51.5% to 46.8% in Michigan, where 37% of the vote has been tallied. You factor in Wisconsin at this point, 51% for Donald J. Trump versus 47%. So we're talking about some pretty good margins that he's leading by at this stage of the game. Now, Minnesota, which we were watching for much of the night, was actually leaning red. But at this point, now that 47% of the votes have been counted, it's 55% to Kamala Harris, and they're giving 42% to Donald J. Trump. And what you'll notice is a lot of these outlying areas in Minnesota, it's still not over here just yet. They still need to tally up these votes, and we need those returns before we have a final decision. So let's talk a little bit about North Carolina first. I want to take you in a little bit more granularly so that you can see what happened here. Because the big reporting sites, the big cities, Charlotte, Raleigh, even Greensboro, the third largest city within the state of North Carolina, all showing us blue. But it was the rural areas. It's rural America that decided this race for Donald J. Trump. And this is a big winner for Donald J. Trump. I know that he's probably very excited to hear about this. Lara Trump, of course, this is her home state. She's from Wilmington. And so this goes to show that the big cities aren't able to call the shots when everybody shows up to vote. Record early voting turnout, women, Republican women amongst that group showing up in droves. We had more women than men, Republicans voting early. So that goes to show what can happen when we all unite as a party. Now you take a look at Ohio, that's solid red as well. We had some questions about that earlier on in the night. Michigan will more than likely go to Donald J. Trump, and we're also looking good. We're still waiting on Nevada for any sort of information, where we do have those 6 electoral votes up for grabs. But even here in the state of Nevada, the early voting data shows us that President Donald J. Trump will likely win. Now, you asked about the House and the Senate. Take a look at the House map. This is what we're expecting. This is the leadership that we will have representing us in Washington, D.C. And right now, for the majority that you see here, we're talking about representatives that will more than likely, it's still going to be a rather small margin, it looks like at this point of the game, but we're going to have a Republican House. And that is going to be so important for Donald J. Trump to have that backup. And then when you look at the Senate race, there's still a lot of states where it's undecided. We're not getting really a lot of information about some of these key Senate races. A lot of course, Senates are incumbent and they're going to stay there because we have a new senator every 6 years. However, things are looking good in the races that we were watching. A third of the Senate was up for grabs. And as of tonight, we are also looking good towards a red majority. And a big part of the reason why is because Donald J. Trump pulled up that ticket. Now, I'm a little concerned about Kari Lake here. 49% of the votes have been tallied. She's still at 45%, and that is versus, for Ruben Gallego, 52%. It's not over till it's over. It is not over till it's over, gentlemen. So these are races most polling places have closed. We might still have some people waiting in line in some states like California, even Nevada. Every person in line will get the chance to cast their vote. So it's going to be a little bit longer. I would say another couple hours, maybe 3 hours, if we are to get a decision tonight. But it is looking more and more likely, gentlemen, like that will be the case.
Exactly. And you know what is interesting is that there are 8 states that we're really keeping our eye on. We have Pennsylvania, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, Virginia, and Minnesota. I know that Virginia is going a little bit to the left right now. Can you double check the numbers on what the latest is there?
Sure. Virginia is interesting. As you both know, you see Richmond here. Richmond is where you're going to find the majority of people. Then you have Norfolk, Virginia as well. This is where you have your population hubs. And so a lot of people here are going to be voting for Kamala Harris. And then right up against the District of Columbia, we have another area where you have a lot of people who actually live here and then they commute back and forth into Washington, D.C., also known as the swamp in part. And so that is why you have that blue really starting to show up. Now, when it comes to the state of Virginia, just to give you some of the details there, we have 50% for Kamala Harris, 47.6% for Donald J. Trump. And it was the northern areas of Virginia that just started coming in. And that's really what kind of changed the game and flipped it back to blue. But it was red most of the night. It really brought up a lot of encouragement. This is a state that going into the next presidential election, if they did a lot of work, if the Republican Party really worked hard, they could flip this state red, even with its proximity to Washington, D.C.
Yes, again, that heavy, Christina, thank you for pointing that out, the heavy D.C. suburbs having a huge influence over the state. But another net gain for the Republicans, we can project along with the AP that Bernie Moreno is the senator-elect from Ohio, a big pickup against Sherrod Brown, who really tried to run with President Trump. And we're now seeing even Eric Hovde with 70% of the vote nearly in Wisconsin. He's in the lead by 0.5%, a very tight race with Tammy Baldwin. We also saw the same strategy from her, being tough on China and being for President Trump's tariffs. So, you know, even some Democrats running with President Trump's message.
Absolutely. And again, I mean, you take a look at the way that the Senate breakdown has occurred here in the state of Wisconsin. And again, you've got Madison, which is a college town to the south here in Wisconsin, and Milwaukee blue. But as you get north toward Green Bay, that is where the Republican turnout has been tremendous. And then you take a look at all these outlying cities and these rural counties. They have made such a difference in this election so far. Now, we're still tallying up the votes across the state of Wisconsin. For the Senate race, we actually, let me tell you how much is done here. We are at 69%. So Eric Hovde just jumped up to 49.8% versus Tammy Baldwin at 48.2%.
A lot of states still too early to call, even though President Trump is leading in these huge swing states. everywhere from Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Georgia, correct?
Absolutely correct. You're right on point. In fact, in 6 out of the 7, he's still holding a strong lead. So that's Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. He won North Carolina and Georgia as well. They're almost done counting the votes in Georgia, where we now have 91% of the votes counted, 51 to 48% in Georgia. So we're looking good in the Peach State. Arizona could be a game changer as well. We have 49.7 to 49.5. So it is razor thin margins at this point in the state of Arizona, with 50% of the votes counted. But you take a look at these numbers. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
That's okay, go ahead.
Oh, for the great Matthew Alvarez, I'm going to shut my mouth, take a step back, and listen to what you have to say. What were you going to ask?
Oh, come on now. That's not how that works here. You know that. But anyway, that's fun. I like it. But the point is, Minnesota, can you update us on the numbers in Minnesota right now? Like, my point is, with the wild card states of Virginia and Minnesota, we've seen them back and forth, but I'm starting to back off on calling them wild card states if Minnesota and Virginia are not going to go red. I hope they do, but what's the latest there?
Well, Minnesota turned blue not too long ago, and kind of by a rather large margin. And I think the reason why is because this area, the suburbs surrounding Minneapolis, of course, that's the big concentration of people. That's where you have your population center. Here in the state of Minnesota, wildly went blue. But you know, you take a look to the north, we still have a lot of counties that need to report. Duluth is another area that will likely go red. And so this race isn't quite finished just yet either. That's not decided yet. And when it comes to Minnesota right now, we're at 53.5% versus 44.4%. But of course, you have to factor in Minneapolis, and we'll see what happens. Right now, 51% of the votes have been counted in the state of Minnesota.
Now we can make the call that AP is projecting Virginia is in the column for the vice president.
Yep.
That's unfortunate, but as we know, the swamp is nearby, and a lot of people who commute back and forth to D.C., it is outrageously expensive to live in Washington, D.C., even just to stay there, to travel there to our nation's capital. It's very expensive. So a lot of people live to the south in the suburbs, and so that is probably what pulled the blue there. So we're at 205 now versus 230, but the odds are with us. They're looking really good. And again, I'm very cautiously optimistic. However, we're going to continue on in this night until we have a decision. If we do get one tonight, it is looking more and more likely that we will get a decision in just a few hours.
Exactly. So we're laser sharp focused on now the following states. We're laser sharp focused on Pennsylvania, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada. That is, what, 6 electoral, 6 swing states right there. We know North Carolina, as you said, went to President Trump. So, all right, so we have 6 to go. Let's see what happens. We're 40 electoral votes away. The thing is like you said, we can get a little comfortable, but not too comfortable, because at the end of the day, you never know, right? So we really have to see this come through at 40 electoral votes still to go. And we see that he's been leading, though, in these swing states in red for a while, though, right? Like, we haven't seen PA or Michigan go back and forth too much as of the past hour, correct?
That's absolutely correct. And then Pennsylvania now with 82% of the vote. Then 51% for Donald Trump and 47% for Kamala. I'm feeling really good about that. And so if you add the 19 to the 230, we're talking about he's up to 249 if we get Pennsylvania. And then it's only going to take a couple more. Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, Nevada still on the line. His chances are looking great. You factor in Georgia, which is also leaning towards President Donald J. Trump, and you see why I've got a little extra spring in my step. But you're right. It ain't over till it's over, Matthew Alvarez. I completely
100%.
know.
It's going to be quite awesome. Let's just look into the future maybe 4 hours from now, right? Say President Trump wins the 2024 election. What is it going to be like throughout the country tonight in various cities, various towns, rural areas, suburban areas? What about tomorrow? Just hopefully a lot of joy in the country. And then those on the left, hopefully it just stays calm. But the point is, you know, we're looking at 40 more electoral votes. Christina Loren, thank you so much for all of that live reporting there in the projection room, the RSBN projection room.
Absolutely. Let me know when you want some more, and I'll be right here for you.
I hear you. Thank you so much. All right, awesome stuff. I mean, 230 for Donald Trump, 205 for Harris. So we see we're getting closer, but now it's just kind of watching the clock and see what happens. Kalshi.com as well has been really hot tonight because obviously the election.
Right.
So let me look at the latest numbers there for Kalshi.com. Let's see. Kalshi is, wow, look at that.
94% chance of Donald Trump becoming next president of the United States.
Yes.
Very exciting.
Yes, 6% for Harris, 94% for President Trump. That's on Kalshi right now, so that's pretty awesome. Director, can you let us know the next direction? All right, so we'll go to Victory Coffee. If you go to victorycoffeeroasters.com, that's the great website for this veteran-owned, and it was actually founded by an Army colonel and his wife who proudly support President Trump. So it's not just any coffee, it's the coffee that President Trump would love, rich, robust, and ready to energize your MAGA morning. So a great product there, right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Always good to see so many patriotic companies that just work with a patriotic network like ours.
And the entrepreneurial spirit of these great groups that said, enough is enough, I'm going to go out there and serve the American people and serve them well. And it's been great to see how many of these new companies have come about, you know, really in the last few years because of the cancel culture.
Exactly. And if we could see maybe West Palm Beach here on the monitor, that'd be great, as we can hopefully see how the Team Trump party is going there in West Palm Beach. Also, we were up in Pennsylvania as well. Nikki Stanzione there at a Team Trump event as well. So always good to see various events going on around the country right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're waiting to see which states are projected for President Trump. Okay, so the race is not called. We're just hearing about Georgia right now with the AP, but the Georgia Secretary of State says President Trump has an insurmountable lead right now, but the state has not called it for Georgia at this point. And we will wait until the Associated Press and others make that call. And of course, but right now, President Trump with this sizable lead in the Peach State, some good news for the 45th and soon to become, we see the 47th, possibly the 47th president of the United States. Looking on various pictures here live in West Palm Beach, the place is packed, just having a great time there as they watch the numbers come in, Bobby.
Oh, it's an exciting room, and it's great to see that in West Palm Beach because these people have worked so hard on this campaign, the blood, the sweat, the tears, literally, in the case of President Trump, taking a bullet for democracy, and perhaps the stalwart that changed the dynamics of this race. People that have come to politics like Joe Rogan and Megyn Kelly, who once covered it or had an interest in it, but then saying, for my family, for the future of this nation, I have to get involved, and I have to endorse President Trump.
Exactly. So I believe you're looking at on the screen there, Director, if we can get that on the monitor here, the president leading 47.6% over Harris. So we're looking at 2.9 million votes you see there for President Trump to 2.7. What a swing state to win if President Trump wins this one. That's a big one there, Bobby.
That is gigantic. If looking at this now, if it's the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the Peach State of Georgia, and of course Nevada, he is the next president.
Exactly.
So that would put him over 270.
Do we have, Director, do we have the popular vote numbers? Do we have the popular vote numbers anywhere? There they are, popular vote totals. Through the last updated returns, 60.1 million Americans over 56.1 for Harris. So that's the popular vote totals. We know the numbers right now when it comes to the electoral map as well. Possibly we could take a look at that too, as we are here just reporting live for you guys as we see the numbers come in on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We know that President Trump at last look was at about 230 electoral votes, so still that 40 to go. And we'll be looking to see what races are called, and of course we'll call them right here. Just a shout out to everybody also here at Right Side in the studio that is working on all of these numbers and seeing everything come to fruition here. And all of the graphics and everything going on. We're just working as a team right now as we see at 11:52 p.m. Eastern Time. We're approaching November 6th, Bobby, and by November 6th, I believe we'll know who the next president will be.
As President Trump said, this is Liberation Day. Remember the 5th of November, and what a potentially historic moment. This doesn't happen often, where someone loses the presidency and then makes that comeback. This would only be the second time, in fact, in American history.
As you see at the bottom of your screen, I agree with you 100% on that. You see awaiting results from key swing states. So that's exactly what we're doing here at Right Side. That's what you're doing there at home or wherever you're watching us. Thanks so much for tuning in or live streaming in. I keep saying tuning in. You're not tuning in, you're live streaming in. Let's talk about RepublicanRed.com. RepublicanRed.com, the winery there. So many varieties of wine at RepublicanRed.com. You see a few of them right there. And isn't there a Pinot Noir that's...
It's the Never Surrender. It's a collectible item. Really fantastic. And perhaps some of you might have it tonight to enjoy a potential victory. We're not getting ahead of ourselves, but it's looking rather positive. And then, of course, you have the Second Amendment Cabernet, a great way to celebrate our freedoms there, and then the Drain the Swamp Chardonnay, of course, a crisp white to enjoy, making fun of the bureaucratic state, and it really is we the people versus the uniparty.
Exactly, and that's what the fork in the road is that we're facing right now. We finally got to the fork. We've been talking about it. I know I've said it 500 times on this network, but it's true. Like
it's been a journey, hasn't it? It's been 4 years of twists and turns and people losing their lives. And that's the thing, it's the preventable crime we've spoken of, whether it's an open border, the fentanyl poisoning, the unnecessary wars. Vladimir Putin would not have invaded Ukraine, period. Wherever you stand on that, and the fact that we send hundreds of millions and sometimes billions over to the Ukrainian government, and then you have natural disasters here, and our FEMA cannot help out people in Western North Carolina. This will all change in a matter of weeks.
Exactly. Director, where are we going next on the next sponsor here? All right, the Trump Combat Knife, PatriotAddictDeals.com, PatriotAddictDeals.com. So many great products there for President Trump and MAGA. If you love MAGA, you love President Trump, PatriotAddictDeals.com is for you. And also RSBN 30 for this great discount there for 30% off. You can get that at PatriotAddictDeals.com. Let's take a look at some live pictures. Hopefully we can go to West Palm, but also it would be great to see the electoral map as well. That's as we track everything coming through right now. It is still 230 to 205 for President Trump. So we've been watching the numbers since 6 p.m. Eastern time. We've been live the whole time with Christina Loren, who you've seen in the projection room, and then also Harrison Fields and Megan Kohler in Florida, which we'll be going back there. That is quite the party tonight in Florida, especially if President Trump wins this one. We're looking at Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. President Trump still leading. He's leading in Georgia. He's leading in Arizona. No numbers yet for Nevada, so those numbers are not even in at all right now as we approach the midnight hour here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Bobby, your thoughts at this point?
Well, it's also interesting that one more victory in a Senate seat and the Republicans then have the majority in at least one chamber. And now also a significant lead in the U.S. House, 171 to 129 right now. Of course, 435 seats all up for grabs every 2 years in the House. But things looking rather positive as we move into what will be Wednesday, November 6th, the day after the election.
Oh boy, it would be quite awesome to see the results here tonight or midnight, right in the morning. All right, so we're going to go to way up north from where we are here in Alabama. We're going to go to Pennsylvania, the huge swing state of Pennsylvania right now. So let's go there to Nikki Stanzione, who joins us live from a Trump team watch party. Nikki, take it away.
Hey guys, this is pretty unbelievable what has just happened over the last few minutes. There has been a very obvious shift in the energy. I think people were getting very excited about what was happening, throughout the night, and seeing these numbers starting to get really good for Pennsylvania as we were starting to initially close the gap. But now over the last few minutes, as we saw the lead that Dave McCormick has been taking, he has been working relentlessly on the campaign trail. Every time President Trump and McCormick take the stage, he has been fighting hard for this state. And this crowd wants to see him go over the edge and take it home. And of course, every time we hear these Pennsylvania results coming in for President Trump being approximately around 51-47 at this point in the lead against Kamala, I'll tell you what, it's a different feeling. It's a feeling of confidence. It's a different level of optimism. And when we saw Bucks County take it from earlier in the night when we were at about, I think it was about 76% when they first started rolling in for her side. Now it is absolutely in a tie position at the 49% mark or so. So it's very exciting here in Bucks County. I just can't even believe that we are hours, if not less, away from a decisive victory. It could be big. Now the lights just went out. It's getting very exciting in here.
Yeah, it's definitely exciting there, and the fact that that Commonwealth could go to President Trump. That everybody was talking about Pennsylvania, right, Bobby? I mean, everybody was talking about it, and now what we're seeing is a possible win for President Trump. He is leading there right now. In your time there, Nikki, just talking with some of the great people of Pennsylvania, what are they saying? Are they optimistic? Are they nervous?
Very nervous. Everybody's kind of in that holding their breath mode. I see people doing, this like hold on to nothing pose where they're just kind of waiting to hear. Every time we hear on the televisions, okay, we have another call to make, everybody gets silent. You could hear a pin drop, and then all of a sudden there's eruptions of cheers because we've had so many moments of good news tonight. Of course, a little disappointed when we saw, I'll tell you when the biggest boos came out. The biggest boos came out for Adam Schiff, not surprisingly. The other big boo came out when Virginia got called for Harris. That was a big one. But overall, I've been hearing a lot more cheers than boos tonight, and the optimism, to your question, has been really off the charts, which I love to see.
Well, it's what President Trump spoke of, Nikki, as we were there covering so much of the activity in the Commonwealth ever since June. President Trump saying if he wins Pennsylvania, it's
yeah. I mean, I'm sorry, you just went out for one moment. I think, hold on one second. I think you guys just went out for a moment. But I'll tell you, if you were asking me about what President Trump had been saying on the campaign trail regarding the idea of if Pennsylvania gets this, America gets this, and I have to tell you, the path is very, very close. In several other swing states, it could happen even before we get to Pennsylvania. I mean, it really could happen. And I'm hearing people saying tonight that if we bring it home here, they know that they will be calling President Trump the 47th president of the United States.
You know what's going to be great is, Nikki, if we get the chance, if President Trump pulls the win for Pennsylvania, we'd look forward to coming to you live again and seeing you all with the people there in Pennsylvania, just
I have the chills just as you say it. I'm starting to get a little verklempt, as they say. I really have to say, I know that's what everybody's waiting for. They're kind of on the edge, just waiting for that moment. I will tell you this, we did get an announcement. Somebody came out and said, stand by. If you had any intention of leaving anytime in the next half hour, don't, because we might have some really good news and we want this room full to hear that news together. So I believe that is a very likely possibility and maybe even leaning now toward a probability.
And that's a once-in-a-lifetime experience to watch the energy of any campaign at any level become victorious as you get into the early morning hours. And as I look behind you, Nikki, it seems like quite a mix of different ages and people showcasing that same energy that President Trump did just 24 hours ago to finish his last rally in Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Absolutely. It's funny because I would say this crowd is very reflective of what I saw at the polls today, as I talked to you about earlier, seeing a real mix of demographics, seeing a lot of men, but also a lot of women, seeing a lot of seniors, also seeing a lot of children, and certainly seeing a lot of first-time voters. I'm looking around, of course, over by the bar, I'm seeing a lot of those college-age kids who might have just voted for their very first time in this election. And I have been walking around talking to some families, and even the kids, like we talk about at the rallies, and like you just mentioned, Bobby, the kids get so excited and so invigorated because this is a moment that they'll remember to talk about one day to their own children, that they were a part of history. And actually on the lines today, I spoke to two young little girls and I asked them why they were excited about being here. And they said, well, their teachers wanted them to see what the voting process was like, and they wanted to be a part of that experience so they could share it with their classrooms. But they also said they want America to be a free country and for people to just be who they are and be free. And it was really sweet, and it just showed you how freedom matters to us at every age. And it's even something that the younger children of this country recognize as a beautiful privilege that we have living in this country that none of us want taken away from us.
Perfectly said, Nikki. And it's interesting as we, over the years, how about over the past 9 years, interviewed so many people outside of all of the President Trump's rallies and events and speeches. And I know all three of us and any other hosts at Right Side, we've interviewed everybody, and it's been great. And then people are just really excited right now. Nikki Stanzione, this is quite the night. It's 11:04 Central, 12:04 where you are in the morning. So happy November 6th. Hopefully it's going to be a very happy November 6th for all of us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network.
I hope so.
So Nikki, I just want to share with you the latest numbers that we have for Pennsylvania out of the Associated Press. So 83% of the vote is counted. 83%. So President Trump has 51.4% of the vote. Harris has 47.7. So the numbers, 3 million for President Trump, 2.8 for Harris. So 84% of the votes counted. So we are seeing some history in the making right now. Nikki Stanzione, thank you so much for that live report. We're going to go back out to you guaranteed, especially for a win for the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. All right, so that was Nikki Stanzione there live. And of course, awaiting the results from the key swing states. I mean, man, we got to get one of those Red Bulls and drink up a little bit of an energy kick, because I'll tell you, we're doing well, but man, this has been 6 straight hours, and we see President Trump doing so well. It's very refreshing.
And this is exactly what took place 8 years ago. It was Pennsylvania that really drove it home for him, and then that blue wall came tumbling down in Michigan and Wisconsin. So a similar narrative, and again, really at the end of this, we'll be able to see, was it the Gen Z vote that really helped get him over the edge? And then also in North Carolina and potentially the Peach State, was it the African American vote, especially men, who put it over the top for President Trump? Because as of now, although these are relatively high numbers, it really is breaking down into a turnout election. So it's interesting because this was always the theory of those who initially ran against President Trump. He has his base, but he cannot win re-election. You heard that from some Republican voices, even those who were running against him in the primary, and clearly it's looking like they were wrong about that.
Exactly. I mean, this is just wild to see this historic election unfolding before our eyes right now. This is what we've been seeing at every rally. The amount of support for President Trump that we've been talking about is possibly coming to a close here in a sense of a win. How about you got to be a good closer? And that's what's happening right now. I mean, this is legit. This is Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Georgia are the swing states that have not been called yet, and they are all leaning red right now. This is quite an amazing moment in time, especially when we see the results of the swing states. And Bobby, again, 40 electoral votes to go.
And that's what he can close this right now. If it's going the direction of the Commonwealth, of the Peach State, and then Nevada, when we get those numbers, that could be game, set, and match. And then with the rest, President Trump would not even need those potentially. So we'll see how this all presents itself as we hope to have an answer relatively soon. But it's really a pretty beautiful map, and perhaps could be a larger win for him than he had 8 years ago against Hillary Clinton.
I'm not getting ahead of myself, but indirectly I am. I want Thanksgiving and Christmas this year and the New Year to be just such a great time. I want to be able to sit back and watch a football game and not have the worries or thoughts of politics on my mind, right?
Right.
You just want to, be like, hey, our country is back. We have a president that is going to do great things with a cabinet that is America first, and just to kick back and enjoy life again in America. And I hope that will be the same for as many countries around the world as possible. So many people in the free world would love to have an opportunity even to have this situation. Unfortunately, it went the wrong way in Brazil. It went the wrong way in Venezuela and in other countries around the world. But for some reason, we're blessed here in this nation to be here as Judeo-Christian background, of a founding there. And so it's just great to be a part of it. And it's great to be here live with you guys. If you'd like to follow any of us on Truth Social, it's at RSBN for Truth Social. I'm at Matthew Alvarez, and Bobby is?
I am at Robert B. McNeely on Truth Social, at Robert McNeely TV over on Instagram.
All right, so it is 12:09 Eastern time right now, as it is November 6th. The election was yesterday. Here we are today at 2:30 to 2:10, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona. We are waiting here with you guys. I'm also trying to line up an interview with Christopher Macchio, the opera singer. He's in West Palm Beach. Maybe actually he can go to Harrison and Meghan and maybe interview with them live. So I'll just coordinate that here on the side. But the point is, he will be singing tonight in West Palm Beach. We're not getting ahead of ourselves. I'm just saying it'd be great to talk with him, because remember in Butler, Pennsylvania, and in Madison Square Garden, you saw that Frank Sinatra song at the end, New York, New York. I mean, we're getting slowly closer, but still way too close to call. So Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, and Arizona, Bobby. So we're looking at it. We'll see what happens.
And Christopher, such a great opera star in New York and internationally, and really quite the gentleman. He spent a few moments with us prior to the pre-show in Madison Square Garden, and that was one of the most special rallies, a homecoming rally. This was the most famous auditorium, famous stadium in the world. Billy Joel performing there 150 times. And of course, Michael Jordan in the 1990s, my Chicago Bulls, ran wild on Patrick Ewing and the Knicks. Sorry for any New York fans out there, but I'd like to share that for all you sports fans. But that was really a wonderful homecoming for President Trump in the Big Apple.
It was awesome at MSG, of all places, the most famous arena in the world, housed the most famous person in the world.
Fantastic. And breaking news, RSBN is proud to project that the Peach State of Georgia will be going its 16 electoral votes for President Donald Trump. Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger saying that his lead is insurmountable and Vice President Kamala Harris will not surpass President Donald Trump. Georgia is on my mind, and that was a special moment for me personally. My adopted home state is really on the verge now of saving America. 16 electoral votes, Georgia going for President Trump.
All I can do is smile right now as we see 16 electoral votes. So that is a total of 2 swing states for President Donald J. Trump. North Carolina, Georgia for Trump. What will happen in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Arizona? We will see shortly right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Bobby, your thoughts again, Georgia.
A special moment. It's good people. Many of us have moved there for a better way of life, including myself. And you will find the most hospitable, lovely, common sense individuals. And we got it done for the American people. And I knew Georgia would. I knew the Peach State would hit a home run for America, and they did so tonight.
Exactly.
Very exciting.
Well, we want to see some more home runs and some more grand slams and singles, doubles, triples, whatever. We'll bring home the runs here when it comes to wins. All right, so let's go also to freetrumpbook.com, freetrumpbook.com. Mike Huckabee and his team there at Free Trump Book writing some great books for the youth of America. You saw one there. That's the Kid's Guide to President Trump. There's also the Kid's Guide to American Greatness as well, freetrumpbook.com. The next one is judgement. So big pharma, big and lobbyists have made it into place shouldn't often leading to the supreme of many, including micro platform. Check this out. It's creating. You go to jobs and use that RSPN promo code for quite a discount there. Sponsor side broadcasting network. That Georgia went to President Trump. We know that Pennsylvania, we're waiting to see the numbers. We're waiting to see the numbers in Arizona, Nevada, Michigan, Wisconsin. Well, here we go. What's going to happen? It's 12:14 in the morning. We're on it. And we're going to see a possible victory for the 47th President of the United States. As you see there, RSBN calls Georgia for President Trump.
That's a special chyron to look upon, joining all of you now into November 6th on the East Coast. And President Trump said this was going to be Liberation Day. Things were looking good. And right now, in all categories, it's not set in stone, 246 to Harris's 210 in the electoral count. But this is clearly the get out the vote effort on the part of the Republican Party. The apparatus was truly once in a lifetime.
Exactly. I remember interviewing Joan Reynolds from Alabama, who worked with people that were Trump delegates out of Alabama. They were actually doing a GOTV, a get out the vote, all the way over to Georgia and Macon just the other day when Liz Willis was there live. And so you see that Americans helping Americans. I mean, crossing state lines and just saying, hey, you know, we're here from Alabama. Who are you voting for? And just, it's the basic word of mouth sometimes, you know, when you make that nice impression on somebody and, you know, they're thinking if they're on the fence a little bit. But what we see is a win in Georgia. So let's look at Minnesota real quick, too. I know that looks like it's going to go the other way, but let's just double check some of the numbers there. Minnesota right now is 51.7% for Harris, 46.2% for Trump in Minnesota. That's 57% of the votes counted there, so that may go the other way. Let's look at Pennsylvania. Latest numbers, 3,093,600 votes for President Trump, 2,921,948 for Harris. So that's a small lead, but a lead that has about 86% of the votes counted there. And then if we look at Michigan and Wisconsin, it looks like Michigan is in the lead. Pretty sizable lead for President Trump, 52.3% to 46%. And then Wisconsin about the same, 51.2% to 47.3%. I mean, it is looking good right now, Bobby, at 12:16 in the morning.
And again, if you have, let's just say, Michigan and Wisconsin, that's 25. He becomes president with 271.
Exactly. So we are about, okay, so what is the number? So we're at 230 still. Well, it says yeah, now we're at
46 with our projections.
Yes, so 246 right now. So we're getting close here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. All right, so so we see that Georgia called for President Trump. We'll be possibly going back there live soon to Palm Beach, Florida, where Harrison Fields and Megan Kohler are standing by. And, you know, that is where the Team Trump watch party is. Great time there, I'm sure, right now in Pennsylvania as well, with where Nikki Stanzione is. So we'll be heading out there soon as we watch the numbers come in right here on Right Side. All right, we are lining up some various reports here as well, as we know that President Trump has 246 electoral votes to Harris's 210 at this point. So let's just double check a couple things on Truth Social as well when it comes to President Trump. The last thing he posted about was California saying 1 more hour until the election lines, the polls would close. That was 2 hours ago. So President Trump, of course, having a great time in Palm Beach, Florida. Mar-a-Lago is not too far from the convention center there. So looking forward to hearing possibly from President Trump tonight as the president-elect. We'll see. We still have those key swing states to call yet, and we'll wait for the AP. And also, as we did for Georgia, that's a huge call and a great call right there for Right Side Broadcasting Network. And we'll see what happens with the other 5 states, swing states that remain in this election. Actually 6, right, with Nevada.
Right. And Matthew, I'm curious on your thoughts with this. This is seeming to be a turnout election more than anything else. Well, we're not seeing necessarily, there have been early voting records broken. Ultimately, will we reach that 100 million mark? I'm not quite sure yet with all the absentee coming in and overseas balloting. But this is very interesting. We still seem to be a very divided country, at least speaking electorally.
Exactly. I mean, that's what's interesting, because we've seen the numbers. We see the popular vote, if we can possibly take a look at that number. You know, we see that there are still people that are voting, of course, for the other side, but at the end of the day, you know, the majority rules when it comes to the election, when it comes to the electoral votes. That's how it's been. That's the way it is. So we know that there is a majority in this country that is for President Trump. So we're going to be going to Harrison Fields and Megan Kohler here shortly, as we're also trying to line up Christopher Macchio, the opera singer, who's going to be possibly performing tonight under a Trump win with Harrison and Megan. So let's go there to Florida right now.
Welcome back to the Palm Beach Convention Center. Megan Kohler and Harrison Fields were here on the ground at the Trump watch party. The vibes are high. It's electric in this room. Everyone's so excited. Every single state that gets called for President Trump, everyone's cheering here. We're super excited, and I am seeing this path to victory for President Trump.
Everyone here is seeing that path. You know who's not seeing the path? It's Kamala Harris headquarters in Washington, D.C. A lot of advisors telling a lot of reporters they just don't see it. The door is closing. The path has become more and more narrow. You look at Macomb County, you look at Wayne County, you look at areas around Philadelphia, the numbers aren't there. And I think the Republicans showed out too much that the numbers can't just magically appear either. I think the math is just on Donald Trump's favor, and nothing really can be done about that at this point. A lot of people are expecting that he will be the 47th president of the United States. In a matter of hours, I think there can be a resounding call that Donald Trump has been reelected president of the United States. Only the second United States president to do that. The first, obviously, being Grover Cleveland in the 1800s. A historic night here in West Palm Beach. Absolutely amazing to witness. Against all odds, it seems like the Trump campaign has prevailed.
Right, so Donald Trump will we're predicting it, will become the second president to serve 2 non-consecutive terms. So exciting.
Yeah.
This is historic. This entire campaign has been something like we've never, ever seen before, and we're never going to see again. We want to thank each one of you for being a part of it. We feel blessed to be a part of it here, and what an amazing night. I don't even think I'm going to sleep tonight. I'm too excited.
What is sleep?
I'm too excited. I can't even think about sleeping. It's past midnight. Usually
Yeah.
I'm very tired by now, but there's no way. I'm too excited. I'm too jazzed up.
Yeah.
President Trump has 230 electoral votes, 40 to go.
40 to go.
So many states in play right now. He's projected to win when it's not 100% in yet, but Michigan, he's leading by 194,000 votes, with 47% of the vote is in. Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes. Trump is leading with 84% of the vote in, and that's 170,000 votes in the lead for President Trump. Huge. Georgia, 16 electoral votes. Trump leading with 93% reporting in, 120,000 lead. Georgia's huge.
Yeah.
Basically, RSBN's calling it already.
Yeah, I mean, RSBN
Let's do
is
it.
basically here, and they're basically called it, projecting that Donald Trump has been reelected. You look at Georgia, you look at North Carolina, you look at Pennsylvania, you look at Wisconsin. The numbers aren't there for her. There's no real path for her to win, and we haven't even talked about Nevada or Arizona, where Donald Trump is in the lead as well. And you talk about the early vote totals and the voter registration totals in those states before Election Day. It's very hard to imagine a path for Kamala Harris. Again, we have another situation where the Democratic cities of Milwaukee, they don't know how to run elections. Here we are, another election. Milwaukee County has completely butchered this election again. Meanwhile, in the state we're standing in right now, the third largest state, we got a full-on projection. Over 10 million votes were reported out less than 2 hours after the polls close. And here in Milwaukee, they can't even get the polls in a city. It's absolutely incredible to see how Democrats do not know how to run elections. It's pathetic. Every state needs to look at Florida, take the statutes, take the laws, take the model, and implement it in every single state in the country. We would know the election results 2 hours after every single presidential race. You talked about the Senate. The Senate has slipped. Republicans are in control of the Senate.
Official.
Goodbye, Chuck Schumer. So you talk about Donald Trump winning. Still got to see what's happening in the House. I think the House may hold on to. Talk about judicial appointments. God forbid there's something wild. Donald Trump gets another bite at the apple with United States Supreme Court. You talk about the filibuster. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz already talked about it. If they were elected president and vice president and the Senate somehow stayed in Democrat control, they would have gotten rid of the filibuster, which would have meant stacking the Supreme Court, which would have meant assault weapons ban, which would have meant a bunch of other crazy radical policies because they would have taken away that massive procedure of the filibuster. That failed today. The American people realize that the Democratic Party is way too radical to trust them with 4 more years and for control of the Senate. Tonight is a historic moment, and everyone here out the crowd, they're not too surprised. They live it every single day. The people where we're standing on this riser, you look left and you look right, they're the ones with the long faces. They're the ones that are actually surprised because they've been lying to you every single day about Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. And you know who didn't buy it? The American people didn't buy it. And now, it's 2016 all over again. The world is shocked, the mainstream media is shocked, and the American people will be better off starting January 20th.
Sweet, sweet victory is on its way. That's exactly right. As you look around on the media risers, there's long faces. People are upset. People are confused. They're very confused. They can't believe it. But we knew because we're on the ground with these people. The American people love Donald Trump. We saw it. We saw the lines for miles, cars for miles, the flags hanging out.
You leave D.C. and New York and L.A., and you realize that Republicans do exist, and they vote. And then you talk to independents who are like, listen, say what you want about the economy. I don't feel it. Say what you want about the border. I feel it. And I've been talking to some people on the campaign. There's a sense around in the room that Donald Trump will potentially be addressing this room in a matter of minutes within this hour. His team is in his ear showing him the very, very clear path for victory. And I think he will be ready to claim victory in a matter of minutes because the numbers are on in his favor. The math is the math. And they have realized that they beat all odds. And they have secured victory tonight.
This thing is too big to rig. That's so true. I'm so proud of Bernie Moreno of Ohio. I'm from the great state of Ohio. You know, I've been talking about it this whole campaign season. So thank you to everyone that got out and voted for Bernie Moreno to get Sherrod Brown out. He's been in office for almost 20 years. And what has he done for the state of Ohio? It was time for something new. And as you mentioned about the Senate before, talk about a balance of power and democracy. The Democrats want to act like they're the champions of democracy when they wanted to get rid of the filibuster and start passing all their radical bills without needing the 60-vote threshold. That's the opposite of being champions for democracy.
Right.
So they'll say something and then in their actions they do the opposite. So very, very proud of the Republicans for grabbing those Senate seats. We have Rick Scott in Florida, Deb Fischer, Bernie Moreno, Ted Cruz, Eric Hovde is on his way. 81% reporting for Eric Hovde in Wisconsin. Dave McCormick, 49.3%. Michigan, Mike Rogers, 52%. But Mike Rogers is leading. So we are doing great across the board. Republicans showed out for this election. They voted up and down the ballot. They researched if there were issues on the ballot. Of course, they voted for Donald J. Trump.
Yeah.
And I'm just too excited. This is
But see,
amazing.
there's going to be another conversation about polling, how wrong they got it. They released this bogus Iowa poll that we talked about recently. And then the Bernie Moreno poll, it wasn't until I think yesterday or the day before that they said now he's above the RCP average. He won by over 4 points. Outside the margin.
Right.
You look at states like Florida. I was looking at Donald Trump was going to only win the state by 5. He doubled it and then some. So I think the pollsters are going to end up looking at this again and saying, what did we get wrong? And the reality is Republican voters, especially Republican white males, do not answer pollsters. So I don't know how they correct that because they're getting a whole bunch of people that aren't in the Republican Party. When they release these polls, many question if they're suppression polls. What is the intention behind a lot of these polls that show Donald Trump or Republicans not winning? Goes to, you kind of ask yourselves, why are they doing these things? But the American people kept their head down. They stayed focused on the issues that are impacting their individual situations, and they voted accordingly. They didn't listen to these narratives. You see what happened, an historic level of support from the black community and from the Hispanic community for Donald Trump.
Right.
They didn't listen to CNN. They didn't listen to MSNBC. They didn't listen to ABC, who told them that Donald Trump is basically Hitler, who's going to put you back in chains. He's going to be a disaster for your family. They said, no, we lived Donald Trump for 4 years. And you're telling me that somehow he's going to be this horrible tyrant? He's going to be a threat to democracy when democracy was still intact for 4 years when he was president? No one believed the narratives.
Right.
They went in, they cast their ballot, they didn't talk to pollsters, they handled their business because Kamala Harris failed them. 3.5, almost 4 years, she has failed them as vice president. She didn't deserve 4 more years, and the entire American people said, you're not getting a promotion if we have something to say about it.
So true. And if you pay attention to T-shirts, yard signs, social media enthusiasm, and of course the cookie poll. I was telling you all about the cookie poll earlier. There's a bakery in the Philadelphia area that delivers cookies all over the country to all different states, so it's not just local. And they sold over 40,000 cookies for Donald Trump and only 2,500 for Kamala Harris.
Yeah. I mean, you talk about enthusiasm, momentum.
Right. I believe this more than the polls.
Right. The thing, I tweeted about it yesterday, earlier this morning. The Democrats fed us a lie that Kamala Harris was the greatest thing since sliced bread, to use a quote my mom would always say. She wasn't. There were no vibes.
Right.
There were no vibes. The enthusiasm was fake. It was all a hoax. There was no enthusiasm behind her campaign. They would stack these rallies with diehard Democrats that didn't represent the electorate in the state. They told us that she was running away with it. that she was this new wave, that she was going to turn the page on the darkness of Donald Trump. The American people didn't buy it. How are you going to tell us you're going to turn the page when you're literally the author? And they took the American people
That's really
for
good.
fools.
Yep.
They took us for fools. That we're somehow going to ignore the fact that she's been vice president for the United States. And then they try to cheapen the role of vice president. Oh, well, vice president, you really don't do anything. You're just there. You're a figurehead. No, you were the border czar and you did nothing to secure the border. You stood there on every major consequential decision, like the Afghanistan withdrawal, and guess what? You were proud of it. So the American people are way smarter. The media and the Democrats underestimated them, and here they are today. They said, you didn't listen to us when we told you we weren't happy with the situation. You underestimated us. You took us for fools, and guess who has egg on their face today? Everyone that's around us. It's true.
Kamala Harris did not get any votes in the primaries. They
Zero.
voted for Joseph Biden to get back on the ballot. And of course, we all know what happened with that.
Yeah.
So she had no popularity or enthusiasm from the very beginning. And then as her rallies were going on and going on TV and whatever, there was very fabricated enthusiasm because it wasn't real. It was like an illusion.
Yeah.
It was an illusion of excitement for the campaign, and it didn't translate. It didn't translate to votes. We're seeing that right now. The American people have spoken. They don't exactly tell the pollsters what they actually vote, who they voted for. I've talked to a lot of people that said, I'm silently voting for Trump.
Yeah.
I've talked to a lot of people that say, I don't even care anymore. I'm being vocal about my support for Trump. But a lot of people are very silent. So there still is that silent majority aspect that we've had since the 2016 election, but a lot more people have stood up and been vocal as well. But it goes to show that these pollsters are somehow cherry-picking data. They're manipulating and twisting things. And if you look back in the 2016 election, they gave Donald Trump a very slim chance of winning the presidency. And then we all know what happened that night. One of the best nights of my life. It was amazing. I loved it because I was laughed at, yelled at, bullied, and I still have been for the past almost 10 years, but especially in 2016 because the narrative was laughing at Trump supporters, laughing at, the people on TV, on The View, all those on the news, they were all
I didn't even
laughing.
think about The View.
Yeah.
Whoopi, how you doing? Joy, what's going on?
I wonder how they're doing tonight.
Oh my God, I completely forgot about The View.
Yep, so everyone was laughing, and then of course when we won, I was like, I told you.
Yeah.
I knew it.
Yeah.
I knew from the bottom of my soul that Trump was going to win.
I'm thinking about it. It's kind of all settling in, right? I was at the White House during 2020. We thought we were going to win. Then whatever happened, happened. But it seems like Kamala Harris's campaign took the 2016 playbook and the 2020 playbook, and they took every do not do again page from the book and threw out all the rest. They did every major mistake that was committed in 2016 and 2020 by calling half the country garbage or deplorables, telling the American people that their problems don't exist, hiding Kamala Harris and thinking that was a good strategy. She didn't do a single media interview for like 78 days. And then they realized, wait, the American people don't know who this person is. Let's just load her up with media. Then they load her up with media, and she literally fumbled the bag on every single major interview. CBS 60 Minutes literally had to lie on her behalf and selectively edit her. And then Joe Rogan goes, hey, come out to Austin. I'll give you 3 hours like I gave you Donald Trump. She goes, not doing that. I'm going to do SNL instead. Completely fumbled the bag.
Right.
She has herself to blame. Her team has themselves to blame. And they also have the media to blame because they relied on the media to carry the water. And they didn't realize that the American people just aren't buying it anymore. They're just not.
Exactly. That's a great point about how they're using the same playbook from Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
And then the Joe Biden, that campaign was crazy. And then they're just using the same things with Kamala Harris, and they thought it was going to translate. I really think that they just take the American voter for granted, and they think, oh, we have this in the bag no matter what. They don't feel like they have to earn Americans'
They're out of touch.
Very out of touch. Such a great point. And I want to give a huge thank you to our friends over at Tax Network USA. So the October 15th deadline has passed. Are you prepared for what's coming? Do you owe back taxes? Are your tax returns still unfiled? Missed the deadline to file for an extension? Now that October 15th is behind us, the IRS may be ramping up enforcement. You could face wage garnishments, frozen bank accounts, or even property seizures if you haven't taken action yet. But there's still hope. Tax Network USA has helped taxpayers save over $1 billion in tax debt and has filed over 10,000 tax returns. They specialize in helping people like you reduce their tax burdens, and they can help you too. Don't wait any longer. Visit the website tnusa.com/RSBN or call the phone number 1-800-357-1415 for a free consultation, and their experts will walk you through a few simple questions to see how much you can save. Act now before the IRS takes more aggressive steps. Take control today. Visit tnusa.com/RSBN or call 1-800-357-1415.
Yeah, and good news, tax relief is coming. Donald Trump is going to lower the taxes again, the corporate tax, the middle income taxes. Your taxes are going to go down again. Tax Cuts and Jobs Acts would have failed if Kamala Harris and the Senate won. That didn't happen. So your taxes are going to be low again because that's part of the platform for Donald Trump and J.D. Vance.
Exactly, and I want to address some of these swing states from elections past.
We have a guest that may want to come on.
We do.
Right next to us. You guys ready?
Hey there.
So you all know this gentleman. I see he's drinking hot tea. He's drinking hot tea right now. They just hyped it up for Georgia. The man, he doesn't need a right. You know him by his voice. I saw you drinking hot tea, it looked like.
Georgia, Georgia.
Georgia's on his mind. It's called, how do you feel?
I'm feeling fantastic.
Fantastic.
Absolutely.
This is the energy we need. So you're obviously going to be on the stage in a matter of, who knows?
Right after this, I'm going backstage and getting ready to perform for President Trump and for the entire country.
What's on the playlist? What's being sung
I'm not
tonight?
at liberty to say.
Okay.
And what that really means in Trump world is that whatever inspires the president in the moment and he wants to share with the whole country and the whole world, then that's what I'll be prepared to sing, whatever that is.
You know what I love is that the Democrats rolled out the red carpet for Lady Gaga, Lizzo, and then they find someone like you, true talent, that doesn't have to do all the extra. You come in here with a tuxedo, and you use your voice as the instrument.
Yes.
And you touch on religious songs, Ave Maria, Hallelujah, and just the majesty of your talent is captivating for a lot of us. We don't need Lizzo. We've got incredible opera from you, and the people love you. Donald Trump loves you. First Lady Melania Trump loves you as well. It's probably a little premature. We want to see the numbers, but I think you're going to be on the stage at the inauguration. What do you think?
I think, all those betting websites, I think it's a pretty good bet.
Hey, well, can you imagine? You're going to be potentially on the National Mall singing to millions.
It's going to be fantastic and indeed a privilege for me to do so and to leverage the universal and unifying power of music to unite the country and unite the world behind President Trump's message.
Right. What is the Republican Party, this movement, done for you as an artist, not a politician, not a pundit, but you're playing a role in our politics that's unique. What does it mean to you to be a part of the moment?
Well, I want to take the opportunity to highlight classical culture, classical music, the rich legacy of our Western traditions. Yeah. And I personally feel that the right has often forfeited the cultural space to the left. And it's one of my primary missions in life to correct that oversight and to inspire people with resources and vision on the right to make long-term investments in our culture, because that is what is going to be required.
Yeah, that's well said. And if you talk about anyone on the Republican side that's cut through that culture, not just in your field, but even black culture, Hispanic culture. I mean, Donald Trump has built a life of being a part of the culture, being a part of society. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps ahead of the curve. And his relationship with you is a hat tip to that culture that he loves.
Yes.
You know his music style.
I do.
I couldn't tell you what Kamala Harris likes. She said her favorite rapper alive was Tupac. And Tupac was dead before I was even born, I believe.
Well, maybe she got confused with the hologram. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. Before I let you go, I know I'm putting you on the spot. Do you want to test the acoustics of the building for the millions of people at home? Just give a little taste of what's to come. Well, everyone turned, and everyone was looking at us. That was just 3 seconds, and you're going to be on the stage for a while, and even bigger stages later to come.
Yes.
So thank you for making the time. God bless you.
Thank you so much.
God bless your musical instrument in the best way possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and God bless you, and God bless President Trump and the United States.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I appreciate it. Megan, we'll get back here.
Beautiful voice. Thank you. Thank you. Awesome.
So we're going to end right now because, I mean, how can you follow that? We can't follow that. We're going to take a quick break from Washington, D.C., from West Palm Beach at the election night party. Vibes are high. We're going to send it back to the great state of Alabama, to our team over there. Guys, take it away. We'll be back soon.
That's right. Vibes are really high out there, Harrison and Megan. Thank you very much. I think we all kind of needed that to wake us up at 12:43 a.m. Eastern Time on the pathway to victory for President Donald J. Trump. Let me show you what he needs to do to take this election at this point. So you can tell here this is 2:30. That's the electoral vote count that we're currently watching from the AP. However, you see there on your screen, RSBN has called Georgia for President Trump. That brings that total from 2:30 to 2:46. So I'm really watching Pennsylvania because obviously these eastern states have been counting the votes. And this is where we're going to get our next answers. Pennsylvania continues to look good. That's where we have 19 electoral votes, all expected to go to President Donald J. Trump, where he is holding steady with 50.9% to 48.1%, with 87% of the votes now counted. So if he has that additional Pennsylvania, if he gets those electoral votes, that brings the total then to 265. After that, he only has to take one of 3 states in order to win. If he takes Michigan's 10, that pushes him to 275. Wisconsin's 10 pushes him to 275. Or he could just take Nevada, which we're still waiting on a vote count from Nevada, but with the 6 there, that would put him at 271. So the odds are really looking good for President Donald J. Trump at this point. We're excited, we're hopeful, and we're getting closer and closer to seeing the benefits of the hard work. This is a man who has done nonstop rallies. I don't think he took a day off for the last 35 days. And you can see what happens when his message was able to get out loud and clear. He swamped the vote. He made sure it was too big to rig. And at this point, it does look very likely like he is going to win the election. If you take a look at some of the headlines that are coming across the board from the opposition on the mainstream media side, like MSNBC, you can tell that they're very scared at this point, because when they see a map like this and then they do the math, it starts to look more and more likely like Donald J. Trump is going to win the whole thing. And he's pulling up the congressional races with him. We take a look at the Senate map now, even more red here to talk about. We know that Marsha Blackburn was the big winner in Tennessee, in Texas. It's been called now for Ted Cruz. We're looking better and better up in Wisconsin. I want to show you where we stand right now for Mike Rogers, as well as Eric Hovde. He's at 50% of the vote. That's Eric Hovde in Wisconsin. In Michigan, Mike Rogers is at 50% of the vote, with 56 now counted, so they're looking good. In the state of Pennsylvania, we're watching Bob Casey versus Dave McCormick. President Trump, as we've all seen, is the tide that raises all boats. And I want to push it further down now and show you what's happening in the House. And there's some fantastic news to report. Look at California. Look at all the red that we're watching right now in California as they're still counting the votes. This is a lot of red for California. You see Kern County, which is notoriously, it's very well known as being a Republican area. Vince Fong won by 67% to 32%. That's basically the only House race that's been called in California right now, but these numbers are slowly but surely coming in. When it comes to Arizona, Paul Gosar is victorious. We love Paul Gosar, so we're really happy to see that. I want to take you a little bit further now to the north and show you what's happening in Wisconsin. Tom Tiffany, who we also love from the state of Wisconsin, he was definitely very active in President Trump's campaign in his rallying, and we're looking really good. Gentlemen, I'm going to send it back to you on the desk, but as we continue on, this journey just looks brighter and brighter for our victorious champion, President Donald J. Trump.
It appears that it will sit that way as well. Kent County and Grand Rapids will stay.
We are back live in West Palm Beach. Harrison Fields and Megan Kohler. Cedric Richmond just addressed the crowd in Kamala Harris headquarters in Washington, D.C. It was the we lost, but we don't want to say we lost, but we lost conversation to the number of supporters there in Washington, D.C. I literally just got off the phone with a dear friend who's crunching a lot of these numbers. He said it's 99.99999% chance Donald Trump has just been reelected president of the United States. Now, you have a lot of media organizations, the AP, New York Times, Politico. They're going to try to keep this window open before calling it. RSBN has already called it. I'll be interested to see what Fox News does. There's going to be a couple people that are just going to come out and say Trump has been reelected the 47th president of the United States because they're looking at the maps. Exactly. You've got some vote lingering, but not enough for Kamala Harris to go over the finish line. So I think a lot of people have kind of come to terms that Donald Trump did the impossible thing again. The only president to be reelected in non-consecutive terms since Grover Cleveland, a Democrat who was elected in the 1800s. Defeated all odds. I mean, 3 months ago, Donald Trump almost lost his life in Butler, Pennsylvania. July 13th. And here we are. Fox News just called Georgia. RSBN already called it. Now we're looking at the rest of the map. Arizona looks incredible. You have great notes, so I'm going to let you jump in, of course. Michigan looks great. Wisconsin looks great. Pennsylvania looks great. Nevada, they take 3 weeks to determine the election. But if they call Pennsylvania in a matter of hours, Nevada is a wrap.
Exactly.
It's all a wrap. But you have more details.
So President Trump, as of now, has 246 electoral votes since they called Georgia. He had 230 before, so 16 electoral votes on the map for him. He needs 24 more to secure that 270 mark. So basically, if we get Pennsylvania, which is 19 electoral votes, which is super leaning Trump right now, we have 19, and then we just need 5 more. And Arizona, Michigan, we already had that one. Wisconsin has 10, Nevada has 6. If he gets any of these swing states, in addition to Pennsylvania, which is looking good for him, he's over the 270 mark.
Yeah, and then you talk about the top of the ticket, but on the bottom of the ticket, the Senate has now been projected to be in fully Republican control. Goodbye, Chuck Schumer. There's going to be a leadership race in the Senate. We'll see who gets called. But this is an historic, monumental moment in American politics. You have someone who's received the wrath of the American media, of the Democratic Party, of the American judicial system that attempted to put him in jail not once, not twice, but about 4 times. And despite it all, we are hours, if not minutes away from complete victory, and then minutes away to the hundreds of supporters that are here Speaking of supporters, Megan, I want you to stay close because I want you in on this interview. A man that you all know probably, Bruce Lavelle from the great state of Georgia. He's here. About to hand over my mic to him. He called it. He knows Georgia like the back of his hand. He's been in this game for a long time. Georgia is back in the Republican column, and Bruce Lavelle took a big part in doing that. Bruce, come on in.
Mr. Lavelle, our special guest.
Georgia's on my mind. Georgia, Georgia.
Thanks so much for joining us. What's your take on the Georgia race this election?
Well, I did talk to the president. I saw him at Georgia Tech Arena and in Macon. He asked me twice. I said, listen, we're going to win at least 2 or 3 points. Don't worry. We got this in the bag. And I mean that. And I say that because I've been in Georgia since '88. You know, family there, business there for 30 years. Former party chairman, you know, I'm like immersed in like political culture there in Georgia. So I really believe, I always had this saying, I said, if you see me panic in Georgia, that's when you panic. And there was absolutely no panicking. And by the way, we're going to win. So just for that, for the record. So there's a little more to than just Georgia for me.
Love that. So did anything change from 2016 to 2020 to now 2024?
Well, this does remind me of a more grassroots approach of 16. But, you know, in all fairness, too, you got to remember the country was shut down. You know, the state was, all these other states, we had Zuckerberg. Remember, he had that, contract with the third-party agreement where he put ballot boxes in key counties, urban counties, especially Gwinnett, DeKalb, Fulton, and Clayton. So those are the top urban counties in the state of Georgia. And then it's like, oh, just stay home. We're going to mail you a ballot, Okay, so that's the difference. So, and then we're not dealing with this time. A lot of people are excited. They were shut down. They were anxious to get out and vote. Georgia had record-breaking early voting. I know last Saturday we had 164,000 early voters in one day. Wow. 64,000 on a Sunday. So that's 250,000 just in the weekend. And then we broke and shattered the record in the history of the great state of Georgia on early voting for Republicans. So when I saw that, on the poll watchers that I had, I was like, okay, now we got it. So yeah, totally confident.
Love that. So you're very well versed, of course, in the political climate of Georgia itself. When you're on the ground and you're talking to people, what were their main issues? What were their main concerns?
Well, I'll give you an example. I'm a numbers guy. I love numbers. There's an old saying, pay attention to the numbers, not the emotions. Like, for example, there's 80,000+ eviction notices in the city of Atlanta. And that's a result of high inflation. People can't pay their rent. There have been a lot of job changes, a lot of layoffs have been going on. Look, we're a big city. We have the largest airport in the world, and it's growing. And then, we have a lot of people that moved to Georgia from all over the place. And one of those signs was that the rising costs. I mean, my God, food is like 25, 30+% that happened the last 3 years. So they're feeling that crunch. And listen, Georgia has 34% black population. That's one of the highest black populations in the entire country. So, yeah, they're like, whoa, wait a minute. And, and they're like, you know what? We've tried this way, especially black men. They delivered and said, we're not rocking with her. We're going to rock with Trump. And that's a lot of, and I'm glad to see that because I've been down this road for 10 years. I know what it's like if you put a MAGA hat on, go in the hood in 2016 versus when you go in the hood now. They're like, oh, what up, man? Back then it's like, bulletproof vest, hide behind the building. So it has come a long way. So I like to say that a lot of us early guys that jumped out there, early 15, laid down on the sword. That's what I mean, literally laid on the sword in order to open the doors up for other guys to come out and say, hey, man, this is cool. You can come on out. You don't have to worry about being persecuted. You don't have to be worried about someone coming after you. So it did open that door for those voters.
That's amazing. And have you seen the trend of a lot of actors, actresses, and the talent industry moving from California, like the LA area, to Atlanta? That's kind of like a new hub for the talent industry. Do you think that changed anything? Do you think they realized the bad policies from the blue states were what drove them out to come now to Georgia?
That's a great question. I remember when, and I disagreed with this, I call it the corporate welfare, when they gave them all these tax abatements to get to entice these big companies to come out there with these generous tax cuts like the movie industry. And to your point, it brought a lot of different cultures. And I guess they thought, well, we'll come out here and keep voting the same way instead of like, oh, wait a minute, y'all need to vote the way we do. So that's a great question you brought up because that did start changing when Georgia was traditionally conservative red. It started turning more blue because we got flooded with the movie industry. We're like one of the top movie industries around the country is in Georgia, especially in Atlanta. So you're absolutely right. So hopefully they'll understand where they came from and like, don't bring that down here to Georgia.
Exactly, and we saw a similar trend going from California to like Austin, Texas, for example. Similar
Oh,
concept.
God. Oh, bless my heart. Austin went to school down there in college years ago, Fort Hood. Listen, the homeless population they got going on, the silliness, the city, woke city council, that silly mayor they had about defund the police and all that. Oh, my God, baby, they got problems. Oh, they got problems, so you're absolutely right. Yeah. So hopefully we're trying not to emulate that, though, in Atlanta. So hopefully this vote tonight will transcend all across the country and say, look, it's nothing wrong with the conservative idea of good schools, strong military, good police in your communities. There's nothing wrong with that. So we invite everyone to come in this great tent, and that's what we've been doing.
Absolutely, and I know how important the church is in the black community. It's like the cornerstone of the community. So do you feel that because the Democrats have really alienated themselves from Christians, do you think that also played a part in this?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's like, listen, the best, if you look at the most successful communities, and, you know, RSBN viewers, y'all know this too, the most successful communities are the ones that have the strongest faith-based institutions in your community, whether it be Baptist, Methodist, Christian, Episcopalian, whatever. When it's robustly in that community, 9 times out of 10, that's a pretty doggone good community. So, you know, that's one of the cornerstones of who we are as a culture, is that we're free to worship whoever we want to. But, you know, and when you take that away, you look around these communities that just, and then the leadership that turns from it, what do you think's going to happen? So, yeah, I'm optimistic that President Trump, he believes in family. He understands the, quote, hashtag nuclear family. That's what I represent, my wife for 33 years. And so that's the thing that we want to put out there. The only antidote for a good, strong community is a great family. And for God Almighty to be first at the table, then that order, then you know you're going to have a very successul community. So that's who we're inviting in this great big tent.
Amen to that.
I feel like preaching. We might not have some altar call right now.
We can just start preaching. But that's amazing that I feel like Americans across the board are starting to understand how important the foundation of the family is.
Yep.
Faith, family, and freedom is what this country's founded upon. And I think that all Americans from all different backgrounds are really coming together on that foundation.
Yeah. And, you know, really the world is looking at us, really, because, you know, I always often said, you know, do we want to lead or someone else lead? And that's what I tell everyone. It's like, when you say America first, what's wrong with that? When you go to the Olympics, I remember we were blessed to get the '96 Olympics in Atlanta. I was on the steering committee to help bring the Olympics, and I'm dating myself.
Amazing.
And I'm sitting here like, wait a minute. We got the Olympics from the world stage here in our backyard because we're a city that's too busy to hate. That was our reputation. So let's get back to that type of attitude where this one tent is for everyone. So that's what we're after.
Exactly. Love that. Congratulations on the Olympics. That's awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Even though it was a while ago. But yeah, still a great accomplishment. And congratulations on an amazing election tonight with the state of Georgia.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you'd like to say to our wonderful RSBN viewers?
keep the faith, though. We're gonna win. We're gonna get. I think the sleeper is going to be between Wisconsin and Michigan. That might be the sleeper. And if we don't get Virginia this time, I guarantee we're going to get it next time. We're real close. Governor Youngkin did a great job out there. You saw the polls getting higher and higher for us in Virginia. So there's a lot of good states that you're going to see. If we don't get it tonight, we're going to win, first of all. But on the next go around, if we keep the same momentum up, we're going to bring more and more to this great big tent called the America First Tent.
Gotta love it. Thank you so much for joining us.
Well, thanks
tonight.
for having me. I appreciate it. I'm not as good as Harrison, but I can try. I just got to I just got to take a little more online tutorial classes.
I'm in good company tonight. Let's just put it that way.
Well, I'm going to turn it back over to Brother Harrison.
The great Bruce Lavelle. Been in the game for a while, a long time. I met him when I was assistant press secretary for Trump. He came through the West Wing, and ever since, he's really someone you can count on as like a mentor. And he'll never let you forget that he's been in the game for a while. It makes me feel very, very young when I talk to him. I'm like, wait a second. I'm like, how old? And he humbles me at times. Great guy. Very loyal to President Trump. Like I said, knows Georgia like the back of his hand. And President Trump knows and respects him, you know, and we'll see what role he may play in a future Trump administration. We'll see what happens. But It's been incredible. You look at the numbers, very clear, still no winner, right? Still no winner. But it's looking great for President Trump. I was talking to someone off camera when I was gone. They were like, well, the blue wall's still standing. Could Kamala Harris potentially win? I said, well, they would have to literally find votes at this point to kind of give her that path, because the path doesn't exist right now, according to a lot of the pundits on both sides. But it's not over until the fat lady sings, as they say. And we'll see. No projection yet. But if you were on Team Trump or Team Kamala, where would you want to be right now?
Much rather would be on Team Trump. We can see victory. We can see the path to victory. As far as the Kamala Harris side, the numbers just don't seem to be there. I really don't think that. And if you want to give a flashback to the 2020 election, in Arizona, Biden only won by 0.3%, which is just over 10,000 votes. So you mentioned they would have to find votes for Kamala Harris. So
at this point,
just kind of reminded me of something. So Joe Biden only won Arizona by 10,000 votes, just around there, 0.3%. Georgia, Biden won by about 11,000 votes, 0.2%. Of course, this time President Trump wins Georgia, so congratulations for that one.
Yeah.
Biden won by over 80,000 votes for Pennsylvania last year, but it's looking really, really good for President Trump right now for those 19 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. Michigan, Trump is doing great in Michigan right now, but in 2020, Biden won by 154,000 votes. Polls close at 8 p.m. Michigan, our eyes are on Michigan, 15 electoral votes. Looking amazing for Trump, though.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at all the states that you mentioned, a lot of people back home is like, wait a second, it's 1 a.m. How do they not have results yet?
Yep.
When a state like Florida had their results within an hour and a half. Again, you talk about voter integrity, you talk about the way different states count their ballots. If the legislatures in these states do not wake up and say the American people, the American voter deserve better than what we're giving them right now, there is no excuse why we still don't know the state of Wisconsin or Michigan, because their two biggest Democratic cities just don't know how to count votes. And I'll say kudos to Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is doing a lot better than they did in 2020. I think they could be a lot faster.
Very true.
But overall, Pennsylvania has kind of been a little shocking that the picture is pretty clear when it looks to Pennsylvania. But again, luckily, Georgia, North Carolina, Florida, they have their voting laws intact right there. And the picture is looking clearer right now. The picture is looking clearer.
And President Trump is also leading not only in the Electoral College votes, but also in the popular vote right now.
Which you called a long time ago. You had a big number. We won't talk about the number you had unless you want to talk about it.
I still think it's going to happen.
Where are we at now?
I'm predicting 100 million votes for Donald Trump. Right now, he's at 65,618,000 some change. Kamala has 60,803,000.
Yeah.
This thing is too big to rig. So many people came out in droves for President Trump. Last election, he got around 75 million votes in the popular vote.
Yeah. Well, it's gonna be, he's outperforming 2020.
That's what I'm saying. He's outperforming 2020. Yeah. So 100 million isn't that out of reach if you really think about it.
Yeah. I mean, rest of California still has to come in. Whatever other mail is, scattering around the country. We'll see. You never know. I don't think people would have believed you yesterday if you would have said he's going to win the popular and the Electoral College. But when you just look at the polls, if we took the polls with any grain of reality, if he was tied in the national vote, that's when you started putting 2 and 2 together. Like, wait a second. So if he's tied nationally, then that means he's going to win the popular vote. And then if you looked at the battlegrounds and he was winning in the battlegrounds as well, then you're like, okay, he's winning nationally, or at least tied nationally, and then winning in the battlegrounds. How does he lose? So I think when a lot of people in the room were cautiously optimistic for a while, that optimism started to go up and go up and go up, because you started just realizing, okay, we killed it in the early vote and all of our people showed up today. and we had non-traditional conservatives, black people, Hispanic people, Jewish people, young people, voting for us in ways they've never voted for a Republican candidate before, it almost seems very clear how we could win. And again, no call yet, trying to figure that out. If you're watching at home, you're probably wondering why hasn't there been a call yet. Still some outstanding vote in the blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Hopefully we'll get some clarity on that soon. But the campaign has clarity. There's a reason why Donald Trump will be coming here shortly. His team has given him the clarity he needs, the confidence that he needs to go and address this growing crowd. I mean, I turn around and it's like, wow, here they are. It's a sea of people. So here we are.
The stage is set for President Trump to arrive any moment now. I saw his guys come out and adjust the teleprompter, adjust the microphone. Everything is set for President Trump. YMCA came on. They had his dance on the screens. Everyone was doing his Trump dance in the YMCA.
Yeah.
So vibes are high. The energy here is electric. We're getting ready to see President Trump any minute now.
Yeah.
And you make a great point about Florida, how efficient they were with their vote count. Pretty much as soon as we got up here, started reporting here in Palm Beach, they called Florida like shortly after, very shortly after the polls closed, and especially with this early voting system that we have now across all these states who are voting for many days and weeks before Election Day. How have they not efficiently gotten their vote count with all that extra time? So early voters came out in droves, broke records in early voting. So of course you had time to count those. And then anyone else who was remaining for Election Day, how can you not get your vote count together by 1 in the morning? We're on the East Coast. We're talking about East Coast states here. We're not talking about West Coast. We're not talking about Mountain Time. We're talking about Eastern Time states that close their polls around 7, 8 p.m., somewhere around there. It is now 1 in the morning, and they're acting like we can't get the vote together.
It's ridiculous. I mean, Florida, they count ballots before Election Day. So if you vote by mail, Florida law allows you to count those votes before Election Day. You have a lot of states like Pennsylvania that don't allow you to even open the envelope until polls close at 8 p.m. on Election Day. So that's why it takes so long to come in. Why aren't they counting these ballots when they come in? We can debate the election law. I think you're going to see a lot of people in the conservative movement go to every state and say, hey guys, you have the power to change, to make it easier for the American people to kind of get the sense of a victor. We're here in West Palm Beach. President Trump, I hear, is on his way soon. An historic day. Vibes are high. Still too close. Still too soon to call anything. We're going to take a quick break here in West Palm Beach. We're going to send it back to Alabama. You got Harrison Fields. You can follow me at Harrison W. Fields. And the great Megan Kohler. Remind the people where they can follow you.
All social media platforms, you can find me at Megan V. Kohler. And V is like Victoria, my middle name.
You're giving them all the details.
V.
We're going to get in trouble if we don't toss it back. Back to Alabama. We'll be back live in West Palm Beach. Donald Trump is said to be en route to the convention center here, live in West Palm Beach. Harrison Fields, Megan Kohler. We'll be back soon. Back to you in Alabama.
You know, it was pretty awesome out there, Bobby, when Harrison heard from Fox News, oh, Georgia went to Trump, and he goes, oh, but RSBN already called that. You know, that was quite a moment here. As you saw, the Associated Press saying President Trump won Georgia, but of course, Right Side Broadcasting Network projecting that win much earlier, about 45 minutes ago at this point, it feels like. So anyway, that's Georgia. We're looking at Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, and Arizona. So those are the swing states. Too early to call, but getting close, because those percentages, Bobby, they're in there now. I mean, we're talking upwards of 70, 80% of the votes being counted, right?
And it starts becoming mathematical at a certain point, especially the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. 90% of the votes counted. President Trump with a comfortable lead of 51.2% over the vice president's 47.8%. we're roughly looking at some rough math here, slightly over 200,000 votes in the direction for President Trump. So Pennsylvania drops. It's going to be very hard for her to recover past a Pennsylvania victory.
But what we do know here at Right Side Broadcasting Network is President Trump has not yet been declared the winner yet, the projected winner, the president-elect. Of course, we look forward to saying something like that, but as soon as we get those confirmations and the directives from our ownership, of course, and also AP, we will report as we get the actual numbers. And right now, as you guys are about to see with RSBN's Christina Loren, she's going to join us live in that RSBN projection room, showing us the specific numbers for those 5 states that we are laser focused on right now: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, and Arizona. It does look likely that President Trump will be the 47th president, but we can't confirm that at all right now until we get these numbers confirmed, not only through RSBN, but of course through the Associated Press, as you see there, President Trump winning in Georgia. So let's go now live to Christina Loren, who is live in the projection room. Christina, it's been quite the night. It's 1:12 a.m. Eastern time. Tell us what's going on. What's the latest?
Well, first and foremost, I respect your journalism, both of you, because we want to do what's right, and we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. This is a very important news outlet that we work for, RSBN. We've been able to build up a reputation, so that's why we're not calling this election. But I will tell you that as we move forward, we're going to continue to watch quite a few of these races. And I've done the math to kind of give you an idea of what we're watching incredibly closely for you. So let's get in there and get this taken care of. We are looking at Pennsylvania right now. So Pennsylvania is likely to be the next state that will be called, and 51.2% to 47.8% is where we stand, with 90% of the vote accounted for in Pennsylvania. So if that is the case, that's going to quickly bring that total up to 266. That's only going to require 4 more electoral votes once we get beyond Pennsylvania, which does look very good for our President Trump. But again, we want to be responsible journalists. We don't want to call anything before we know. Although I will say, when we had that projection for Georgia, right on point, RSBN called it early. We have leadership here in the House with us tonight, watching this like a hawk. They made the right call, but only based on factual evidence. All right, let's move you up north now. We're going to talk about Michigan. Michigan, 62%. They are going slow in Michigan tonight. Just 62% of the vote has been tallied up at this point. However, the margin is wide. 52.5% going to Donald J. Trump over 45.8%. So we're talking 42 to 45. That is a significant difference. And we knew that that was going to be the case because this is blue collar America. This is the working class that is voting in the state of Michigan. So that doesn't surprise me, although they're taking their sweet time tonight in the state of Michigan. So that likely will not be the next state to come in. We're expecting Pennsylvania. And then after that, I think it's going to be Wisconsin, where President Trump is leading 51.4% to 47.1% in the Badger State. And then, of course, we saw the polls close later in the evening in Arizona and Nevada. Arizona now, 51% of the vote is tallied up. So they're moving faster in Arizona than they are in Michigan. And right now, President Trump is leading by a very slim margin, 50% to 49.2%. In Nevada, this is what's so impressive about Nevada. Finally, we started to get some data, and Nevada is already 75% of the way done. So if we get Pennsylvania and then we get Nevada, we get President Trump. If we get Pennsylvania and then we get Michigan, we're looking really good for President Trump. Same thing for Wisconsin and Arizona. We just need Pennsylvania, and then we're only going to have to wait for one more state tonight. And we're getting so close. Now, obviously, things could happen. We went to sleep thinking that President Trump was going to win. He didn't win. So we have to make sure in the last election that we don't get ahead of ourselves. And the same thing happened in 2016. The vote looked really good for Hillary Clinton, and then in the wee hours of the night, President Trump won. So anything can happen. We want to make sure that we're cautiously optimistic. But based on everything, if you're looking around on X, if you're reading the New York Times, if you're getting some of these headlines that are coming out from MSNBC, it's looking good, guys. It's looking real good. And I think some of us are probably going to cry tonight because this is a blessing and something that we prayed for if it does in fact happen.
Well, this is interesting, Christina, because it's almost as if it was announced or predicted. The Maricopa County officials, if we could find more on that, they had said that this might be 10 to 13 days past the election, and Nevada started counting later than Arizona, and they seem to be getting closer to having an outcome. Now, a smaller state population-wise, but nevertheless, Nevada might be called before Arizona.
You know, it likely will be, and I think when you take a look at some of these congressional races, we are going to possibly have to wait for at least a couple days. But here in the state of Arizona, we are slowly but surely getting there. But take a look at how tight it is. 50% even for President Trump, 49.1% for Kamala Harris. I think a lot of us are feeling a little bit more confident that she's not going to be the commander-in-chief again. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves. It could still be a possibility, but it's something that we've all, especially at this network, we've worked so hard to get the word out about how great President Donald J. Trump is. I know we still don't want to make a call because that's not the right thing to do. We're looking at the podium now. You see that live. That is in West Palm Beach, hoping that he's going to come out and make a victory speech. I've been checking his Truth Social page. He hasn't really said much because, again, he's waiting until he knows for sure that he is going to be returning to the White House. But look at that crowd. That is where we could see a raging celebration before too long. I think maybe in the next hour. Pennsylvania will likely finish up here in the next hour. And then after that, it could be Nevada, it could be Arizona, Wisconsin, or Michigan. We're not going to have to wait until tomorrow. I think we're going to have an answer tonight. We're going to be right here with you every step of the way on RSBN.
23 electoral votes to go for President Trump. All he has to do is win 23 electoral votes. So, to your point, the pathway to 270 could be a win with Wisconsin. That's 10, of course. We can go with Pennsylvania, and there it is, right there. So we'll see what happens. We're waiting for the numbers to come in. To your point as well, and Harrison was also saying, President Trump, I believe, is on his way to West Palm Beach. As you guys see on the bottom right of your screen there, the crowd in anticipation of seeing President Trump. How loud will that environment be, guys? You know, all of the rallies that we've covered between us three right here, and then all of our hosts across the network, the energy, the joy, the genuine. That's the thing, though. This isn't just some fabricated junk. This is the real deal, genuine, authentic thing that we feel in this country for our country. So, yeah, tonight's going to be quite awesome, and it'll be cool if we can to go up to Nikki Stanzione in Pennsylvania as well, especially seeing what's going on there. So we're hearing some possible news happening here, and we'll be reporting anything. The New York Times saying that President Trump projected. Okay, we know that RSBN right here, Right Side Broadcasting Network, projects that President Donald J. Trump has won the swing state of Pennsylvania. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania won by President Donald J. Trump. 19 electoral votes. When Bobby read about Georgia, I understand where you're coming from now, buddy. Being born in that state, 19 electoral votes. And we are now 4 votes. Is it 4 votes? 20, 21, 20, 4 votes away. And then President Trump will be back at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Thank you, God. Thank you, God.
Thank you, Jesus.
Thank you, Jesus.
Amen.
Wow, President Donald Trump, there it is, guys. 19 electoral votes. The huge swing state is won by President Donald J. Trump. Christina, Bobby, your thoughts about that huge, huge win, guys. We are literally 4 electoral votes away from the win for the main man himself and the outsider, Donald Trump.
I think it's a beautiful thing. I think if he wins Nevada, which is now 75% counted, they have 6 electoral votes, but it's those 6 that could carry him over the finish line. Arizona as well. Right now, 52% of the vote is counted there. In Wisconsin, they're up to 87%. It could be Wisconsin that's called next. And then, as we know, Michigan is lagging with just 63% of the votes counted. Bobby McNeely, I know I might shed a few tears tonight just because it has been such an emotional journey. I mean, both of us, we just got off the road covering rallies, rally after rally after rally, and cheering President Trump on all the way, letting him know that there is a news outlet out there that believes in him, that believes in America.
It was really those tearful moments at the last rally, the nostalgia, saying goodbye to those wonderful patriots, especially in the Tar Heel state of North Carolina. Right now, I'm feeling a sense of relief as we get closer to potentially it being official and doing it right, and being not only on the forefront of history, having the privilege of announcing Georgia, and my friend here to announce your home state of Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth. It's a really special moment, and this is we're born for such a time as this.
We are, and it's something that we have fought for in this country. And everybody that's watching right now, I don't care if it's 10 people or 10 million or 10,000, whatever the number is, we're all in this together. We've been saying that since day one. All of this coverage, all of these campaign rallies, so. This is quite awesome. This is quite awesome.
It truly is. And I just want to remind our viewers at home, we called Pennsylvania. RSBN has, this is data that is provided to us by the Associated Press. They have not yet called Pennsylvania. They likely will be calling Pennsylvania momentarily. And as we get closer and closer to a decision, and it looks more and more likely for President Trump, so many of us had our hearts broken last time that happens tonight. I think that we've been so cautious about getting excited, knowing that he's the right choice, knowing that he's been saved by God not once, but twice, and anointed for this very position. But the fact of the matter is, we don't want to have our hearts crushed. The 3 of us as journalists, we basically took ourselves out of the workforce when it comes to going back to the mainstream media. When you took a stand for President Donald J. Trump, you were taking a stand for freedom, and something that's not appreciated by the mainstream media. I think all 3 of us recognize the fact that it would be very difficult to get a job for one of these legacy networks. Again, putting it all out there for him, at this point, finally, hopefully, seeing a reward, the greatest reward that we could possibly have, and that is a Donald J. Trump presidency, and America is worth fighting for. And I know there's a lot of other journalists who wish that they would have made the same decision as us, especially if we get the outcome that we believe we're going to get in just moments.
Christina, we're seeing at the bottom of our screen right now that we are now calling Alaska for President Donald Trump as well. So, Bobby, that must feel good as well. Bobby, of course, worked in the state of Alaska, so just seeing even that happen must be a nice thing to see.
And the great people up there, you will have more energy jobs, more energy independence, and will help save not only our country, but the American continent with our Canadian friends as well. Even the socialist Justin Trudeau was begging President Biden to not rid us of the Keystone Pipeline. It's coming back. We're going to frack, 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 and drill, baby, drill. And the world will be safer as a result, and we'll have energy independence in our great country. And Christina, to your point as well, with everything that's happened in the last 4 years, my dream job was cut short. I've spoken on it here because of a mandate. And I'd like to thank the great Joe Seals, the Seals family, our great COO, Grace Saldana, for this opportunity to cover the real news and defend this beautiful Declaration of Independence that I'm wearing on this tie right now, because that's what it's all about. This job that we have as journalists, as reporters, as political commentators, this is the only position that's actually outlined in the American Constitution. About not only the free ability to assemble, but the freedom of the press and how essential it is to a free and fair society. And we did it right. And this has been a wonderful project over the last decade.
It is so true. It is so true. You know, Christina, we talk about the 20 GOP platform promises with President Trump and the new cabinet that he will be most likely picking, as we have not said that he has won yet, but my oh my, we're getting close. Sealing the border, carrying out the largest deportation operation, ending inflation, making America the dominant energy producer, defending our Constitution, securing the elections. There are so many items that he's going to take care of with a great cabinet, and to be a part of being on the right side of history with Right Side Broadcasting Network for 9 years. This company has done this, and it's for the freedom of this country. It's for the speech of this country, and it's for we, the people, and that is what is great. And at the end of this broadcast, I'm not going to get there yet. We might have something for you to show you guys at the end here. But Christina, your thoughts right now as we're getting closer. It's not called yet.
I feel like, you know.
All right. We can tell you right now, Christina, that Right Side Broadcasting Network is projecting that Donald J. Trump will become the 47th president of the United States of America. He is now President-elect Donald J. Trump. We can confirm that right now on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Guys, your thoughts?
Oh my gosh, is there anything better? I'm sure I'm going to cry, and especially later on tonight in my hotel room. I'm going to bawl because, you know, God was on the ballot. Freedom of religion was on the ballot. And as Christians, all we want to do is to be able to share our faith and share the love of Jesus and help people find God. And to think that what's happening in Israel, to think about these people who need our help right now, and Kamala Harris continued to pump money to Iran, I think that this is a game changer. The world needs peace right now. The world needs love. Our checkbooks are running dry. People dipping into their savings. You have credit card debt through the roof, record highs. So many people are hurting right now. This is exactly what we need. And so one man leads the movement, but it's God who's in control, and God chose him, and he answered the call, and I believe in him.
Amen. Amen. And I know we prayed before this broadcast as well, and the country praying, you know, the country uniting under someone that has ran and now will be the President of the United States, the 47th Commander-in-Chief. As you guys see at the bottom of your screen, an epic headline, an epic lower third, RSBN, Trump wins presidency. Bobby McNeely, your thoughts, sir?
This is only the second time in American history that someone has come back to serve a second non-consecutive term. And President Trump, if you're still in the motorcade heading over to the Palm Beach Convention Center, congratulations, sir. Thank you for having our backs for the last decade. Thank you for stepping up, you and your wonderful family, really leaving a life of luxury in order to serve the American people. And you have been put through the ringer, whether it's fake impeachments or the lawfare, and ultimately taking a bullet for democracy. And God shielded you. You recognize that. It changed the complete outlook of this campaign, and it truly became, as your son Eric said, a cultural movement. This is far beyond politics. It's not right versus left. It's we the people versus a deep state bureaucracy. And in turn, Christina, to your point, the world will be safe once again under the leadership of Donald John Trump.
So many leaders across the world. Think about it, from Hungary's Viktor Orban to the former president of Brazil, Jair Bolsonaro, and others around the world that will celebrate. I believe the free world will celebrate as they hear the news that President Trump is back in office, let alone, obviously, countless millions of Americans. Think about the people right now, guys, right now, wherever people are watching Right Side or wherever they're hearing this news, the joy, the excitement, maybe even fireworks. I know it's not July 4th, but I'll tell you, you know, there might be some fireworks going on tonight just out of joy for our country. So this is very historic, and we are seeing it. We have a front row seat, and as do you. We, the people that are watching this right now, this is all about us. And this is what President Trump said every time he did one of those speeches. He said, when we win the White House, when we win the White House, and we have won the White House. Thank God in heaven.
Amen.
I mean, you think about Kamala Harris and truly what a threat that was to democracy, the very thing that they tried to point at Donald Trump for. We have just been given a clean slate is how I feel. We have been able to turn over a new leaf in this country, whereas we've had leaders who want to spend our money, our taxpayer dollars, recklessly. Our $35 trillion national debt, finally there's a real solution to bring it down. And for our kids, the America that we leave them is going to be in much better hands now, because I think that Donald J. Trump is going to do everything in his power to go down as the best president that this country has ever known.
Exactly right. All right, so we see at the bottom right of our screen, Christina, as you can see too, in West Palm Beach, Florida. So the Palm Beach Convention Center. And boy, does this make you think of a rally right now, because it's President Trump's podium, but this time it's not a campaign stop. As you see right now, the projected winner, Donald Trump, elected the 47th president, RSBN, projects that right now as we get ready to go to Palm Beach, where President President-elect Donald Trump will take the podium there. And my, oh my, this is so great because, again, this is not a rally. This is not a campaign stop. This is a speech to the American people. God has protected him. God has been with him and is with this nation. And I believe in great things for the world coming up. All right. Okay, so we are awaiting word on if President Trump will indeed take the stage there, but we do see that podium there right now. So we'll see what happens. Obviously, we're covering it here live, 1:33 a.m. Eastern Time. What a night, guys. We started at 6 p.m. Eastern. We were calling state after state. And then to see that all of these swing states, you know, is it every swing state, right, guys, went for President Trump, right? I think every swing state went to President Trump. All of this, that 93 electoral votes that were needed went to Donald Trump. Christina, your thoughts tonight? You know, you're tracking everything when it comes to the numbers. What's it like to look at that map and say, hey, it's all red? A lot of it's red.
I think for the most part, we can definitely count on Wisconsin and Michigan. Pennsylvania obviously has been called. A little bit of undecisive feelings right now when it comes to Arizona because it is so close. There's just a very thin margin, but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised because it's right on the border. You think about what these people who live in Arizona have had to deal with illegal migrants coming up, bringing in their fentanyl, nobody to stop them, the Border Patrol swamped, just processing people coming in as opposed to trying to keep the bad guys out. The same thing for Nevada, which is a neighboring state here. I think they're both going to go to President Trump. It's just right now, again, the journalist in me thinks it's just a little bit too close to call. But when you look at this map, look at all this red. This is representative of the American people. The American people don't want what the Democrats were forcing on us. They forced that border wide open. They kicked it open. Biden's first day in office, he shut down the Keystone XL pipeline, and he cut off the American dream over time with the Green New Deal, which was under-researched. It was bad policy after bad policy after bad policy, and here we are today. America is hurting. We need a doctor. President Trump is the doctor that we need.
Exactly, and he will fix the broken situation in this country along with his great cabinet that he will be picking shortly. And then you think about Linda McMahon, others, the President Trump transition team to the White House. I mean, this is all happening before our eyes. Well, let's see if we could take a live look in West Palm Beach. We're going to be thanking our sponsors here in just a second. But if we could take the Palm Beach there just to get a feel of the crowd in this great moment in our country. As we do thank the Birch Gold Group, all you do is text Trump to 989898 for more information on Birch Gold. Also the wellness company, makecaregreatagain.com. Look at that live picture there in West Palm Beach, Bobby. It's great to see the people there probably so excited at this point.
And we were there this summer with the Turning Point USA believer summit where we invoked the Lord and his blessing upon this great nation that was shortly after the assassination attempt, roughly 2 weeks, and then after, of course, the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. This is another location where Turning Point has had many events over the years. Student Action Summit that has helped mobilize Gen Z, and Gen Z is Gen free. And as we continue to break numbers and demographics, I think they were a significant part of this entire movement. We saw them not only at the rallies, but knocking on doors, making phone calls. Charlie Kirk, the great founder and chairman of that organization, Turning Point PAC, and Turning Point Action, really mobilizing young people to get out the vote. And I think of people like Scott Pressler in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania who changed blue counties to red. State College really coming out for President Trump as well. This is an extraordinary moment for American history, and the resilience, the courage, the true masculinity that President Trump has brought to this movement, and you have these extraordinary leaders around him. You think about Elon Musk and RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, Vivek Ramaswamy. This is an American movement. It is we the people versus the globalists. And as I said in Kinston, North Carolina, this globalist agenda is now going into the grave with the Undertaker theme, and nothing could be better.
And you know, working with people like RFK Jr., make America healthy again. You know, when President Trump speaks at the end of these speeches, he's not just saying it for his health. He's saying it because it's going to happen. Make America safe again. Make America secure again. Make America wealthy again. Make America free again. Make America great again. Again. Here we go. It's happening. President Trump is returning to the White House, and we're glad to say that here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, because we love truth and we love common sense and we love common sense leadership, and we like a guy that's an outsider that doesn't need a teleprompter, you know? He doesn't need a teleprompter.
It's a relief, and we also don't need teleprompters here at Right Side Broadcasting.
Yeah, none of this has been a teleprompter tonight, so but it's been a lot of repetition and experience to be able to do what we're doing tonight through work on camera, but also here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. So this is quite awesome. We're celebrating a moment with you, the viewer, right now, as you see that live picture in West Palm Beach, Florida, as they await, we hope to see the man himself, President Donald J. Trump. This is great. This is great news. You know, it's been a lot of bad news that we've had to report, but now there's some good news, some great news, that President Trump is returning to the White House, that our country is restored and can be saved through the work that we have a lot of work to do, though.
We do, and officially we can say here, President-elect Donald Trump, number 45 and 47. And we'll throw it to MAGA Megan Kohler and the handsome Harrison Fields as President Trump looks like he'll be presenting to West Palm Beach, Florida.
We are back live in West Palm Beach at the Trump Victory Party. We can finally claim it. President Donald J. Trump has been reelected President of the United States. Incredible. The atmosphere, high five on air.
Amen. High
he
five.
did it. He did the impossible thing. And here we are. History has been made against all odds. Donald Trump, the MAGA movement has prevailed. Lost for words sometimes. It's absolutely crazy.
Thank you to every single person who supported us at RSBN every step of the way, every rally, every town hall. We've had a blast this entire time. The American people have spoken. This election was way too big to rig. President Trump will be reelected as the 47th President of the United States, and we are so elated. It's hard to describe this feeling right now. I can't wait to see him come out and address the crowd. Everyone's so excited here. The CNN ladies by us are not so excited. They're looking a little stressed, but you know what?
We want to be not sore winners, right?
Yeah.
The biggest thing Donald Trump talked about, and a lot of times, is that unity is in our success. And that's all he wants for this country. He's always said he didn't need to do this. He did not. He could have been in Saint-Tropez right now. He could have been right across the island on Palm Beach on some yacht or in his massive estate, counting his money and eating escargot and
hanging out with
and the rest, and hanging out with his family. But he chose the United States of America and the success and the future of this country, and it's worked again against all odds. He is being reelected the President of the United States, and we can't forget the J.D. Vance, Vice President of the United States from your home state, the great Buckeye state of Ohio. It's incredible. Here we are. Here we are.
They just said we're about to explode at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, and that is absolutely right. It is electric in here. Donald Trump has never stopped working for the American people. As long as he was campaigning for 2016, in office, of course, during the 2020 until 2024, those years, President Trump was working overtime, and of course now getting elected as 47th president.
Yeah.
We're so excited to see President Trump. He had attacks on his business, his life. He had felonies, paraded in the courts.
Yep.
Against all odds, this man has been through the ringer, but he never gave up, he never backed down, and he is fighting for the United States of America as our next president.
Right. And you can hear the crowd behind us. The word is out. He's been reelected President of the United States. The Trump War Room came out, claimed victory. RSBN claimed victory. Everyone here knows it. Donald Trump will be the President of the United States on January 20th. He is now the President-elect, Donald J. Trump. And I got to tell you, I don't think he's going to go to bed tonight. He and his team are going to be getting ready to work. The transition team is going to be mobilized and ready to go. They're going to go step by step to prepare this next White House. And they've learned a lot from the first time around. They know how to operate the White House. They know how to operate Washington, D.C. You also got to talk about the Senate. You've been doing amazing work tracking the Senate. The Senate's already in Republican control. I'm not sure about the House yet. Too close to call when it comes to the House. We are very, very close to having the Trinity, the House, Senate, and the White House in just a matter of moments here. An historic night. The American people, not just Republicans. He didn't just win over Republicans. He won over disgruntled Democrats who are frustrated with their party. He won over independents and non-party affiliated people. He won over black voters. He won over Hispanic voters. He won over Jewish voters. He won over young people. He built a coalition of support that the Republican Party hasn't seen in generations. And I heard great pundits on Fox News who said, this is a realignment of the Republican Party. Gone are the days of the trainee Republican Party, the Adam Kinzinger Republican Party. It is officially Donald Trump's party. It's the party of winners and not losers. And here we are celebrating an historic evening here in West Palm Beach, Florida.
Donald J. Trump projected to be our 47th president, going over the 270 electoral vote threshold in the 2024 election. It's a beautiful thing to see. We're so excited to witness this and bring you that feeling that we have in this room right now, bringing that feeling home to you on your TVs.
Right.
So thank you for watching. Thank you for all your support. This is a truly incredible moment to be a part of. And I feel so blessed to be here, to be part of this movement. The Make America Great Again movement is a cultural shift for the United States of America.
Massive shift. It's a realignment, but it's really a reckoning. You know, the American people for the last 4 years have been telling the political class, the media class, that, hey, we feel like second-class citizens in our own country. You aren't listening to us. You're belittling our concerns when it comes to the border, the economy. You're not hearing us about the funding of Ukraine and all these foreign wars. We want peace all over the world. They ignored the American people. They try to gaslight them at every single turn. You saw what they did, gaslighting Puerto Ricans to think that Trump said something he never said. Those words never came out of his mouth. Puerto Ricans came to the polls in Pennsylvania, here in Miami-Dade, in Florida. Hispanic communities answered the call. They said enough is enough. They cared more about their lifestyle, their well-being, than rhetoric, than media narratives, and they shock the media again. My question is, will the American media, really the international media, will they learn their lesson from the mistakes of the last 4 years? They gaslit the American people. They divided this country. They've lied about President Trump. They distorted his words. They peddled hoax after hoax after hoax. And guess what? It didn't work for a second.
I think that they better take note that their radical, insane agenda that they're trying to shove down the American people's throats was not taken well.
No.
The American people don't want a fundamental transformation of this country.
No.
We love this country. We can tweak it here and there, but we want to make it greater. We want to take it to new heights. President Trump said we're going to win so big, we're going to get tired of winning. I remember in 2016 he said, you're going to get tired of winning. And now with the Make America Great Again movement, for MAGA 2.0 as I like to call it, with this rock star team, along with President Trump, RFK, we love Bobby Kennedy, Tulsi Gabbard, Elon Musk. It's just amazing to see what these people are going to accomplish for you, the American people, when they're back in office.
Yeah, and kudos to the Trump campaign, Susie Wiles, Chris Lasavita, Corey Lewandowski, Alex Brusiewicz, Margot Martin, Caroline Levitt, Caroline Sunshine, Stephen Chung, Jason Miller. I'm going to run out of names. If I didn't name you, it's not out of disrespect. Incredible. He's been elected. Fox News has just projected it. RSBN projected it about a couple minutes ago. The crowd has completely. We'll pull out. We'll pull out so we can get the crowd. It's electric here. Everyone in this room, they're hugging. There's a feeling of palpable emotion right now in the room. I'm sure you can feel it at home. Chants of USA, USA, USA. Donald J. Trump has been reelected President of the United States of America as the 47th president, the only president since Grover Cleveland to win 2 non-consecutive terms. The Republican Party has flipped the United States Senate as well. We are looking at a landslide election in the United States of America, the likes of which no pundit, no media organization would have ever believed, would have never admitted to the possibility. And here, Donald Trump has won. It is 1:48 in the morning in West Palm Beach, Florida, and here we are. Everyone here is claiming victory. It's incredible to see, absolutely incredible. Megan, you're soaking it in. We traveled the country. We saw it. We saw it.
The American people have spoken. We got to talk face to face with Americans. We did interviews. We talked to the American people, something that these mainstream media people who live in a bubble never do. They never talk face to face with real Americans. So I am not surprised by this result. I'm excited, I'm elated, I'm so excited about this, but I am not shocked or surprised because I talked to people firsthand. I knew what was important to these voters. I knew that they loved President Trump. The enthusiasm was on another level. So to say that I am shocked would be false.
Yeah. When you leave Washington, D.C. and New York City and you enter the real world, you realize that people are frustrated. No one is talking about January 6th at the dinner table. No one is talking about threats to democracy or fascism at the dinner table. They're talking about the fact that they cannot afford to put food on the table. They don't know whether or not to pay the light bill or their car payment. And the American people said enough is enough. You people have not listened to us at all. This administration has failed us. We remember life under President Trump. It was so much better 4 years ago, and that's what the American people were desperate for. They were desperate for leadership. And you mentioned it before we went to the crowd. The American people wanted to win again. We feel like we've been losing and losing and losing to the world, losing to illegal immigrants. We've been losing to the political class. We said enough is enough, and we voted. And it's a testament to hard work, coalitions that have been built. The Black Conservative Federation had hit the ground, knocked on doors, talked to black people. Wesley Hunt was out there, Byron Donalds was out there, Tim Scott was out there, John James was out there. Women were out there. Elise Stefanik was making sure women were going out there. Marsha Blackburn was out there. Hispanics under Marco Rubio. The coalition of support that we developed was absolutely incredible. The momentum seemed to shift. And I was there at Madison Square Garden. That kind of felt like the tip of the iceberg, where you had 20,000 plus people come to New York City to support Donald Trump. The American people spoke. They've been speaking for 4 years, and no one listened. But you know who listened? Donald Trump listened. He understood it. He had his finger on the pulse of the American people, and they rewarded him for understanding their concerns, which is why he will be the next president of the United States.
When we would go to all these Trump rallies throughout this campaign season, I would look around in the crowd and I would see the despair of this administration of Biden and Harris ruining the American people's lives. They were the forgotten men and women that Biden and Harris just left in the dust, that were put last on the list. And these American people would look at President Trump and his administration and J.D. Vance as a beacon of hope. That's why they voted for President Trump, because they remember how great life was under Trump in his first term. And they know that if we vote Trump in office, which we have now officially voted President Trump as the 47th president of the United States, that life is going to be so amazing during the Trump years. It's going to be on another level. It's going to be MAGA 2.0. People are going to have less money in taxes. They're going to be able to afford groceries, be able to afford a house, maybe take a couple vacations a year, buy a car. There's not going to be all these crazy electric car mandates like the Democrats wanted. You can get gas, you can get hybrid, you can get an electric car, you have freedom. This means the American people are going to have freedom under President Trump, and the Trump administration wants to take this country to new heights that we've never seen before.
Yeah.
America is not a losing country. We are a winning country. On the global scale, America is the example of greatness. American exceptionalism is back. Loving our country, patriotism, seeing different generations of Americans is just so inspiring to me, because the older generations have lived through all these different decades, all these different presidents along the way. The newer generations, they are very interested in getting educated. The younger voters came out for President Trump because they care about their future. And it's a beautiful thing to see that all Americans can come together now under President Trump with the foundation of loving this country and wanting to make it the greatest it can possibly be.
Yeah. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention this as someone who's a believer in God. There's a reason why his life was spared on July 13th. God turned his head ever so slowly and slightly because he had a greater plan for Donald Trump. He's not a saint. None of us are. He's an imperfect human. And I believe as a Christian, he's been called for this moment.
Yes.
Christians came out to vote. They see the demonization, the evilness in this country. Christians showed up. Jews showed up. Muslims showed up. There was almost a uniting factor behind the over-sexualization of kids, that all faiths united and said, we may disagree on some of the particulars, but one thing we can all agree on: do not sexualize our children. Get CRT and DEI out of our schools. Leave our kids alone. God won tonight. God didn't choose any candidate. He's not a part of any political party. But righteousness, godliness, Christian values, religious freedom, religious liberty won today. And there's no doubt in my mind that Donald Trump was saved on that day in Butler, Pennsylvania, because God had a plan for him. And we have to remember to pray for his family. It's only going to get harder. He's a target. He's been a target of 2 assassinations attempts. Iran has their eyes set on him. We have to pray for the first family, the future first lady, first family. But we also have to pray for our enemies, pray for our opposition, and pray for the unity of this country, which I know Donald Trump is going to tap into today. He's going to feel this moment in a way that only he will be able to describe. The people around him will be able to sense it. But millions of Christians, millions of Jews across this country are breathing a sigh of relief because Donald Trump has been reelected the President of the United States.
God absolutely had a plan for President Trump, and I do agree with you that he spared his life on that day so that President Trump could become the president once again to carry out God's will for this country, for the United States, and for freedom across the world, because there's no other country like the United States in the entire world. No one else has our Constitution. No one else has a document that limits the government. The way God intended us to live was free. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are God-given rights to the citizens of the United States of America, and of course, across the world, that's what God intends as well. But we're the only country that has fought tooth and nail. Our founding fathers created this country specifically with all these measures in place so that Americans could live free.
Right.
And that's why I believe that Trump had to become president in this moment to save our great country so it wouldn't fall to tyranny and it wouldn't fall to the globalists and it wouldn't fall to that radical agenda that we were already going down the path with the Biden-Harris administration.
And the Democrats try to do, and the media try to do something so slick and sinister. They try to flip every single thing that they've done to him, claiming that they did something that he wanted to do to them. Talking about the weaponization of government, going after their enemies. Well, what have they done for 4 years? They've gone after him with lawfare after lawfare, BS indictments, BS charges, concocted felonies that should have never existed. They made a mockery out of our judicial system. Our Supreme Court had to knock them down. Good judges here in the state of Florida had to knock them down. They try to get him on document cases. Meanwhile, Joe Biden had documents all the way from the Senate in his garage. They try to get him on case after case after case, and nothing stood in his way because he stood firm. He didn't allow the media to knock him down. He didn't allow the Democrats to knock him down. No, and he's better off because of it. We're all better off because of it. And you've got the things that they went through. You've got to imagine, or try to imagine, what they're feeling right now. To know that they will once again be the first family. They will get all the protections that the first family is entitled to. They will be again in the driver's seat of this country. They never profited off the White House. These aren't like Hunter Biden, like similar to Hunter Biden.
Right.
The Trump family actually lost money when they entered the White House. Donald Trump never took a salary. He didn't need the salary.
He donated it.
He donated it. He did this for the American people, for the country that he loves. He's 78 years old. He's seen this country through ups and downs, through Republican and Democratic president, and he said, you know what, both sides have failed this country. Both sides have failed this country. And he wanted to do the impossible and run for office. He shocked the world in 2016. We all know what happened in 2020. But this is an indictment on 2020 in my view. This is proof that 2020 was a farce, that it was allowed because of these ridiculous mail-in ballots, this system that basically allowed for the Democrats to win. This is a reckoning. I said it before, it's a reckoning, it's a realignment, it's a wake-up call. And the last point, I know I've been rambling. Juan Williams on Fox News said, this is a sign that misogyny and racism basically were at play. And I'd love to know what Van Jones has been saying on CNN. This had nothing to do with racism. This had nothing to do with misogyny, and had everything to do with the direction of this country, where 80% of this country have said, enough is enough, this country's on the wrong track, and that's why they elected Donald Trump president again.
It absolutely had nothing to do with hate, misogyny, racism, etc. Any of those things listed that the Democrats may try to paint this picture of, because we had on the Trump side, as Trump supporters, we had every single background, age, gender, we had all categories covered. When you talk to these people, these Americans, all they care about is getting the finances together. They care about the economy. They care about the illegal immigration problem. They care about family values. Everyone that we talked to of all different backgrounds wanted to come together because they cared about these America again.
Yeah.
Everybody was rejecting this woke, crazy, radical agenda that the Democrats were trying to shove to the Americans, and they rejected that, and everybody's coming together for Donald J. Trump. And
Yeah.
I mean, we talked to some people from Georgia, and everyone was saying how back in 2016 you couldn't go into the hood with a MAGA hat on. 2020 maybe, but now 2024,
We're emboldened
they
more
love
than ever.
Trump.
Yeah.
They're loving Trump. Everybody, all backgrounds, all ages.
Right.
Everyone's coming together for Trump.
Let's talk about So we're hearing that Kamala Harris, Vice President Kamala Harris, will speak to the country tomorrow, which would essentially mean she will be conceding tomorrow. She should really come out now and do it, but it is what it is. That won't change how we feel. But we're at a situation now where the American political landscape in the executive branch is going to be led by two non-politicians, if you think about it. You have Donald Trump, a businessman, and you have J.D. Vance, a businessman, who happens to be in the United States Senate right now, but hasn't been there very long. He's a new senator. So you have a situation now where you have business people at the top of our government right now, on top of the Elon Musks of the world and other CEOs that have been a part of this in this campaign, that are going to turn this country around, that are going to make the federal government act like a business.
Right.
And the American people are going to be so much better off because of it. Enough with the career politicians that have done nothing for this country, that have only gotten rich, played the game. We've got two CEOs as the president and the vice president of the United States. It's historic. It's really historic.
It really is. And these businessmen who have created businesses from the ground up, they've hired people, they understand how supply chains work, they understand how economies work. These businessmen who were successful in the private sector are now using their expertise to efficiently run the United States government. They know how to negotiate. They know how to trim the fat when needed. They know how to be efficient with our taxpayer dollars. Government funding is taxpayer money. We're paying the government. We're hiring these people to run our government. And career politicians in the past have just let us down over and over and over again. And when Barack Obama was in office, I knew, even though I was very young, his first term I wasn't even old enough to vote yet. But when Barack Obama was in office, I said to myself, this is going south. And Barack Obama never even hit 3% GDP growth once in the economy, and that's the standard to keep up with population growth, or keep up with times. And to not even hit 3% GDP growth was so spectacularly terrible to me. I said, we need a businessman in office to get this economy back together, to get everything running efficiently. I don't know what these knuckleheads are doing in office, but we need a businessman. So of course, when President Trump run, I was all on board. I even said President Trump's the only man who could clean this mess up. And here he is, all these years later, had his first term in office. It was a rocking, amazing time. And then, of course, now he's going to be in office once again for his second term, and he's going to bring America to new heights. And the American people have spoken.
Yeah. We are at a point in our politics, in our country, where there's unity. The Republican Party is now the party of the working class, of family values. It's no longer a party of color. This is a multiracial party. Now we've got a number of people, as you can see, on the stage, preparing the stage for President Trump. I believe messing with the teleprompters. So they're taking off the teleprompter screen, which leads me to believe this is not going to be a teleprompter speech. This is going to come straight from the heart, the true Donald Trump fashion. And the team is mobilizing in the back. We've got a coalition. The GOP is very different. It's not your grandfather's GOP. It's not even my mother's GOP. This is our GOP. A new generation of Republican Party has swept through this nation, and we are at a new stage in American politics. I think we're very, very excited. We want to win again, like you mentioned before. We want to win again, and we've got the Senate too. So you don't have to worry about one, even if they take the House. No impeachment will ever work because we got the Senate. Every judicial nomination, for the most part, will get passed through. Every cabinet nomination will go through. There won't be any stonewalling or gridlock in the Senate, which will be really, really productive. It'll be interesting to see who the Senate leader will be. I know John Barrasso is in the running, John Thune, John Cornyn, the three Johns, someone like Rick Scott, Josh Hawley, Mike Lee. We'll see who the Republicans in the Senate end up choosing, but we've got some really strong leaders there in the Senate. And we're minutes away from Donald Trump taking the stage. Minutes away. Again, millions of you are still up waiting to take this part of history in. And Megan and I are just honored to walk you through this historic moment on RSBN. And we want to thank the loyal supporters, everyone watching at home, everyone that's stayed committed to this network over the years. We've given you a front row seat to history. And this is the eclipse of history. This is the moment we've all been waiting for.
This so is the moment we've all been waiting for. The energy in this room is pretty hard to describe, but the American people just feel so energized to be number one again. America is all about greatness. America is about excellence. President Trump even said himself, I want perfection for America. And he truly is going to bring together every single American across the board, unlike Hillary Clinton calling Trump supporters deplorables and Joe Biden calling Trump supporters garbage. You can see how the Democrat leaders have attacked Trump supporters and attacked conservative voters over and over, but President Trump has never, ever done that. None of these Republican leaders have ever attacked Democrat voters. They have attacked Democrat leaders. But President Trump now, as the leader of the free world, our commander-in-chief, our 47th president, is going to bring together everybody from all walks of life, every United States citizen. He's going to be a people's president. He said, even if you didn't vote for me, I'm still going to be your president. I'm going to do the greatest job I possibly can do. And he is going to bring together everyone in this country united to love America again, bring back patriotism. And the pendulum is swinging, as they say.
Yeah, we're going to celebrate, I think, almost 250 years as a country coming up. I'm really excited that he gets to be a part of that celebration. You know him. He's going to pull out all the stops for this country. And something that we haven't really been talking about, but since we've got so much airtime, the new Air Force One will be coming into rotation next year. President Trump helped design the new Air Force One. Remember, Obama was going to basically give Boeing a blank check for this plane. And he said, we got to save some of the taxpayers' money with this plane. Why is it so expensive? And he got the plane to go down a couple $2 billion, master negotiator. and Donald Trump will be able to fly on the new Air Force One plane starting next year. So very, very exciting for him. I know he loves aviation. He loves planes. But yeah, we got the inauguration too. I mean, we celebrate today. We get to work tomorrow. We talk about the inaugural committees, the transition. So many different elements to prepare this Trump White House for what's to come. You've got a historic showing, hopefully in January, for the inauguration. I mean, if you think the momentum is in Trump's favor now, I mean, it's going to be gangbusters come January 20th. Everyone wants to be MAGA. I mean, the amount of people that are going to be sporting MAGA hats,
yes.
It's like we're at the point now, our country is MAGA. We want MAGA. We want MAGA. This is where we're at. This is where we're at. America is a MAGA country. Regardless of what the people want to say about it, or the pundits want to say about it, the American people elected Make America Great Again. And what was Kamala Harris's slogan? We're never going back?
Turn the page,
we're never going back. Well, guess what? We've gone back to Trump. Here we are.
We're going back, and I am, again, T-shirt to the airport tomorrow when I go home. I'm so excited to rock all my MAGA gear, because you know what? We are MAGA. America wants MAGA 2.0. The American people have spoken. Donald Trump is our president, 47th president of the United States.
You know,
I feel adrenaline running through my body. I'm just too
we're not
excited.
sleeping. If anyone wants to know, no one is sleeping tonight. I'm going to check my Ring camera to make sure my home in Virginia is still standing, because I was the only one in the neighborhood with a Trump sign.
Wow.
Not just one, I had two Trump signs. The only one. In Northern Virginia, it is what it is. But then we got the place in Florida. We got in Port St. Lucie. That's been great. Got a MAGA sign. This is Trump country. I think we really got our first indication of how the country was going to go when Florida went for Trump in double digits. Miami-Dade went for Trump in double digits. Maria Salazar, congresswoman from that area, she won by over 20 points. You would think she was living in like Central Florida with those numbers. No, she's in Miami-Dade. So you're seeing resounding victories, not just for President Trump. You're seeing resounding victories in the Senate, in congressional races. We're still too close to call in a number of Senate races in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. You've been tracking that a little bit better than me. But the bottom line is historic victory, historic night. I'm just seeing John James on the screen. Over
Trump
the 50%.
Is winning the popular vote too.
Yeah.
The popular vote
there's Vivek Ramaswamy, Doug Burgum are in the House. A lot of Trump surrogates are in the House. Byron Donalds is in the House.
And I need to remind everyone, it is now 2:14 a.m. Eastern Time, which is 24 hours later. So 24 hours ago, President Trump finished his final campaign rally speech on stage in Grand Rapids, Michigan. The man took the stage at midnight, didn't stop speaking until 2:14 a.m. when he wrapped up that rally. The man does not stop for the American people. He was campaigning over 60 days in a row here at the end of the campaign season for 2024. He was doing 2, 3, 4 rallies a day. He probably slept about 45 minutes in the past couple weeks altogether. And it's amazing to see as we look around the room here in the convention center. I'm seeing some familiar faces. There were some extremely passionate rally goers that came to many, many rallies. They've been to hundreds of rallies. We saw the man in the brick suit up in the front over there. He went to so many rallies. The passion that people have for President Trump and the MAGA movement is just on another level. It's to new heights. We've never seen anything like this in American politics, in our history, and quite frankly, I don't think we're ever going to see it quite like this ever again. But it is the beginning of America's golden age. This is a new era for our country, and I'm excited to see how the trajectory of American politics goes moving forward.
Yeah, so well stated. It's obviously the morning of November 6th now, and in a couple hours, the American media, the Morning Joes of the world, the Breonna Keelers and John Bermans of the world are going to wake up, if they're not already awake, and have to face their producers, their editors, and the cameras, and look the American people in the eye and either take responsibility for their dereliction of duty, their ridiculous bias, The View, Alyssa Farah, Sarah Matthews, all the other disgruntled my former co-workers that came out at the last moment because it was politically expedient and it sold more. Cassidy Hutchinson, who lied to get a book. John Kelly. You know, I want to bask in the moment and in the joy of the moment, but you also have to realize what we had to go through, what Donald Trump had to go through. And despite it all, he's claiming victory today. It's monumental. It's historic.
It really is. We see Vivek Ramaswamy in the House. We saw Tucker Carlson walking around out here. I know Mayor Giuliani is also in the House. Maybe not exactly this room. He was in another room at one point. Maybe he'll pop over to the main party. But this is truly amazing to witness. We want to thank each and every one of you who shared with friends and family your beliefs, and everyone who encouraged those who were not registered to vote, hey, why don't you vote in this election for Donald J. Trump? Thank you to everybody who went out and stood out in the lines today. There may have been issues at the polling places, but you stood there and you made sure that your vote was cast and counted because you stood up for truth and righteousness and Donald J. Trump as your president. So we want to thank everybody for getting out the vote. Thank you for watching us. Thank you for being loyal to RSBN, sharing our broadcasts, following us on social media, retruthing, reposting on X, all the above. Thank you for every single person who contributed to this movement, because MAGA is for you. This movement, Make America Great Again, is for the people. So just know that you were a part of this.
Right.
Every single level, every volunteer, everybody involved in this movement, everyone that made a positive impact. This happened tonight, re-electing President Trump because of you.
Yeah.
And I want to thank you for that.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, Donald Trump is a big fan of RSBN. It's on the plane. The viewers love President Trump. He loves the viewers. His staff has been tremendous to RSBN. Tremendous opportunities. I mean, we're sitting center stage. It might not be obvious on the camera, but we are center stage right now. Absolutely incredible. And then you got to talk about, what does it look like in a couple weeks when a team is assembled, when their cabinet nominations floated around? Donald Trump is going to put together a team of rivals, in a way, former people that went after him in the political arena, that he's come to know and respect. You got to think Vivek Ramaswamy, Doug Bogram, the list goes on. And you really got to think about the Republican Party. We went through a primary process. I'm seeing my dear friend Margot Martin, so that means Donald Trump should be coming out very, very soon, because she documents Donald Trump's, a lot of his movements on the campaign trail come through Margot Martin. But you got to think about the Republican Party. We've lost with John McCain and Mitt Romney. We won with Donald Trump. We won again with Donald Trump. How could anyone in the Republican Party question the strength of Donald Trump and the MAGA movement? MAGA isn't going anywhere.
Nowhere.
And I think the choice of J.D. Vance solidified where President Trump was going. He could have went with the political choice, the safe choice. But he put a stake in the ground and said, my future is MAGA. And that's what he wants. And that's what J.D. Vance also represents. And any moment, Donald Trump will be taking the stage. It's after 2 in the morning. No one's left the arena. No one has left.
Nobody.
Parents are probably calling their babysitters. I should probably call my mom to make sure that our newborn is good. My wife and I had our first night out as new parents at the election night party.
Beautiful.
My mom, who's a saint, is at home with our newborn baby.
Love that.
She's very happy. My grandfather, 93 years old, the first ballot he ever cast was for Eisenhower. And he was for Donald Trump the second he walked down that escalator. And he lived to see Donald Trump be reelected. I can only imagine how ecstatic he is. And I think the American people are happy. You know, there's going to be some fear. There's going to be fear-mongering, doomsday scenarios about what this actually looks like. But I think the American people are going to breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that President Trump will soon be behind the resolute desk at the Oval Office. Trade deals will be negotiated. The American people will no longer be taken advantage of. The American people will be prioritized again. Faith will be restored in this country. The border will be secured. We've been talking, the border is going to be secured. The illegal immigration crisis is going to end. There will be mass deportations. The economy is going to get better.
Right.
There's going to be peace deals across the world. Law and order is going to be restored.
Fluoride removed from the tap water.
Yes, RFK. You were talking
Seed
about
oils,
making
not subsidized by the government anymore.
Big Pharma on notice.
Big Pharma on notice. The corruption in the government agencies addressed. Who else could have pulled this off? Who else was capable and brave enough to stand up to the corruption besides Donald Trump and his team?
Right. Despite it all. I mean, he's had he was a target of not just the media, but of the Democratic Party and then actual planned assassins trying to end his life. And here he is claiming victory in the wee hours of November 6th. Really, he could have claimed victory the night of, right? I think a lot of indicators are showing that here we are.
Here he is.
First Lady Melania Trump and the Trump family, accompanied by Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, Second Lady Usha Vance, along with friends and campaign staff.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land.
Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to know. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. And we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great help. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now. She's a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's still like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wild. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. But he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country, and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come on, Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her. She's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, And I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. Hits the ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your... Nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and I said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bussin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, Leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen any, young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you're watching it, they had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, and we're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
President Donald J. Trump, the 45th and yes, the 47th President of the United States, just wrapped up his remarks with his family and closest advisors on the stage alongside him. And he claimed victory, but he also sent out a message of unity, saying that he's going to be a president for all Americans. He's got a tall task to do, fixing the border, getting our economy back, peace deals. But he's ready to fight for the American people. It's an incredible night here in West Palm Beach. It's been a pleasure to join you. Harrison Fields alongside Megan Kohler. Megan, we've been here since, 4 p.m. We felt positive, right? But around 11 p.m., we started feeling like, wow, he might have done it. We're looking at the numbers, and what are your thoughts?
We did it.
We